Yeah.
Benny, is Holly still mad at you? Fuck.
Who?
Holly, the super soldier lady.
Why is she mad at me? What did you do?
Yeah,
Some Kevin.
some Kevin guy said stuff that offended her, and she's blaming it on Benny.
Well, what did he say? She fucking is legit. She's a super soldier. What the fuck are you talking about?
And like, I feel bad for you, man, and I kind of hate that you guys enable her, but you know, whatever.
No, no, she's off her head a little bit, but you know, she's alright, isn't she? But then again, she's got like a YouTube career because of this, hasn't she? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, that lady's pretty fucking cuckoo, though.
Yeah. It can work as well. Look at Alex Jones. Alex Jones talks shit, and look how rich he is.
Yeah, yeah, that's true, man. Alex, you know, I think, you know, compared to Alex Jones, I think Holly's pretty sane.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're turning the freaking frogs gay.
Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. You've seen that remix?
Yeah. Have you seen the one where someone calls him a fucking communist or something, and he goes, "Those are fucking fighting words. They call me a fucking communist. I'll kick your fucking ass or something." Fucking mental lad.
Who called you commie?
No, Alex Jones. When someone calls him, I think someone calls him a fucking.
Oh,
They
yeah.
ever call him an agent? No, a Russian.
Okay.
They say you're in with the Russians, and he goes, "You call me a fucking Russian, and that's fucking fighting words." He goes, "Fucking ape shit at him." He says, "I know this is a family radio, and I don't usually swear, but those are fucking fighting words." Where is it? Well, I don't know. It's fucking pissed at us. I like Alex Jones, I do.
Mao took the DMT. Stalin.
Do you like Alex Jones?
Yeah, he's funny. He's fucking funny, Alex Jones.
Oh, so you just make fun of him. You don't like him.
I mean,
No, I like it. I think he's great. He's right about a lot of things. Well, some things. Some things he's wrong about. But
He's an idiot. He
if
says, go ahead.
If I was having an argument with a leftist, he would be the one I'd bring out because he'd piss off a leftist the most.
like,
He'd trick the fuck out of him, he would. Proper.
I agree with Alex Jones every once in a while, you know, but
Yeah.
I mean, you know, when he's calm and thinking clearly and not, you know, standing up and ripping out his shirt off and,
Special friend.
and growling.
It's the globalists, folks. The globalists.
Phil, do you think Alex Jones has black in him? Could that explain like his fits of rage?
The testosterone levels. Yeah, he's positive for the warrior gene.
Definitely, he's got the fucking warrior gene. What? Hold on, yeah, this is it. The one where he says, "Yeah, I'll put it on. I was fucking pissed at this. He was fucking ape shit."
I can't find my Alex Jones meme.
Mao took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT.
1766 will rise again.
Hey, listen, asshole. And I never used cussing in 20 years, but the gloves are off. Listen, you son of a bitch. Say that I'm a goddamn fucking Russian? You get in my face with that, I'll beat your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch. You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker. Listen, you fucking crossed the line. through your goddamn fucking head. Stop pushing your shit. You're the people that have fucked this country over and gang raped the shit out of it and lost an election. So stop shooting your mouth off claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch? Fill your hand. I'm sorry, but I'm done. You start calling me a foreign agent. Those are fucking fighting words. Excuse me.
I think he is a foreign agent for Israel.
Yeah, he probably is. He's
But here's a meme. Here's a yeah. I think he's a Shabbos goy. I think he does the work of the Jews for money.
Now took the DMT. Stalin took the
What do you think about that meme I posted in chat, Phil?
Oh.
The Nazi meme.
I mean, is that actually like a position he holds though, or?
Well, he like when I listen to him, he's like, it's been a couple years, I guess 4 years or so, but every time I turned it on, he was like, Nazi fascist dictator, Nazi fascist, the globalists, the Nazis, the Nazi Russian scientists. And I'm going like, what? Well, what about the Jews? The fuck are you talking about? And it turns out he like was married to a Jewess for a while, and I think maybe his kids are Jewish. So, but he is Gentile, I think. And he also divorced the Jewish lady. They're no longer married.
He's just one of these that is too scared to just tell the truth.
Right.
Too scared.
Right.
To go that step further, you know what I mean?
Right, but if you want to buy male fertile vitality or whatever the fuck, I don't even know what his shit is. I can't even remember anymore.
Super male vitality.
Yeah.
Vitality.
That's the problem. If you go full on alt-right, you lose all your sponsors, don't you?
Yeah, Benny put it in chat. Benny put in chat that he was married to a Jewish woman. Benny knew.
Right.
Stephen Molyneux's mum's Jewish.
Yeah, I saw the video.
Man, how about I
Right.
start broadcasting,
What?
start making YouTube videos, and I call it the Nazi channel. Let's see how long my channel would last if I did that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be shut down quick, especially if you started like advocating for whites rather than against them.
Good morning, my viewers, and Sig Hail.
Avalion? Yeah, I've heard of Avalion. I know who she is. What happened to her? Benny.
She was banned.
She got showed, right?
Man, she was.
Yeah, she
cute,
had that.
too.
She had that. Petra. What was his name? Yeah, cool. Very cool.
She was pretty cute, man. But like, was Eva Leon legit or was she a Poe?
I don't know.
She was legit.
Well, see, she hooked up with the Rebel Media, or not Rebel Media, Renegade Broadcasting. Cooking videos, interesting. She hooked up with Sinead from Renegade Broadcasting, and I think that bitch is fucking. She got something the matter with her because all she ever does is infighting. Like I had her on Twitter, and I watched a couple of her YouTube videos, and then like I deleted her off Twitter and YouTube. Quit following her. Like a year later, she was still infighting. She was still like attacking people and punching. You know, you've heard the saying, "Don't punch to the right." She punched to the right for. I think like I bet right now if I like looked her up, she'd be making a video about somebody on the right, some alt-right person who's like wrong because they're not a fucking pagan or a flat earther or whatever the fuck she thinks that they need to be. And Avalion was on there talking with her and talking about that Penetrion or whatever the fuck that one guy
Patreon.
was. Nah, the guy.
Oh,
Jontron? Oh, Onision. All right.
Penetrion? Nah, it was the Jewish guy that was like stalking her. He was like the
No, it
agent
wasn't
or whatever that was
Jontron,
trying to get her to
right?
shut up. No. It was like Panikovich or Penitriich or something. Milo. No, not Milo.
Oh,
I
hello,
forgot.
darling.
Anyway, she was being stalked by like agents that were trying to get her to stop with her Nazism or whatever.
Agents for the Mossad.
Yeah.
What I find weird about the Mossad is that at one point they hired or Otto Skorzeny was working for them.
Who's he?
He was a famous Nazi commando who he actually
Oh.
rescued Mussolini because Mussolini was arrested and sent to this place in the Alps, and
Mhm.
Otto Skorzeny got him out of there.
Wow. Yeah, Hitler is like he's responsible for the creation of Israel. Just that the only thing is that you should never do a business deal with a Jew, right?
Like, I think it should make a movie about Otto Skorzeny, man, because like the stuff he did makes for like good movie material. In my opinion.
Yeah, but it would portray a Nazi in a positive light, though. But yeah, I mean, if you look at, go ahead.
Like you should read the rescue story of how exactly he rescued Mussolini, and how they left the resort. I think it was a resort where Mussolini was staying under house arrest. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I thought it.
Yeah, I've actually never read that story. I'm familiar with it, but I've never like read the details or whatever. I just heard people talking about it. But yeah, if you look at like the what are they called? Focke-Wulfs, or what was the German Air Force? I forgot what they were called. The Luftwaffe. I don't know. I forgot.
Oh yeah, Luftwaffe. Yeah, there we go. Luftwaffe.
Yeah, my German is weak. Forgive me. I'm not a proper Nazi, but if you look at some of the stuff that they did, I mean, these guys were constantly outmatched, outgunned, and everything, and just total badasses, man. And the little tanks, the little Panzers, the Tiger Panzers, are small little tanks, and they're little 44 or 40 millimeter guns. I mean, they smaller tanks. They were constantly outmatched, but the stuff that the German military, like the state of Montana is about the size of Germany, right? Like Germany was like a tiny little place, and they took on all of the world's superpowers at once. I mean, it's incredible, and they nearly won. Let's never forget that they nearly pulled it off. All that would make for great movies.
Because of the fucking Russians that they fucking lost. I think it was the communists.
Right.
But if Hitler had never gone north, it would have won probably.
Right. Yeah, because he went north after the Mussolini thing.
Yeah.
And got caught by the winter, just like Napoleon, which he was well read on Napoleon. That's why I can't figure out what he did that for.
Yeah, Stalin thought Hitler wasn't going to do it either. Yeah, here, alright, I'm posting a link.
Hello.
Is this a KKK, Benny?
Who is the block? Terry.
Shadrick, come home quick. Mama fell, nigga.
What's cool, dog?
Just ring anyone up.
Leave a message after the beep.
Yo, what's up, dog? You want to eat some fried chicken and watermelon?
Shoot, we don't eat watermelon around here. That's that forest boneless ham. Or boneless forest ham. I fucked it up. Yeah, I'm from the South, and I actually don't care much for watermelon. It's kind of weird, I think. I don't hate watermelon. I just don't get excited about it.
No,
I'm not a Mussolini fan. Bet Benny's calling me a Mussolini fan.
Mussolini fanboy.
I'm not.
You fascist motherfucker.
It's like, all right, Phil. What, you think I'm a closeted fascist?
Yeah, everyone is really. It's just that well, it's just eventually you get to a point where it's either going to be libertarianism or fascism. It's one or the other. But the problem with libertarianism is that outside groups who are going to exploit you, and it's just practically fascism works the best in hostile situations. Like if you're in a wartime situation, you need fascism, you need authoritarianism because that works the best in a war. Clearly, fucking demonstrated is like Hitler and Mussolini.
When you say libertarianism, are you talking like ANCAP, anarcho-capitalism, or like what
No,
do you mean?
not ANCAP. I mean like minarchism. You know, where you've got a limited state, where the governments are not involved in the economy, because that can work. But the problem with that is that you're still gonna have the problem with external groups like the fucking Jews and the blacks and the fucking Muslims, etc. You know what I mean? So
then you make it racial.
yeah, you can have a racial policy. You can have a libertarian state that discriminates based on race. You could say, listen, we're having this state for whites only. You could have a.
Let me see if I can find the immigration policy.
Like,
the Naturalization Act of 7. Go ahead.
have a strong fascist leader who will repel the Kushite invaders.
What?
There we go. This is the Naturalization Act of 1790 for America. We're not supposed to talk about it because like America's a nation of immigrants or something. Which is they hang around that the Jewish poem, Eliza, what's her name? The give me your tired, your poor, and your huddled masses, or whatever the fuck. The Jewish bitch that wrote that.
Essentially, you've just got to have monocultural. You got a monocultural society that's ethnically homogeneous, and that works the best. You get the highest IQ. Then,
right?
You select for the best people, and you get a fucking problems at the end of the day. The only problem with it is that they give a fuck at the end of the day. We need to be racist. We need to say, listen, we only want fucking white Europeans in this country, so we can maintain ethnic homogeneity and monoculturalism, so that we can improve our. Because this is the reality, yeah. Like I was saying before, the reason why the East Asians have a higher IQ and are moving towards higher incomes than us, and same for the fucking Jews, etc., is because they have monocultural societies and they're ethnically homogeneous, and that's what we should be moving towards.
I don't know. I haven't had enough time to think about that, so I'm not sure if I fully disagree. But I would like to mention that that whites are kind of a peculiar group, right? As we white males, we have the widest variance in IQ. So some of the most intelligent people to ever put foot on the planet, the Teslas, the Werner von Brauns, etc., have been white. But also, we have a lot of dumbasses, right? We have a lot of like low IQ.
Yeah, but we don't have as many dumbasses as the fucking blacks or the
right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
but I just think that's like interesting about us, you know.
The problem with the blacks and the Muslims, well, the Middle Easterns, is that the majority of them are dumbasses. They don't work. Like in my country, 2/3 of them are unemployed. 2/3 of them are unemployed. They're thick as shit. They're inbreeding as well. The fucking Muslims are inbreeding in my country, fucking their own cousins, like first cousins. And it's a big problem because I think it's like 1 in 5 child deaths as a Pakistani Muslim because they can't stop fucking their cousins. It needs to fucking stop. We need to say, sorry, we don't like your culture. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out and stop fucking your cousins, you weirdo. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like,
I know what you mean.
It's like, archaic selection theory, right? Muslims are just R-types. They're focused on as many children as possible. It's not about quality. They're just pumping out as many as possible. That's the problem. These cultures don't offer anything of any value at all. It's just backwards fucking 14th century bullshit. And we just need to say, sorry, you only want white people now. And if they say, oh, that's racist, you say, congratulations, you're a genius. Of course it's racist. You know what I mean? Because that's what pisses me off. Like when leftists, they'll say to me, they'll say, "Oh, you're a racist," and I'm supposed to say, "No,
Well, when
no, I am. Yeah, that's correct."
when leftists call me a racist, I'm like, I'm not that racist, okay?
Yeah, well, they say you're like Hitler. They say I'm not like Hitler. I'm more right
Nah.
wing than Hitler. I'm worse than Hitler. You fucking
Yeah.
wish I was like Hitler.
Right, like right, like if somebody told me that I was like Hitler, I'd say that would be the least of their worries.
Yeah, I'd say, trust me, if you had Hitler, you'd at
I
least.
mean, no,
get-
don't get me
well,
wrong. Like, I think that he was like, I think that like the things that that the Nazi Party
Yeah.
did was monstrous, but they were monstrous in response to something even more monstrous. Like that's what a lot of people.
Yeah,
It's the
communism.
context.
It's like, yeah, it's the fucking communists, and yeah, I'm not going to go into the alleged deaths of the Holocaust. That's another debate, but
What difference does it make when like the regime that they were essentially, or the ideology that they were fighting against was responsible for double, triple, quadruple the deaths? Like I don't care.
The communists were even crueler. Like if you
That's what I'm saying.
Like the kind of shit that went on at the gulags was worse than the fucking alleged Holocaust. Like they had psychological torture cells where they would bring people in and they'd put them in a room. Like their stories, they'd put people in like a room that would have a light on, like a really bright light on, 24/7. They'd make people stand up like all day, just all day, not allowed to sit down. And there was a loud buzzing sound that would go just all fucking day. Can you imagine the kind of shit that does to? Because what would happen is that they were trying to get confessions out of people, and they knew very well that these people hadn't fucking done anything. Like they hadn't done anything. The reason why they were going to the gulag is because they needed fucking workers. They needed workers. They didn't really give a shit if you were fucking guilty or innocent. They wanted you to fucking confess so that they can send you to. So yeah, these fucking They also they'd have like like bed bugs. They'd purposely like allow bed bugs to breed in these cells, and then force people to sleep on a bed completely filled with bed bugs that would fucking like eat their not eat them alive, but like constantly. But they were proper cruel as fuck. The fucking communists were. They were fucking beyond evil. They didn't fucking end there. You know what I mean? The starvation is
Ridiculously evil.
It's calculated.
What I'm getting a kick out of lately is that is what I'm seeing happen on the right, and especially like the American right, the right wing in the United States, is that people on the right are starting to act just like SJWs, just like leftists, and they're calling everything and everybody Nazis as though it means something. Like you've got people like Dinesh D'Souza that he just came out with a book called The Big Lie, and like Nazi lettering on the front of his, and the theme is that no, it's the left that are really the Nazis. The left is the Nazis, and I'm thinking to myself, no. They're the commies. They're the commies. They're the commies. They're not confused when they call themselves the commies, and they're not confused when they call the right fascists by the standards that they call them. They're not confused about anything. Any of them.
But the thing is that communism is worse than fascism, because at least with fascism, at least with fascism, the economy functions. And you're allowed a degree of freedom. Like if you're a business owner under fascism, you can still earn profit and look after yourself.
Well, I think that
of course you're still directed. You're still directed by the state. You have like you know what I mean. You have to get in line, but you still got a degree of freedom. Whereas under communism, you've got authoritarianism, but you've got no fucking bread. You got fuck all under communism. Got nothing, got no food, no freedom, nothing. Got a property. It's fucking worse. It's worse than fascism. You know what I mean?
I think that leftists bastardize the term fascism. In my opinion, in my opinion, if you took socialism and added fascism, you'd get communism. Like that's what communism is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
But I mean, you know, they bastardize it because they use it on fucking everyone.
Well,
Because they don't know what
it's because they use it in that post World War II propagandized
It's like,
propagandized way that we were all raised on, basically.
It's just a bad word for fascism. Just means to them something they don't like. It's like I don't like this. It's fascist.
you know, you point out that, you know, black people in general commit more crimes than whites. You know, in America, it's like, oh, you're a fucking fascist. Oh, yeah.
It's yeah, but at the same time, I don't know. I would assume by your accent that you're American, that you know that the situation, like when it comes down, like it kind of bothers me, like to bring up like crime statistics and all that, right? Because you know as well as I do that the reality of the situation is much more nuanced than that. That you know, you want to talk about average IQs and whatnot, like the high IQ blacks are living in the same neighborhoods as whites are and Asians and everybody else. It's only the low, like you don't just have race in the United States, you have race and you have class in the United States. And as you raise up into the realm of higher classes, the different races become a little bit more cohesive every time. Like for example, you have ghettos and you have trailer parks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then once you ascend to be above either one of those, you're likely to be living in the same neighborhood with people of other colors. That's how it works in the U.S.
However, it's not just IQ that keeps in regards to like crime. It's also like with blacks, they have certain dopamine receptors that are linked with antisocial behavior, like that MAOA thing. And you've also got the fucking
right. Well, let's just put it. Okay, let's like because I don't even really like the IQ argument. I don't really like the like IQ doesn't really, you know. Yeah, you can be really smart and you could still be like a totally perverse degenerate. Like I would rather live in the same house with somebody who's not quite as intelligent and a little bit more and a little less degenerate, I should say, than somebody who's like a total degenerate, even though he's really smart. You get what I'm saying? Like that doesn't. That's a bad argument for me, as far as as far as my tendency to want to retreat to my own. Like that's not really what it's about. Like-minded people, not people who share like an average IQ, but people who are like-minded people, like an Asian and a white guy, right? Who have who would test at the same exact IQ are still not going to be. You get what I'm saying? They're still not, like in some cases they might be, but in a lot of cases they're still not going to be like-minded people. They're still not going to think the same.
You get someone who's if they're from a different culture, it's very difficult for them to integrate to your society, just because it's not something you can do overnight. It's something that takes generations.
Is it just culture though, or is it or do you look at things?
Well, it's what it comes down to,
through the perspective of the essence of the man that you are, and the essence like of the man that you were born, like that goes up and over culture. What is culture? To me, culture is like a reflection of what goes on inside a group of people's minds that develops into
an operating system.
Culture.
It's an operating system that keeps a country together under some sort of order, and it's a spirit as well. It's a spirit of a nation. It's the kind of values and traditions that come together. But the reason why I prefer like British people over other people, like ethnically British people, is because fundamentally I see this country that I've been born into as a gift. It's not something that I own. It's something that my ancestors have given to me, and they've sacrificed their freedom. Like they've died, some of them. They've put their blood into it and shit. Yeah, so it's not something that I can destroy, so I have to pass it on to future generations because it's a gift, right? And the reason why I prefer
I'll agree with that. Yeah, that
reason why you prefer ethnic Britons is because their ancestors were friends of my ancestors, and I'm sure that if they found out that I had betrayed my Do you see what I mean? So there were people who built this country, and unfortunately, some of their like descendants, what live now, are really shitty people. Yeah, they might be really shitty people who've got no skills or anything. But I think I've kind of got like an obligation to my ancestors to sort of say, I'm not going to completely just fucking throw these people under the fucking wheel. I'm going to help them. I'm going to help them because their ancestors built. Do you see what I mean?
No, I don't really. I don't understand it at all, because what you're talking about is you're talking about like the people that you're talking about have become shitty people, for example, right?
They've become shitty people.
Yeah, and the reason that they have is because they've fully abandoned what their ancestors knew. So they have thrown their ancestors under the bus, and they consider themselves somehow guilty for the success that their ancestors have given.
They just need, I think there'll come a point though. I think there will come a point where I think they'll realise how much they fucked up. Like the leftists, I don't think some of them.
Yeah. There'll become a point, and at that point, when it's too late, they'll realize the mistake that they've made.
Yeah, and at that point,
which you're really close to anyway, when it comes down to.
Some of them won't. Some of them will completely cook. Well, because like some people, they have no in-group preference at all. They don't give a fuck about anyone else. Because there are species like that. It's like I've said, there are R-type and K-type. There are people who give a shit about their own group, and there are some people who do not give a fuck about anyone else apart from themselves. And even if everyone else, it doesn't make any sense though, because if you don't have an in-group preference, you're likely to fucking fail anyway. You're likely to fail. I mean, as an individual,
it's not really what it's. Yeah, but it's not really what it's about. It's about. And I'm not going to say our parents in specific, but I'm going to say our parents being fucking, like in general, right? Like our generations of parents, right? In general, being fucking lazy pricks and not raising us properly. And not raising us to have that pride in our ancestry and what our forefathers did to secure our now. Right.
Right. Yeah.
We've been taught to hold that in contention rather than be appreciative of it.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that there will come a point where people realize that they fucked up, and at that point, I'll sort of say you fucked up, yeah, but you know what I mean. I can. That's why when I talk to like leftists and stuff, I don't really like kick off or anything. I'm trying to sort of get through to them in a way that they can understand. Do you see what I mean? I'm trying to sort of get to their, you know what I mean? It's like a process. Some people you can bring over, and you can sort of say, "Come on, let's not fuck around." So you know what I mean? I'm not really angry with them. It's just that they're not at a level where they can understand yet. You know what I mean? So it's difficult, isn't it?
You think that every single leftist out there, every single person who would promote these kinds of ideas out there, doesn't know better? I don't believe that. I believe that there's a considerable amount of them that do, and they just hate themselves, and they hate you too, and they want to see you suffer.
The Marxists, like the educated Marxists and the communists, they know what the fuck's going on. They want capitalism gone. They want capitalism destroyed. They want the family unit destroyed, and they're completely convinced that it will be a better world once we eliminate differences and we're all equal. Because if we're all brown, if everyone's brown, then we're all equal, and then communism will take it, and it'll be great then. It'll be amazing. that's what they believe. They genuinely.
Even if everybody in the world like made it a point to get together with like some person of another race, and we did it over and over and over again, like 10 generations in a row, and we homogenized the world, so to speak.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like that's a temporary condition that still won't last forever. Like a thousand years from now, you're gonna have Asians again, you're gonna have whites again, you're gonna have blacks again, because they're going to selectively produce their and then, up and over that they're going to selectively have their children based on who they feel to be like-minded with them, and then it'll work out that way.
Yeah, and then you'll get the same shit over again, and then they'll say, "Oh, we're gonna have to do communism." You have to fuck it. But essentially, yeah, there's some leftists who do know what the fuck they're talking about. But I think a lot of people I talk to, they're just not fucking.
Like, I doubt you're gonna find many of them as college students on college campuses. You know.
Find who?
You know, leftists who know what they're talking about.
Well, they own the colleges in the United States. I don't know.
No, but I mean, you know, like if you talk to the average leftist college student, I bet he doesn't know what he's talking about. You know,
they haven't even fucking read Marx. Most of them are communists, and they haven't even read fucking Marx. Fucking the people I talk to, they've got a Che Guevara t-shirt about Che Guevara. What's his first name?
I would be Che.
Again, the revolution.
Ernesto.
Yeah, they're like, I don't need to know it. And I've seen communists debate people who've lived under communist regimes, and they're saying to them, like, there's people who've actually lived in like Romania and shit, and they're like, it was really fucking terrible. We don't like communism. And then you've got these like 18-year-olds with a Che Guevara t-shirt. They're saying, no, you don't understand. You don't understand what communism is. I've fucking been in college.
Cringeworthy.
I know a bit more than you do. Right.
It's like, you know, this like 70-year-old man who survived it, you know, spent most of his life in a communist regime, listening to an 18-year-old who's never been to that country.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know,
it's like, it's not real communism. That's why it wasn't real communism. Just like every other fucking film.
Like, do you watch Vladimir Jaffa?
No, I've never seen that before.
You've never heard of him? He's a Russian guy, Russian YouTuber who likes to talk to the communists.
Oh, cool.
Well, he lives here in America, but, you know, I think he was part of like the Tea Party movement, and yeah, he goes around and talks to commies.
What's his last name?
Jaffe, like Jaffe.
All right.
Vladimir.
Thank you.
Vladimir Jaffe.
I think it's kind of poetic that Russia's starting to go the other way, that they have gone the other way, I should say, that they're like slowly coming along to what we should be, basically, like, given the circumstances. Like, if we're gonna be like, and a lot of people would disagree with that. Oh, they're so totalitarian and they're so fashy, you know, like Putin, you know, and when you have to take into consideration the amount of variety of different people that you have in Russia. So you have to be fashy when you have that many different kinds of people to hold it all down, and to hold it all down in like an honorable manner.
Because the majority of Russians don't know what the fuck they're talking. Because the problem with democracy is that the majority of people, frankly, I don't think they know what they're fucking doing. They haven't got a clue what they're talking about. That's why for me it's either that we have limited government, or fucking, or someone who's an authoritarian but knows what the fuck they're doing.
I'd feel safer at this point in a nice Euro neighborhood in Russia probably than I would in my own country. That's the way I feel
safe in my country. Have you seen what's going on in my country?
Yeah.
Every fucking week there's like a Muslim grooming gang or a fucking explosion.
What if Russia becomes the beacon of European identity? I mean, that's where we're going. Right? Unless shit changes.
They'll never become that. They're too multi-ethnic as they are for that to be the case. They could become like a stronghold for it in certain areas of Russia,
but genetically, there's a lot of Europeans there, right? When you talk about genetics or ethnicity, whatever.
Well, there's a lot of European genetics there. Russians are a mixed people. They're not like just strictly Northern European. They've got lots of Asians, lots of Asian genetics from like the Eurasian horse tribes that went through Russia and through history. They've got a lot of Muslims in Russia.
All this stuff is true. I heard you talking earlier. Would you say that there are aspects of culture that are genetic, or is it just completely environmental?
I would say that some of it is like genetic is like such a sterile term for me.
Hereditary.
When
How about
right,
hereditary?
yeah, I would believe that some of our culture is more of a birthright than it is like some kind of number on a number on a screen or paper.
Okay.
Like
We're like-minded on that. I just was trying to figure out your perspective.
I don't think it matters how smart you. This is in the face of IQs, right? Like I don't think it matters how smart somebody who you share a birthright with is or not. You're still going to be more like-minded with that person than somebody who comes from some distant foreign land and has their own natural.
Well, as a Southerner,
essence
most
of
Southerners,
being or whatever, however you'd like to put it.
most Southerners their genetic makeup is largely of the British Isles. So
Yeah.
Irish, Scots-Irish, Scottish, English. I would say that I could probably go to some town in Australia. There may be some cultural difference. I say shrimp, they say prawn, whatever. There may be some differences. But I would say largely there would be an unspoken understanding of each other because of how similar our genetics are. Even though I'm like a fucking redneck from the United States and they're an Aussie desert dweller,
Well, Aussies,
That's just my opinion.
I would consider Aussies like the rednecks of the British Empire, really.
And they are. That's what they
Well,
are.
sure, but like I'm saying this because of how genetically similar we are.
Yeah. Whereas like a Negroid.
American whites are mutts though. We're not just French or English, or you get what I'm saying. You can look at people who you can look at whites from other nations. Like you can look at a straight Irishman and he'll have features that you can pin down as being belonging to his tribe, his clan. Same thing with the French. French have specific physiological traits that you could look at and go, "That's a Frenchman." Like looks like a Frenchman, right? Right? Like
I agree with
you don't have that same thing in the United States because we're all mixed amongst all the at least all the Northern European nations.
I would even narrow it down and say specifically Northwestern. I think that the genetics that I come from, I can't speak for everyone, are pretty small, right? I mean, I'm not 100% white or whatever. I have a little bit of Native American. I know every white person loves to say that, but I'm white. I don't look like I would wear a breechcloth, but at the same time, I'm not 100% white. So yes, I would look different than say a pure Irishman. But I would also say that the majority of my genetics would be more similar to the majority of a white Australian's genetics.
I wouldn't say that. Like our ancestors came here for like opportunity and all that. Like Australia's ancestors were sent there as a penal colony. Like Australia was a penal colony. That's the founding of that. So that's the genetics that would, no offense, respectfully, that would found Australia's population.
I understand that, but if you look at like ethnicities, like we're genetically more similar to someone of our ethnicity than we are to like a Swede is more genetically similar to a Norwegian than would be a Japanese, right?
And that's another interesting thing is that when you look at Asian peoples, right, they definitely don't share the sentiments that you're talking about. Like a Chinaman wants nothing to do with like somebody from Thailand or a Vietnamese person, and vice versa. They don't share those sentiments that they could just get along.
Because they're monocultural. They don't give a fuck about. That's why it works. It works in their countries. They're monocultural. Mainly because of geography and isolation. But it fucking works for their societies. The only problem is fucking fertility rates in Japan. But apart from that, they've pretty much got
China,
a
man.
society with no problems. They got no fucking terrorism problems.
Right, but
Right.
they still have degeneracy problems that are bringing them down, just like the rest of Europe.
Because of pornography. That's a main problem. Pornography.
I think the Japanese are Eurasian. I don't even think that they're like 100% Asian. They're a Eurasian people.
No, they're very ethnically homogeneous. You know what I mean? There's not many white people.
Sure, so were Native Americans when we got off the boats into the United States, but they were still came from a Eurasian stock, just like the Japanese did.
I think you're saying historically, like not recently, but historically, a European Asian blend. Is that
like the Native American, like the Apache, for example, right, in the United States, and the horse tribes that rolled through.
Yeah, you've got.
Wait,
Russia.
There were tribes
and
of helicopters living in America?
And I said the horse tribes that rolled through Russia, and the Japanese all come from the same lineage.
Yeah, there's a lot of admixture going on. You're right.
But the Japanese were never conquered by the Mongolians. They fended them off.
This was before this is like ancient history before the Japanese made it to Japan.
Yeah.
They were Eurasians before they made it to Japan. They were
like tens of thousands of years ago.
Right, they were Asian Euro mix before they even made it into Japan.
But apparently, this guy thinks that attack helicopters and Asians have a common ancestor.
Who, me?
Yeah, you talk about the Apaches.
I said Eurasian, right?
Oh, he's talking about the Apache Indians. Are you trolling? What just happened?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I got bored.
Like either that or we're losing the plot.
I thought you were talking about like the Rebel Media girl. What's her name? The Lauren Southern. She's an attack helicopter, or whatever. That's what I was wondering if that's what the hell you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean he brought up Apache, so you know, I was thinking about the Apache helicopters.
You know, if we'd never named a helicopter Apache and we tried to name one Apache today, people would like chimp out over that.
Yeah, I mean they chimp out. Like the white people are always like so concerned with everyone else's feelings. The white people are saying that like they were trying to get us to change the Tomahawk missile. They were trying to get us to change that, and the Indian and as well as the Apache helicopter, I believe. And the Indians got together and was like, "Look, they named that because we were warriors and they respected us, and so we're proud. Right. We're fucking proud that."
Right. We name our military equipment after Native American tribes out of respect for their like war prowess that they had.
For 10 years, the Mexicans occupied Texas. And for 10 years, they never, ever drove the Apaches out of Texas. The Comanches came down from Colorado, and in 6 months eliminated the Apaches. The Texans fought the Apaches the entire time, the Comanches and the Apaches, and they never eliminated them out of the territory. It wasn't until 20 years later the entire United States Army descended upon the Comanches of Texas. So the Apaches and the Comanches are very worth like remembering, right? So any Mexican that wants to make Texas like Oslo or whatever, like make Texas Mexico again, well, I'd say they never owned Texas. The Comanches owned Texas.
Lily, if you're talking to us, if there's any way that you can blow up your text, would be nice.
It's Mish. What? It's Mish. Is Mish in here?
Yes. Yeah, he's using the Lily profile.
What is with all this reading? To troll homie.
Yeah,
Cuck rehab. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, he's normally like nigga this, nigga that, and all that stuff. But like the past couple days is like too much.
Shit.
Yeah, he's like too much. I couldn't handle him,
Who are you guys even talking about?
homie.
This guy
He's
from
triggerish.
this other hangout, popular hangout.
Yeah, super ticklish.
Shit,
Did you hear about that? Did you hear about that, Immortal? The one guy was like calling us ticklish because he was mad at us. He was in here like, these niggas ticklish, man.
I got into it actually with an Indian guy yesterday about Native Americans stuff.
A Hindu or what?
No,
Like a dot or a feather?
no, like a feather. I got into it with him
wow.
over that. Because I can't remember exactly how it came about, but the subject came to tribal warfare and what tribal warfare was, because he was like talking about how evil the white man was, of course, and I said okay, because the Indians didn't like pillage and rape their own neighbors for a little bit of food and their women and children, right? Like that never happened in Indian history. No,
Right.
it didn't happen in Indian history. They went to war, and then the women chose to make babies with their husband's murderers. You know, like I know, like that was the dude's response, and I'm like, I can't believe. I mean, that isn't how he put it, but that's what he said, right?
Right.
And I called him out. I said that's just a total rationalization. I said that's not how it happened. I said I'm sorry, but when Europeans showed up, Native Americans were like, you know, I'm not saying that Native Americans are dumb, like some people would say. A lot of people misunderstand the Native American thing. They don't understand that not all Native Americans are the same. They didn't even come to the U.S. at the same time or in the same groups of people. But to say that they were like intellectually and intellectually superior and more civilized than Europeans when Europeans landed off the boat, you got to be kidding me about that. They were scalping their enemies, pillaging and raping their neighbors for a little bit of food. They were ruthless and still lived in the Stone Age on top of that.
Yeah, like I can't stand arguing with liberals about the Indian topic. It's like, why do they even call themselves the Cherokee Nation or the Apache Nation or whatever other nation? Well, a nation is a people united by a common language, border, culture, and heritage. So that means they were totally separate from one another. So you're right. They were a bunch of warring nations. And then these liberals are like, oh, the Indians had the Empire State Building and like tomahawk, weapons are only like for smoking marijuana. And it was just a whole peace, love, and marijuana, It's like, no, you're fucking retarded. I mean, this is basically the types of arguments that they try to make.
But like the Mayans were exploring the solar system, like that tomb of King Pakal that shows the Mayan on the rocket ship. So they had a pretty advanced civilization.
Yeah, the Mayans did,
Right.
as well as the Aztecas. The Aztecas had something going on too.
Right, they just used like
advanced rocket propulsion technology.
Oh, yeah, right. It was ET like, where they just used their minds to propel them into space because they didn't leave anything behind that would suggest anything other than that.
Oh, I don't know. I thought y'all were talking about ancient alien stuff.
I
just got trolled and didn't realize it.
I'll show you the pic of the Mayan on the rocket. Mayan rocket. Yeah, it's like King Pakal, I think. Mayan rocket man.
But there was atrocities committed on both sides of the Indian question, right? Like neither side was innocent. Like the whole like American Indian conflict or whatever was a series of making treaties and breaking treaties, And then another thing, like what type of beast would conquer an entire people and then decide that they should make it into the future? It must be the noblest of all the beasts to completely militarily overwhelm, completely destroy people, and then decide, well, here's a lot of land. We'll let you stay there, and we'll allow you to make it to the future.
I don't know about that. I think that if Thomas Jefferson had had his way, they'd all be gone right now.
Well, that's interesting. What was the Manifest Destiny article? I mean, that's an interesting concept. But the fact is that they didn't, right? We still have these.
No, they
Indians
didn't.
to argue with.
They're right. They didn't because they fought. Basically, you're right. They didn't because they if you look at the Indian tribes that there are survivors of today, like that are in the United States, like the casino owning Indians, right? Those are the tribes that actually put up a fight and didn't assimilate. The other tribes of Indians, they either died of disease or what was left of them assimilated and just got absorbed into European people. They're gone now because of that very reason.
Well, I don't know a whole lot about the subject, but the Cherokee tribe is an interesting one to look at. Is they like didn't even they almost accepted Christianity without conflict at all. They were one of the 5 tribes who did this.
Right, they assimilated, and that's why you'll find a lot of white people today who say that they have some Cherokee back in their family history, and that's probably a big reason for that. Cherokee's a common tribe that white people claim to have ancestry.
Yeah, I read an article one time, and I don't know how true it is, but it basically was saying that in Jamestown, it was the way that the English that were there before had a way of telling the new Europeans that basically they were there longer, because they would say, oh, I have an Indian ancestry, so I have more of a claim, or I'm more of an American than you are, or whatever. I don't know if that's true or not, but it was an interesting concept. But the Cherokees, they fought for slavery. They fought in the Confederacy against the North because they were largely slave owning peoples, and they're still. When you say the casino owning Indians, I think of Cherokee almost immediately. It's the first one.
They'd be like when I think of casino owning Indians, I think of Apache, not Cherokee.
So why are you guys talking about trucks and helicopters now?
Why not?
Cherokee, the Grand Cherokee. This guy, such a troll.
Peyote and fan blades. What's better than that?
Well, I'm listening to your accent, and I'm trying to figure out where you're from. Is that a Michigan accent?
No, you're real close though. I'm in the Midwest.
Oh, in the Midwest. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So you probably have a lot of Scandinavian ancestry, huh?
So when it comes to accents, when you hear
I travel for a living, so I get to hear a lot of different accents.
When you hear Americans that are void of any accent at all, usually they would be from the Midwest.
That's interesting. Actually, I think the ones from the Wyoming area, they kind of talk like that moose from Rocky and Bullwinkle. They kind of remind me of that.
They're a little northern, For me to call Midwest.
What about your truck? What about your truck? You got a flat tire? Eh? Maybe not that much. That's way over exaggerated. But
yeah, that's
full blown. Like that a little bit.
That's full blown Canuck at that point.
All right, yeah, Canadian. I like that Canuck.
The Immortal.
I can hear accents a lot better than I can repeat them.
The Immortal is bored as fuck, and he is not afraid to let us know.
Right. Oh, fucking whistling at us. Fuck, I ain't no dog.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
What were y'all talking about before I cucked whoever was talking before me?
It was what Phil was talking about, and he was.
What was I talking about?
It was. I don't remember, but it was something that Phil was talking about.
Oh, okay. I remember.
Oh, I remember you were saying genetics, and Phil was saying the monoculture and stuff, and you were saying that the Japanese were a Eurasian people.
Yeah, but what I mean is
I interrupted with a question. Go ahead, Phil.
well, what I mean is that Japan, at some point, yeah, they were Eurasian or whatever, but they have established like a monocult, like their culture. It's not open to multiculturalism at all. Like if you go to Japan, they're not interested in Islam. They're not interested in. They've adapted some Western anything that adds to their own culture actually adds to it. They've adopted that like some Western religion. But
Yeah, but the Japanese, just despite their how should I put it, their ethnic awareness, right? Despite that, like their culture is like centuries subverted. Like they haven't had their own culture for a long time. They've just basically had their own version of Western culture for a long
but
time.
it's still Confucianism that dominates. They've got their traditions and values and stuff. Like they're very educated, orientated. They have very strict family values, and they do engage in like ostracization. Like if a woman cheats on someone in Japan, that's a serious fucking problem over there. They're not just gonna accept that. The community will ostracize her and shit. Do you know what I mean? They're very traditional. They're very traditional. They're degenerate in other ways. Like they're all fucking.
I don't know, man. I think that like if you look at Japanese, I don't know how old you are, but I think if I were to look at average Japanese that were my age and younger, that they just are becoming just as degenerate.
Yeah, they're becoming that
Europeans.
way. They're becoming that way, but I think that's because of pornography. I think pornography is bad for any fucking civilization, any fucking state.
Tentacle porn.
It's fucking bad.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. Like you look at their look at the Chinese cartoons, for example. Look at how depraved the Chinese cartoons are.
Naruto.
I'm saying this. This is the reason why they have low fertility rates. Because the problem with Japan, right? The reason why they have low fertility rates is a few things. In their culture, they're afraid of failure. Failure is not an option in Japanese culture. If you're a Japanese male and you don't get a successful job, in their culture, it is quite common for people to kill themselves. They have like that tradition of killing yourself if you fucking don't.
With your katana?
They fucking kill themselves.
Yeah, so, I think that the average Japanese, like the 20-year-old Japanese guy, right? If he's not like gonna be wildly
guys,
successful.
I'm going over to Benny's chat, so it's live streamed and shit. If you want to come join me, I'll be over there. If not, deuces.
Okay, where are we going then?
Anyway, you look at if you're not like a really wildly successful guy like what you're talking about in Japan today, right? You're just like you're staying in your cubicle apartment and you're playing video games and you're reading manga. You know, like that's
because it's in their culture. Because the problem is, right, with Japanese males is that when the dating game, like the dating game that we play, like Western people are quite adept at that because a big part of the dating game is accepting failure. Because when you talk to women, you're going to get fucking rejected by a lot of them. I don't give a fuck what you look like. You're going to get rejected. Whereas Japanese men can't deal with rejection. Instead of dealing with the rejection, they're staying in their fucking cubicles and jacking off to fucking anime. And they're marrying these fucking... Like, they fucking marry anime characters in Japan.
Everybody should be
Sakura-chan.
Everybody should be absolutely required to call it Chinese cartoons. Never call it anime. Always call it Chinese cartoons.
That's the problem. They instead of actually going out there and getting women, like what is it? I read a fucking thing that said, I think it's like over 40% of males not just males and females. I'll find the article. I think it's more than that as well. I think it's like 50% of fucking people who are reaching the age of 30 in Japan have not had any sex whatsoever.
They, in Japan, I think in Japan, I either read this or heard it not long ago. In Japan, they sell more adult diapers than infant diapers. Japan.
Because their culture, the problem with their culture, it's so fucking traditional. It's fucking daunting as fuck. Because you can't just ask a girl out on a date in Japan. It's got the parents involved in all sorts of shit.
I think that I don't know. You should like. There's a couple of documentaries that are like online that you can watch about what's going on in Japan, and and the way that they explain it is a lot different than what you're talking about. It's not men being afraid to be being afraid to be rejected. It's men knowing that they're going to be ahead of time because they interview like the Japanese women, and they're not even shy about it. They're like, yeah, he has to have a good job, right? He has to already own a house, lock, stock, and barrel, and a car, and he has to be able to provide me with a financially independent retirement for the rest of my life before I'd even consider like marrying him and squeezing out squeezing out one of his kids. Like those are the standards in which a lot of Japanese women have. And
that's the problem with like K fucking like people who are focused on quality over quantity. That is a big problem because the birth rates stay really fucking low. But it's not really a problem in Japan, provided they had no if there was no welfare. I'm not even sure if they have welfare in Japan. If they have, I think they have some sort of welfare. It's only a problem for the government. If there was minimum government, they wouldn't really give a fuck. It'd be like, this is the kind of country we want. There's nothing wrong with having low birth rates. There's nothing wrong with having low birth rates, provided there's no welfare. If there's no welfare or anything like that, that's fine. You know what I mean? It just ensures, if women want to be like that, if they want an incredibly high standard, fair play to them. You know what I mean? Because there'll always be someone who will do that. But yes, essentially.
There's other things that come into play with Japan too. Like they're fortunate to be somewhere where there's really not a whole lot of people who want to come over and take what they have.
No. But I've heard the article I read as well. It did go into the rejection thing as well, because I think that's important to take on board as well, because they do have a problem. That there are a significant amount of people who are terrified of rejection in that country, because it's just something about because of Confucianism, because of how strict their fucking culture is.
I think it's again, if they interview the men and they're not afraid of the rejection, they are just not willing. They're just not willing to play the females' games. Like they're not willing to meet the demands of some Japanese, or even the majority of Japanese women that are laying down.
Kind of afraid of fucking rejection as well. You know what I mean?
Well, there's a difference between there's a difference between rolling the dice and having the confidence to know that you're like what a woman is looking for, right? And that woman straight up making it clear that you don't meet the standards, right? There's no fear involved. Like there's no maybe she'll overlook the fact that I don't own my own house at like 20, right? And that I don't.
Although it's kind of like that now in this country as well. That the country I live in, a lot of women are like that. They're like that in my country as well. It's not just Japan. They got unrealistic standards.
I would be willing to bet that in Melbourne though that you could talk your way past that a little bit with some women at least. Right?
Melbourne. I live in England, don't you?
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't blame women for having high standards.
Well,
I have high standards too.
Yeah, you got to have standards, yeah. But a problem in the United Kingdom is that we have falling birth rates, and we're being replaced with another fucking race that have got higher birth rates. So there's got to come a point where white women, we've just got to say, sorry, you need to start reproducing, stop fucking around. We're going to be replaced. Yeah, we're going to be replaced by the fucking Muslims. We're going to be replaced by the Muslims if you don't have sex with me. That's what I'm going to say. That's going to be my next jack-up line.
It's like, man,
that's a really good pickup line. Like Deus Vult.
I'm not fucking around, ladies. We've got to make babies now.
You know, honestly, man, like the notion of like a world without white people in it makes me feel depressed. Like,
Yeah, it needs to happen because the problem with white women, especially in my country, is that they're not having children. They're not having enough children. Some of them reach the age of 30. Because what happens is that because of feminism, right, they have been pursuing careers. They've been told, oh, you can go pursue a career. Why would you want to be a fucking mother? That's a stupid thing.
They don't even, you know what, though? They don't even do that. If you look at the statistics, they pretend like they're pursuing careers. They don't even do that. If you look at even today's statistics, you look at like through age and education groups of men and women, right? Women consistently work like 3/4 of the they consistently only put in 3/4 of the time that a man does, like, period. Doesn't matter what the age or the level of education is.
I don't think they should even be doing that. The problem is that I think women should put. I think it needs to be the case that in the West we need to say, listen, right, you've had your chance, you've had your fucking freedom and all this shit, but you've got to make babies now. You've got to make babies. We've got a fucking real problem where we're being replaced by.
Good luck with that.
Benny. We've got to take their rights away. We've got to take their rights away by gunpoint if necessary. We've got to say, listen, sorry, this ain't the fucking game anymore. We're getting replaced by the shitskins, and you've got a fucking job there in the kitchen. That's what your job is. I know you don't like it.
Phil, did he get that for me?
What?
Did he get that term for me? Shitskin?
Shitskin? No, that's my one, that is.
So what you're basically implying is that we need white Sharia.
Yeah, I do. It's good. It's a good system. It works. It fucking works. We have a problem, right? We have a problem which is falling birth rates, right? A large part of that is because we give women freedom. We give them the freedom to decide whatever they want to do. And the problem with that is that a large proportion of them, well, not a large proportion, but there are many women who choose shitty partners, like they pick the worst people possible to fucking reproduce with. They don't have enough children, or they pick terrible partners and then end up single mothers. So you've got a problem where you're like, because you need a stable family unit to start off with. If you put a kid into a single mother household, that's potentially a time bomb, isn't it? That kid could turn into a criminal or just a terrible fucking person. And this happens.
Yeah, I've read Ann Coulter too.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So essentially, not white Sharia, just a more conservative, traditional society where we ostracize people, where if people, you know what I mean? Just, they need to be making babies. That's what it comes down to. Phil, viewers are angry with you. Why? Why are they angry with me? Because they said you're racist. Well, yeah, I am racist. That's not like controversial. I'm not going to go, oh, but what's the point? There's nothing wrong with being racist. It's natural. It's natural to be racist. Everyone is racist. It's just white people who are not racist. You know what I mean? Just use not fucking. Oh, Amy's pissed off. Amy, the fucking civic nationalist. Amy's a civic nationalist. She's the one who's gonna. And an African American lady. Why is she pissed off?
Like she'd be a black American, not an African American.
Right. Okay. She's a black American. Okay. So, listen. At the end of the day, right? It's great. It's been bad for America to allow the Africans to go to America and stuff. At the end of the day, we need to put our own people before anyone else. That's just what it comes down to. At the end of the day, I want a white only. Well, not a white. Yeah, fuck it. I want a white only majority country. Well, a white majority United Kingdom. I believe that if the United Kingdom was white majority and was monocultural, it would be a better society, and it would function better as well. It'd be more focused on quality.
I don't agree with that. I think that like, no offense, but I think that your ilk became a worse society before those doors opened. That's the reason those doors are open to begin with, is because of
the fucking socialists. That's why they're fucking opened, because we've been took over. Because we used to be a traditional conservative fucking. If you go to fucking Victorian, if you know slavery, Oh, are you sure she wants to have a conversation about slavery? Because I don't think she's going to like what I believe. Because I believe that slavery was a good thing. I do. I don't think it was that bad.
Man, fucking Labour Party.
The Labour Party. Because essentially what happens, right, that there have been studies on what happens is that if babies are born into stressful situations, right, and because like when I'm talking about R and K theory, right, there are two types of people. So there are people who invest in children and want quality.
Yeah, like if babies are born into stressful environments, you're gonna be they're more likely to be the R type, right?
Left wing, yeah.
The quantity type.
Yeah, they're gonna be more left wing. That's what happens because they're gonna be anti-competition and shit like this. But essentially, yeah, the fucking Labour Party, because of their influence in my country, they have over the decades continually been against, like, chipping away at like identity, white identity. They've been chipping away at that, and the British people have not been allowed to have a British identity for a very long time. That's why if I put an England flag up, in my garden now, they would probably think I was a racist. They'd say, "You're a racist. Why the fuck have you got an England flag on, you big racist?" Whereas if a fucking Muslim down the road puts up a big fucking ISIS flag, everyone will walk around and go, "Oh, isn't that beautiful? Diversity, guys." Like, for fuck's sake, they've been cooked. You're right. They've been cooked. We need the England of the Victorian times. That's what we need. We need that kind of shit. We need traditional values, conservative traditional values. No fucking brown people anymore. Just fuck them all off. At the end of the day, I know it's not very nice, but I think you should all go back to your ethnic origin. Like Hitler said, I think we should fucking keep all of the colours to their own. If we want to preserve diversity, the best way of preserving diversity is putting everyone with their own ilk. And if everyone's with their own ilk, it will be better that way for everyone. Better for everyone. There'll be no problems. There'll be no fucking terrorism, no fucking shitskins blowing people up, no fucking child grooming gangs, no fucking Islam. Just fuck it all up.
I disagree. I think that it's a lot more nuanced than that. I think, for example, that and I'm not going to claim this for every Black American in myself, right? Because there are Black Americans who do hate me just by virtue of what I look like, right? But there are also a lot of Black Americans that I could accept into my tribe because we have a shared history. And we have shared goals, basically. And I'm not saying I'm gonna go out and have like 42 mixed babies. I'm not telling you that. That's not it. But Blacks through history in America have had periods of time where we have been good. Like, we have been good neighbors to each other, basically, and we have been each other's countrymen. In other words, look at and that's not you don't have that situation probably in the UK being English or you know whatever it is.
Right. It's not in England, right? All the races separate themselves. They don't get along with it. Everyone pretends as if we're multicultural and we all get along with each other. But what actually happens is that Black people have their own Black neighborhoods, Muslims have their own Muslim neighborhoods, Jews have their own Jewish neighborhoods, and whites have their own white neighborhoods, and no one integrates with anyone. And it's like a war between each fucking neighborhood where Muslims are taking over, and they're taking over every fucking town.
See, that's your problem. See, you need to come to America. We all hate the government. Like, we're united together. We're actually a melting pot, unlike you guys. So I can understand why you would think like it doesn't work. So from your life experiences and from your perspective, I can understand why you have a flawed worldview. But
it's not flawed. It's fucking reality. At the end of the day, right?
Sure.
We need ethnic homogeneity and cultural and monoculturalism, right? Because that way you can preserve your way of life. At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, Western civilization is the best fucking civilization in the world. Islam, the Arabs, they're shit. We don't want their fucking culture in England.
But I
It's
would
fucking
argue, but I would argue that Black Americans are at this point part of Western civilization Western civilization.
possibly.
They're part of our American Western civilization.
Yeah, but I'd say it's a bad thing. I'd say it's a bad thing because the kind of culture, unfortunately, that African, well, black people are responsible for in general is kind of
incorrect.
toxic.
American culture is the most strong culture on the face of the planet, and we dominate the entire globe. So don't sit in a third world country and try and tell me about what culture is.
Become shitty. You've got rappers. You've got.
Do you live in the UK, Phil, or do you live in America?
That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. You say because I live in the United Kingdom, I can't.
No, it's not, because you don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like to live in an upper class neighborhood that has blacks, whites, and Asians in it. You don't know what that's like. You just said that you don't. You just said that you don't know what that's like. And remember what I said way earlier is I said you have ghettos, and then you have trailer parks, and when people ascend beyond that level, they usually find themselves in the same neighborhoods with any other race in the United States, or at least in the middle of America where I live.
I don't think you should prefer other races to your own race. I think that you've got an obligation to ensure that your race survives.
It doesn't have anything to do with that. It doesn't have anything.
I don't think other races are going to preserve your way of life. I don't think they're going to preserve Western civilization.
What makes you think that, it must be the rap videos and the World Star and all that you see. What makes you think that all Black Americans don't?
Not all Black Americans.
Don't. You know what I'm saying? Or even the majority of Black Americans don't share the same way of life that Americans do.
Let's try to show me.
Right. The problem I have with not all Black Americans, I have a problem with the ones with IQs below 100 who listen to rap music all day, fuck around, and blame white people for all their problems. That's the problem I have with. I don't like rap. I don't like rap culture. I don't like hip hop. I don't like any of that bullshit. I also don't like the fact.
Okay, all right. I you know what? I heard. And why is there an echo?
I don't know. Go on then. Continue.
And I agree with you on some of the things you said. You know, white people are losing their identity. They are losing their culture. They're losing their entire continent. You're absolutely right about that. But those are the choices that your people have made. You have all these Muslims in your country. You decide to let them in your country, okay? So that's nobody's fault. Africa is still Africa.
Why don't you go back to Africa then?
But Europe is not Europe. So that's your people's own fault. You can't complain about what your people have done. It's not cool to be. I agree. It's a lot of minorities. Yes, we did. So I agree with you. You should have your own identity. Correct. That being said, there's still no reason for you to be a complete and flat out racist when your people are the ones who brought.
There are plenty of reasons why it can be a racist.
Hold on, I'm sorry. You're going to come in here and try and say Africa's still Africa, when in reality, Africa's being raped by multinational corporations, by the Chinese and the white man combined. And hold on, let me finish. I'm sorry. Europe, hold on. You're complaining about Europe being taken over by other genders of people. Well, I'm half black and half white. And so just so you understand, I'm not trying to be racist here or anything. But there's more, hold on. There's less white people than there are any other people in the entire fucking world, okay? They're outnumbered. Okay?
I agree with it.
So there's more Asians, there's more Muslims, there's more Africans. That's why.
So we're going to preserve Europe and America.
That's why Europe is getting taken over. It doesn't have anything to do with the choices that they made. So
it has everything to do with the
I just think that was an intellectually dishonest argument. That's all.
Okay, so anyway, I want to say something now, right?
Really, I think that when you allow mass importation of other, when you allow the mass importation of other people into your country, that's a decision, right? That's a choice. That's a choice.
When you destroy their home countries, so they have to come to your country.
You know what? That's the
when they can't do shit.
That's the lamest ass propagandized excuse ever.
So you don't know about colonization.
The government's made those decisions.
colonialism, you know, that they
You know about modern day colonialism as well with corporations and multinational corporations.
Right, you know, I file it right under like terms like white privilege.
Yeah, it's bollocks, right? We did good for those
you're
people.
Not familiar
like,
with them.
you look at the quality of life before the English came to India. Here's an example: we came to India and we colonialized them. How horrible we were. We improved that. Oh yeah, and the corporations in Africa. That's an example. Well, guess what? Their corporations in Africa do? They give people jobs. That's right. They give people jobs. They give them money. Isn't that great?
That's why they're in Africa. That's why Africans are letting them in Africa. Come on now. The Western people don't want to help. So what? The fucking East Chinese came in. They're buying up the land. They're fucking marrying African wives, having kids.
Giving them a better quality of life. Look at their average life expectancy.
They are.
It's increasing because of white people and because of the Chinese coming to Africa. We're helping you out. That's the reality.
No, I don't look at it that way with the Chinese. Sorry, that's not their motive for going into Africa.
Yeah, they're motivated by profits. Well, because they're motivated by profit, they are increasing the average life expectancy of other people, right? People are getting jobs, right? No one's forcing these people to work.
Why are we in Africa? Is this some kind of, what do you call it, philanthropic beneficiary here? Like, are we just trying to do this out of the kindness of our hearts?
They are trying
to are we there to get something? Are we there to get the resources?
Yeah, we're there to get the resources, right?
Oh, okay.
But we're still giving them a better life. If we left, they'd have fuck all. They'd have no jobs, no quality of life. They'd die off.
I'm just trying to figure out where the hole in your logical argument is coming from.
What do you mean the hole in my? There's no hole in my argument.
Africa would still be there whether the Chinese was there or not.
No, it wouldn't. If we didn't give them foreign aid, they'd die off.
No.
That's the hole in your logical argument, I guess.
Why is it a hole?
That's the hole.
We give them money.
Can I dismantle that for a moment? Can I just dismantle it for just one moment? Like the if we didn't give them foreign aid, that they die off. Please I think that foreign aid actually hurts them more than it helps them. And the reason I think it hurts them more than it helps them is it helps to destroy their own economies in their own countries. Why work, right? Why work? Why contribute to the economy and work in Africa when food falls from the sky? Like literally falls from the sky via parachutes, right?
Yeah, well, they die off anyway.
And yeah, that too. What Lily said.
That's a good point.
Well, the point is that I'm against foreign aid. I don't think we should give any money to the Africans. Every country that we've colonized, we've helped them out in some way, right? Like an example, we came to India, we gave them a fucking legal system, an education system, healthcare, roads, and we improved the average life expectancy from the age of below fucking 30. And by the time we left, it went up to about 48. The average life expectancy increased. Everything was fucking great. Every country that Britain went to, we made life for everyone better in some way. Yeah, just like the slaves, right? The slaves, right, which came, their average life expectancy was below 30. They were all dying in shit. Yeah, you brought them to America. They had an average IQ of below 59. Some of these people did. You brought them to America, and you've made their lives better. Sure, some of the slaves, yeah, some of the slaves were treated badly. And that's probably a reason why there should have been some legislation in place to ensure that slave owners, you know, we're not too brutal or harsh. Yeah, but some slave owners treated their slaves.
It should have never happened in the first place.
Slavery sounded like it was a picnic or something. Come on now, be rational.
If it wasn't for slavery, what country would you be in now?
I don't know. I don't even know where my people actually come from. They didn't keep records of us.
But would you be living in America?
They didn't care what we were or where we came from. I have no idea.
You wouldn't be living in you'd be living in, I think it's like the west coast of Africa. You'd be living in the west coast of Africa, dying at the age of 30. That's where you'd be living. You know what I mean? The way the slave owners saw it is that they thought they were helping these people out, right? These people had an average IQ below 60. Yeah, because this is pre any sort of education or anything like that. So you got a very low IQ, low average income per year, average life expectancies, fuck all basically. It's like below 30. If you check it now, it's below 30 in some African countries. Yeah, So how would you help these people out? How would you help
Wait. Did you say below 30, Phil?
what average life expectancy?
Oh shit, my bad. I thought you were talking about IQ. Sorry.
Not IQ. Fucking hell, that's
No, I mean I wasn't really paying too much attention, so
right.
sorry.
So essentially, right, a lot of these slaves came from, I think it's either the west coast of Africa or the east coast of Africa, right? You can look at
the majority of them came from like places like Angola and Sierra Leone.
right. So essentially, these slaves, these Africans, right? They had very low IQs, right? They had very low IQs. They had low average incomes. Their life expectancy was below 30. If you're a fucking African in that time of in that time of history, you weren't living long. You weren't living long at all. You were dead. If you got past 30, congratulations, but it isn't going to last long, right? So you can make an argument that these slave owners brought them to America and gave them a better life. Where would you prefer to live? Would you prefer to live in Africa and die at the age of fucking 30 with no money, starving all the fucking time, with fucking epidemics and shit all the time? Or would you prefer to live in America? And yes, conditions might be harsh, but it's a better life, isn't it? It's a fucking way better life.
Yeah, but even okay, let's say you promote that, right? Then you turn around and you say, no, these Black Americans, right? Which if you look at, I think I've read it before that like the average Black American at this point is 20% European, right? These Black Americans, which are at this point like physically one fifth our people, right? 1/5 our people, and they've lived with us for hundreds of years. No, they can't be our countrymen anymore. That's that's ridiculous in my opinion. And that's and believe me, like in any other way, shape, or form, I'm alt-right as hell. But that's where I have to divide from the alt-right.
Okay, listen, right? I'm not about kicking all the Black people out or anything like that. I just think we should remove the dysgenic factors in society to ensure that.
How about regardless of color? Then at that point, let's hold it to a standard. Like I said, the blacks that live on my street. Right, I'll give you one example. There's a Black family that lives on my street, and they are literally like the Black version of June and Ward Cleaver.
Right. Okay.
The hedges are perfect. Shirt and tie and sweater, and they are part of Tribe White at this point.
Okay, well, that's all right then. So listen, right? Essentially, right? All I think that needs to be done is that America. Well, I don't know what your country's going to do. I've got no fucking concern of your country, but the United Kingdom, I believe that the United Kingdom is a white country, and I believe that the ethnic Britons of the United Kingdom have a right to preserve the majority population.
Can you not? But can you not call the Black British who have been in your country for 6 generations your countrymen?
No. I don't think you can. No, you can't, because there's a significant difference between a Black Briton and a white Briton. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying they're bad people. I've got Black friends, right? But they've got a different culture because they come from.
Okay, but to the extreme that you couldn't consider them a part of your countrymen. I'm not saying that you have to go out. I'm not saying that you have to go out and find a nice Black chick and have like 20 Black kids, or you know what I'm saying, 20 mixed kids. But to put that deep of a divide, right? Like they can't be my countrymen, right? We can't have a unified cause.
You can be a mouse. You can put a mouse. A mouse can be born in a fucking barn. Doesn't mean it's a fucking horse, does it? Right. The point is, right, is that the majority of Black Britons that I've met, right, they have a strong attachment to their Jamaican ancestry. I don't blame them for that. I don't think it's something that they can get rid of.
Jamaican ancestry, right? Like in the reason that Jamaicans like the reason that Jamaican would be offended if you called them an African, right, is that they recognize that admixture. Like Jamaicans are also, they're like X amount percentage of European, and they acknowledge that regardless of what you look at and how you look at them based on what they look like, they have European genetics, and there's European genetics in Jamaica.
They're not British.
Okay.
It was built by white people for fucking white people. That's the reality. They're good people and stuff, but they're not fucking British. They're not the same as British people. There's a complete fucking difference.
So like six generations later, they can't have that. They're not allowed to have that same.
It never
British
happens. I have never met a black person in the United Kingdom that I would deem to be British, that had British values and British traditions and British mannerisms. That's never happened at all. What happens in the United Kingdom is that the black community keeps to itself and preserves its own customs and traditions.
Do they
That
keep
should
to
be more like America.
Do they keep to themselves, or is it you keeping to
Yes,
yourself?
they do. No, they do. Right. If you go to England, right, there are the way it works, right, is that there are white communities, not done by force. This isn't done by force. This is what happens. This is what happens when you put people from different cultures together, right? The black people prefer their own way of life, and I understand why they prefer their own way of life. They like being surrounded by their own people, and they live in their own neighbourhoods. Like if you go to London, example, in London there are black communities like Brixton. Brixton is majority black. If you go to Birmingham, they have their own black communities. There are some white people who live in these communities, but the majority of them are black. Yeah, just like you have Muslim communities that are majority Muslim with the odd white person or whatever, right? The idea
I don't think it's a compare. I don't think you can compare like black Brits and black Americans to Muslims.
Not at all. No, they're completely different. They're completely different, right?
Can I ask Phil a question, please? If America is the most powerful and influential country on the face of the planet, shouldn't you want to be more like us?
No, because your society's going down the shitter. Because you've adopted multicultural.
No way, man. It's not near as far down the shitter as yours is.
Well, why should we emulate yours? I don't want to.
We're not near. We're per capita. We're not near as degenerate as you are.
That's very true.
It depends what kind of Britain you're talking to. If you're talking
we're descendants of the religious reformists.
Yeah, well,
who rejected degeneracy. You guys just continue to run with it. And the people,
we're the strident path.
That nation of immigrants that you're talking about, a lot of those were reformists, like Amish and Quakers, who went on to spread their reformist values as to where the European churches had become degenerate at the time, and they got away. And that was their escape from it. That's how they got away from it. So you look at like hundreds of years later, right? Hundreds of years later, and surprise, surprise, we're a less degenerate nation than.
You're less degenerate. That's why you have cities like Chicago that are a complete fucking shithole, full of blacks fucking attacking people. And
but people have their I'm not saying that that's not a problem, but
it's very violent.
Hey, if the United Kingdom was the size of America, if you had 300 million people, you would actually have problems as well. But you don't. You have a tiny population.
You look at England,
tiny population on a tiny island. You don't even understand the basics of economics in a country like America because you live on a fucking tiny island.
I wouldn't say tiny island, but I will say that hit like it's what is it? It's like 1/5 the population of the United States, like 65 million people in the UK. I want to say somewhere around that vicinity. And here's the kicker.
You said 65?
I think it's 60.
It's 65.64 million. Good job.
Yeah, I thought it was around 65 million. And here's the kicker: like the Muslim population, I still don't think has broken. And I might be wrong about this, but the last time I read, it hadn't broken 3% of the population yet.
Like their population.
I'll go ahead and check
exploded.
That.
Right, so
Muslims consist of 5% of the population. Oh wait, yeah, in the United Kingdom,
Mesh, why do you have
England, it's 5% of the population.
Why do you have a commie flag on your profile?
Well, I was just why don't you ask about the Nazi flag? You don't have a problem with
Nazi
that?
flag? No.
Nazis great.
Well, I did a bigger American flag to kind of counteract the fact.
Fuck America.
Anyway,
I gotta get rid of
that fucking Fagshevik flag, man.
Anyway, man, I don't think they like, maybe you're right, Phil.
5%.
Maybe the black culture of the UK is different than it is in the US, but at this point in the United States, whites and blacks have fought and died together for this country for years
in
and
World War II,
generations
not in World
at
War
this
II,
point.
not in World War II. Blacks didn't fight. In World War II, blacks fought segregated. Didn't they? They didn't fight side by side, did they?
No, but they were in. But they were all in for Vietnam, though, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah, but
right. They joined the fight as soon as we let them, basically, to fight for our country, basically.
Well, they're not going to preserve. Well, the point is that America doesn't really have any culture anyway. You haven't got the same sort of culture as we.
So you say? I mean, like, that's nice of you to say that. You know, I disagree. I think that.
Well, what's your culture then?
Our culture is the culture that's invading your country right now and making your daughter fuck black men.
I love obesity and rock music's amazing. Fucking love that shit. Worth preserving, isn't it?
You know that's a fallacy.
Average IQ in America as well. What is it? 98. What's it in my country?
Are you gonna? Excuse me. You're really gonna talk about obesity? Hold on.
Yeah.
I know, obesity? like the Brits don't have like their fair share of fat fucks in their country. Like, that's like one of the things that the internet cured, right? Before the internet, Americans had like this. They had this like different vision or this.
Hey, Phil, look how fat I am.
You're not fat.
They had like average
I'm so obese, Phil.
No, but you know what I'm saying, Phil. Like before.
You know what I eat? I like to eat Big Macs. I like to eat fucking triple cheeseburgers. I like to eat steak.
Yeah, see, the problem is that you're
go suck a black dick, man.
I like to eat fucking
black dick,
ice cream sundaes.
Yeah, the problem with American culture is that it's not traditional in the sense that you have a Big Mac, that's your culture, where you have fast food, whereas an English family will sit down with each other. They'll sit down with each other and have a meal where they actually talk to each other and get to know each other and educate their children. We actually educate our children. Isn't that fucking amazing? We actually have an education system that works. Isn't that fucking crazy?
I know it works so much that they just had to shut a school down for teaching kids that rape was okay because it was like Islamic doctrine. That happened recently.
That's a Muslim school. That's not an ethnic British.
Right, but you let it happen in your own country.
I didn't let it happen.
No, but you know what I'm saying. Your government let that happen.
If you go to an ethnic British school, like a Church of England school, you'll see a completely different fucking attitude. You'll see kids going out. Yeah. You'll see kids leaving school with IQ, with fucking loads of GCSEs and going to university and getting a good fucking career. That's what you'll see at Church of England. No, Church of England's not Catholic, not at all. No, right? So you need to separate the difference. You're right. My country's fucked. Your country's fucked as well because the Muslims are going to come to your country eventually.
We'll see about that. Eventually. You know what though? You know when they do come to our country though, because it is part of our American culture. We'll have our own guns waiting on them.
Oh right.
Yeah. When they come and try to clown in our country, it's not going to be the same helplessness. The same helplessness that the
attack you. They're not going to attack you. They don't need to attack you. They'll outbreed you. That's how they'll take over your country. They'll take over your country by outbreeding you. The average Muslim female has a fertility rate of like a Syrian has a fertility rate of 5. They have like 5 children. They aren't fucking around. Muslims do not focus on quality. Like an American family, right? All American families, I don't know about black families, but like white families, American white families in general, focus on quality. I'm not wrong in saying that. Like they don't just have kids for the sake of it. They invest in their children, and they only have children that they can afford. Is that a fair comment that Americans would do that?
No, like it would depend on the. It would depend on the
children. So people don't plan for children.
No, like it would depend like that. This whole K and R type that you were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah,
that varies in America. We have all different kinds of cultural
in general, from the average middle class family.
You can find people. You can find Germans in America that are more proud and more culturally German than Germans are in Germany right now. Like that's how it works.
But yeah, the point is that Muslims don't invest in quality at all. They just have as many fucking children as possible, and that's how they'll take over your country. Not by violence, not by attacking you, not by shooting you or any shit like that. They'll just take over in raw demographics. That's how they're doing it in the UK. They're doing it by fucking outbreeding us. It's fucking incredible. They're like rabbits, man.
They're also doing it by like scaring you into being
political correctness.
Being so
I don't
cut.
say anything about Islam. If I say anything about Islam on Facebook, I'm fucked. Whereas if a Muslim is involved in like a child grooming scandal or something, they get loads of fucking protect. It's like I'm listening to the radio today, and they're there fucking acting as if the Muslims are the victims. They're there saying, "Oh well, we need to think about the Muslims because there's obviously going to be an increase in bigotry in the future." It's like, well, what the fuck? Who are the real victims here? Why are we protecting the Muslims? Stop it. You know what I mean? Fuck that shit. Who gives a fuck about the Muslims? It's ridiculous. I think, and the problem with the Muslims as well is that the majority of them are on welfare as well. But yeah, I'm not like a fascist. I'm only a fascist when the shit hits the fan. Yeah, when the shit hits the fan, I'll become a fascist. At the minute, I think that the only thing you need to do is to eliminate the welfare. You can do that in America as well, and in the United Kingdom, and that'll solve out all your fucking problems. The whites won't become a minority in America then, and they won't become a minority in England either if we did the same thing then. But if it continues, if the welfare state continues, the whites will become a minority, and that's when there will come a point where the fucking fascists will take over. Just saying, that's what will happen. So it needs fixing quickly.
I think it's deeper than that. I think there's something going on that's way more significant than that. I don't think that you have you have people that are boating Africans into Italy and Australia at the same time, and that's just that's just a coincidence. That's like an act of war of some sort.
It's the United Nations. Like the United Nations had a meeting where they were. It's to do with fertility rates, but I believe it's just because they want white people gone. Essentially, they want white people gone because white people want limited government. The majority of white people want limited government. That's reality. That's what we're sort of moving towards now. So I just think they just want a population of people who will vote for fucking them. You know what I mean? An example would be the Labour Party in my country, the Socialists. They want the fucking refugees in because they'll all vote Labour. They'll all fucking vote Labour. None of them will vote Conservative. Be fucking crazy. They're not going to vote Conservative. They're all voting Labour. So I think obviously Labour are just fucking on board with that, and you can guess that a certain race of people fund the Labour Party. They've got hook noses as well. They've got hook noses, and they were persecuted by Mr. Hitler. Yeah, they fucking fund the Labour Party. They're right on board with the Labour Party. You may as well call the Labour Party the Jew Party. Just Jews. The Jews. It's called the fucking Jews. That's what they are. Why have you got a clock on your ball, man? It's time. Yeah. I don't hate races. I don't hate other races. I just want to preserve my own race because it's going to get fucking eliminated eventually.
I wanted to trigger you because it's not using your type of time, right? You guys don't use that time, right?
What?
You guys use the 24-hour clock in Britain, right?
Yeah, damn right we do.
So I hope you're triggered.
At the end of the day, right, what it comes down to is that whites are going to get eliminated, man. We're getting fucking eliminated, and it's going to be a bad thing, especially for England, because if England becomes just fucking fucking England stan, which it fucking will become. At this rate, it's just going to become England stan. And that's not going to be a good thing. The fucking Muslims are taking over. It's not the blacks. I've got a problem with black people in England. They're usually all right people.
5% of the population, as old boy looked up earlier. I thought it was 3, but he corrected me, and it was 5% of the population.
What are Muslims?
Yeah, in the UK right now.
But they're taking over certain cities like London. London is majority Muslim. That's a fucking key city. That is
still 5% of the total population. It's not like you're not in a position where you couldn't turn it around. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. It depends who you're talking to. There's not many people like me in my country. The majority of people in my country are completely fucking cooked.
I know that. See, I think that people like you need to find another home at this point. That's my opinion. I think that you need to go somewhere else. I don't know, New Zealand maybe. I don't know, some here or New Zealand. You know, maybe, I don't know, but I think that if you see that in the dice, right? If you see that that's how it's going to work out, why would you even stay?
Because it's worth defending, man. Britain's fucking good, man. It's a good place to live. The weather's perfect. We don't get fucking tornadoes or any of that fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's just average. It's always average. Yeah, there's no fucking sun.
Right, it's always cloudy and rainy. You know.
Yeah, it's always cloudy, but you know what you're getting. Yeah, it's predictable. If you're a fucking farmer, England's the best country in the fucking world. You know what I mean?
No, I don't, because if you're a farmer, I would say that like Midwest United States is about as good as it gets.
I don't know. It depends what you're farming.
Dude, the best country to live on is fucking the United Kingdom, and that's what's wrong with your country. The National Health Society, or whatever you call it, is fucking horrible.
I'll tell you why England's good. I'll tell you what's good about it, right? Ethnic Britons get along with each other. They get along with each other. There's a sense of community, right? We invest in education, right? We look after our children. We have certain values that are different from other nations. Like we queue properly. We have proper fights as well. We don't use guns or any shit like that. If we have a problem, we use our fucking fists and we get fucking violent.
Right. Yeah. You're not like I could never look at and see, here's part of American culture that would divide us. I could never look at the general public not being allowed guns as some kind of virtuous thing. You know what I mean, though, in general.
You can get a shotgun license. You can get a shotgun. I think we should be allowed to have guns.
You can't defend yourself like I can.
I know, I want guns.
The same ability as I do to defend myself.
No, I think everyone's got a right to a gun because you've got a right to proportionally defend yourself.
No, on general, your nation, on average, doesn't even have the same capability to defend itself anywhere close. From a personal level, all the way up to a military level, you guys are inferior to us militarily.
If your government got toppled, there'd be nothing that your population could do about it.
Exactly. You guys would be fucked.
Yeah, but we've got nukes, and we've got a permanent seat on the United Nations.
Oh, that's nice. What are you gonna do? Nuke your own country to
nuke your country
or something like that,
to get rid of the invaders that have usurped your government in that situation. They have your nukes at that point. That's our point.
If you know about the Muslims, right? There's still shit we can do. There's still an uprising. That there are people like me, because I'm involved in politics. I talk to conservatives. I get with them. We are fighting back. Yeah, it's just
you're like out there with Tommy Robinson.
I'm not out there with Tommy Robinson, mate. I'm out there with real members of parliament. I'm talking to them, and I'm slowly, I'm slowly passing out. This is. I can only focus on my own community, yeah. But slowly, I'm hoping that people will start to believe what I believe, and then we'll have like a paleo-conservative country again. Yeah. It's worth defending at the end of the day.
I think it's possible, man. I think it's possible. I'm not going to say that it's not possible, but I think that enough negative consequence will shell shock people enough to, you know what I'm saying?
I'll leave if it gets too far. If it gets to the point where it's unsuitable for my daughter to live in this environment, I'll leave. but it's worth defending. It's worth defending because it's my home. You know, in this country.
I get it, man. I understand all that. Like I've lived everywhere around the United States, and as I got older, I came back home. I came back to the place of my birth. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I have a sense of home. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's worth defending it because if it gets taken over by the fucking shitskins, right? It's not good. Not good. You know what I mean? They're not gonna preserve, because like it or not, Britain is sort of it's got its own character. You know what I mean? It's got its own character. It's got its own fucking character. You know what I mean?
Really, it's really like, you know, and people far and wide will chimp out at my suggestion of this, but all these problems really just really piled on when you guys like stepped away from the church as a society. Like that's really to me that's the underlying cause of all your problems.
Correct, because because a good thing that religion does is it gives people a sense of community, that they can all meet up with each other on a Sunday. You feel connected to your fellow people. It gives you a moral code, even if you disagree with it. If you believe in God, you've got that moral code. It creates a society where people are in monogamous relationships and they're selecting people for good quality, so they reproduce with good people. So it does that. But
you see how that would transcend race, though? Like for example, right? If you married somebody on a Christian at Christian standards, right? That person, in order for you to even consider falling in love and all that good stuff, right? That they would have to meet these moral standards, right?
Yeah, it's a standard that's universal. It's not just one race.
Right, right. These moral standards that would separate people who aren't smart enough to refrain from indulging. You get what I'm saying? Refrain from indulging in immorality for pleasure, and then that would be a good marker for regardless of race on who you would want to
say something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just went outside, you know, and saluted my American flag because I got an American flag waving out front. It's a beautiful day.
We have one too. Yeah, I've got a flag myself.
It got me thinking about how this country was founded. See, I was thinking about what Phil said. He said, when people come to his country, they don't adopt his national identity, essentially, right? They're not really United Kingdom people. They're just black people inside the United Kingdom. They're not United Kingdomese or Britain or British or whatever. And America has only existed for 200 years, 250 years, you know? So our national identity is still developing. I think we're still developing a sense of national identity, honestly. Because he was saying
colonies were here for longer than that. I would disagree with that. I think it's more
on the sense. So are you trying to compare America's national identity to the identity of a European country?
Our identity is founded on the rejection of the monarchy. That's what our identity is founded on.
Absolutely.
The problem with America, though, is America going to preserve its national identity? Because there's a lot of
national identity. Its national identity is equality and freedom. That is its national identity. That's all it stands for.
There are a lot of people on the left in your country who are against nationalism. They're against nationalism. They are against America. They think that you're the fucking worst nation in the world.
I agree. There is. And it's a
problem. And it's healthy. No, I think it's healthy. That's what America was founded on. Is a conflagration.
I don't think
of ideas. Okay?
I don't think that hating your own country and your countrymen is healthy.
Hold on. If you don't have the ability to look yourself in the mirror and think critically about what's going on, then you obviously have a problem.
That's not where we're at.
Called a psychopath?
But that's not where we're at right now. Where we're at right now are psychopaths looking at their fellow countrymen through delusional eyes and hating them.
So we've done some pretty horrible things militarily, right? like Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan or, you know, every war we've ever been in, Korea. We've done some pretty fucking horrible things.
Yeah,
right?
no apologies, no guilt at all.
I'm not apologizing.
Use that.
I'm not trying to guilt trip you. I'm not trying to guilt trip you. What I'm saying is it's healthy to have a bit of skepticism so you don't sit here and frivolously waste American resources. That's not a healthy thing to do. That's not American.
Yeah, but
okay, so you need to be able to look yourself in the mirror. Those people, now we have a problem today. Everything is polarized 100%. So yes, you're right. These people hate America, right?
Right. It's not the same as a group of people who think that America shouldn't be a country.
On the opposite side of the aisle, you have people who are willing to look at war crimes and say, fuck that. Even though America signed a fucking treaty and you have to be able to respect that. That's not American. So on both sides of the aisle, you have people with problems, and to neglect that is being dishonest with yourself.
There's a growing like political thought in your country and a little bit in my country that's just against America.
But do you disagree with me on that statement?
Yeah, I disagree, because the same people who are making these, who are being so critical, right, are only critical based on like on their partisan mindset.
Right, like when you're making it seem like they're Nazis, right? America is where you both bring ideas to the table, okay? So the American people don't get to have all of the left. You don't get to have all of the left or all of the right, okay? You get to have a mixture of both. So you need to have people on the left and people on the right. In fact, we need more political parties than we already have.
Eventually, the point is that
nah, man, I'm not like, you know what centrism is for me? It's like somebody who's like afraid to stand for anything at all.
It's just people who don't understand economics and politics. That's what I believe it is. People are too scared, too scared to make
like conceding to people who are wrong just for the sake of being a centrist. And no, it's just not even remotely.
You can't push legislation unless you have. You can't push legislation unless you have the acceptance of the American people. I mean, that's just point blank period. Unless you try to pull a Patriot Act or something like that. Dude, so, yes, you need people on both sides of the aisle. Yeah, that's how America works.
Dude, you can push legislation without the acceptance.
Have you been watching? Have you been watching the news?
You know what? That's such a great example of it, because for example, the legislation that has been
have you watched the news since Obama? Obama couldn't push anything. Bush barely could push it. And Trump can't push anything. All three, Republican, a Democrat, and a Republican, can't push shit. The last one to make a major change in America was Bill Clinton. Well, I mean, unless you count the wars and the Patriot Act, but I consider that different from what I'm talking about, economic, or political development.
Here's what I gotta say. Like when Obama was dropping like 20,000 bombs in the Middle East, it was all of a sudden like people on the left, they could understand why that was necessary then. Like that, it all of a sudden became understandable when Obama was dropping bombs in the Middle East. But now we have to. But now, right now that there's somebody on
economic development.
And he's not even on the right. No, this is what you were talking about earlier about people being critical with their, to their countries. But even now, like that we have somebody who's supposedly on the right, and Trump is a liberal, really, when it comes down to it. He's just not a Marxist. Like that's his sin, really, according to the media and politics today. But when Trump threatens to, like, for example, overthrow North Korea because they're threatening to nuke us, right? Then like Trump is some like absolute psychopath, right? Under those, yeah, sure. Under those terms, right? But for some reason, when it was Obama that was in control, or let's take it back to Clinton, when North Korea threatened America under Clinton, and Clinton said, we are going to end North Korea's government and their people. He didn't even say just their government and their people. All of a sudden, it was understandable that need for criticism just dissolves away.
You realize there's literally a word for what you're trying to describe. You could have just said one word instead of all of that. You could have said the United States is partisan. That's all you have to say. We're partisan. So what?
Right, but you
Everybody's
can't.
partisan. That's American, dude.
Right, right. So right. So like
That's what I
this
salute my flag for.
flies right in the face. Flies right in the face of any kind of claim of quote unquote healthy criticism. I got to step away for a few minutes.
But yeah, the way Trump's responded to North Korea is just rational. If someone threatens you with a nuclear weapon, you have to respond. You have to respond.
No, I agree. I agree with you on North Korea. That's
the whole point of a nuclear weapon is that you will use it. Well, I'm not.
Right, but I was more curious about your opinion on like American identity, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like because we're a newer country, maybe the other guy can't understand this, but you guys have like literally hundreds of years, like.
Yeah, we have an identity.
Yeah, you guys have a much firmer identity than we do.
Yours is being created still. You're right. Yeah. Anyway, the only thing that needs to be done, right? I think America is still under threat, and I'll tell you what threatens America. I think it's dysgenic factors that encourage people who are more in favor of the government. Because
you're essentially talking about devolution.
No, dysgenics is when you encourage people who are not productive to reproduce. Like,
right, but you're saying like long term, this will lead to devolution and the destruction of America.
Yeah, here's what will happen, right? So, because of welfare, right? Welfare traps people, but it also creates people who are going to vote.
You have much more welfare than us. How are you in a position to talk?
No, listen. No, this is the same for England. It's the same for England, but I'm telling you how it'll work in America as well. Because the more people in the welfare state, because they receive welfare, right? They're encouraged to have more children because you're giving them money to have children. But they're never going to vote Republican, people on the welfare, because Republicans want welfare gone, don't they? So
no, yeah, that's logical.
So what will happen is that Democrats will get more power from people on welfare, and it'll come to the point where there'll be more people on welfare, and that's how it'll collapse. It'll collapse because there won't be enough money to support the people on welfare.
We already have too many people on welfare. We need to get people off of welfare.
You can't get rid of it, because if you get rid of it, you're going to get fucking riots.
But why can't you just educate the people? Because anybody with the education, like even I can sit here and tell you, like, we need to get rid of that shit.
It's because in your country, it'd be the same as my country. Like Labour, let's just talk about my country. Labour don't want to get rid of welfare because they don't want to get rid of welfare because that's their voters. If they keep people on welfare, they're always going to vote for Labour.
If you were patriotic, you wouldn't like welfare. That's all I'm saying. If you cared about this country,
fuck about countries, do they? Politicians don't give a fuck about countries. They give a fuck about themselves. They give a fuck about earning money. So, like the Democrats in your country, of course,
do you think that makes it a flawed system of government that we use politicians?
It's going to destroy itself. It's going to destroy itself because what's going to happen is that people on welfare are going to continue to breed.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's like a pyramid effect. You tip the pyramid upside down. You know what I'm saying? And it's way too heavy at the top, and the base can't support the top, and it'll
exactly. There's going to come a point where it'll collapse, and
yeah. Right now, a massive amount of our people are starting to move on to the welfare.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
But yeah, the Democrats have got no intention. They've got no intention of fucking getting rid of that, because I don't know. Let's say the Republicans can't either, because if the Republicans try and get rid of that, the Democrats are just going to use that shit. They'll be like, "Oh, they're trying to get rid of the welfare. Vote for me."
But when the country starts falling apart, people aren't going to start. They're not going to vote for Democrats once they realize and they see through the. It might be too late, but I mean, there will come a point in time where they'll see through it.
You've also got Marxists, and Marxists are there in the corner, and they're waiting for this to collapse. And when it collapses, they'll say, "Look, capitalism's failing us. Capitalism's failing. Vote for communism." And then, you know what I mean?
I don't think that it's our government that's flawed. I think it's our form of economy that's flawed. I think it's our government that's flawed. And so, like,
yeah, it's your government. It's just greedy politicians who will do anything to get a vote.
I agree in one man, one vote. I agree in we have a representative form of democracy. I agree. I think that we need to go back to the individual. Right. Or at least like 10-person groups of individuals, like where you actually have discussions and develop political ideology or something like that, because a lot of people in America are ignorant. A lot of voters
that's to
are
be
ignorant.
expected because people have got their own shit to do. Like if you want to get a deeper understanding of politics, you have to invest a lot of time in it. I mean,
That's not fair. That's not fair. I think that it's your duty as an American to care.
Yeah,
even if you're tired. Like,
well, no,
it's your
not
duty.
really. The point is that some people they've got their own lives, they've got their own individual liberty, and they've got a right to just live their life. They're not worried about politics. They're just, I don't know. Let's say they're a plumber or some shit. They're a plumber. They just want to go home, watch the fucking football. Fair play to them. They.
I mean, I can't fault that because my boyfriend is one of those people, and that's why it kind of pisses me off because he couldn't give a fuck less about politics or anything like that.
Not everyone's going to do that. That's the good thing about a society. People focus on their own lives and live their own shit. The problem with you've got the right form of democracy. The only worrying thing is that, like I've said, because of it's just welfare. That's the only problem. Once you get rid of the welfare, you'll be all right because then only those who are contributing will reproduce, and you won't have a problem. You'll have the right balance of power as well. You'll have people voting for Democrat because they actually believe in that shit. Whereas the welfare state in my country, especially in my country, people are working and they can't afford to have children because they're paying for people on welfare to have children.
That's crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy. So, I heard you guys have to pay a tax credit just to even watch TV.
I know, yeah, it's fucked up. I don't watch TV, but it's because
I don't watch TV either. But
socialism, because socialism's infected my country. It's infected my country.
Yeah.
And essentially, it's because of democracy. It's because of democracy. Because the majority of people haven't got a fucking clue what they're talking about. They pretend they understand politics and economics, but they don't. And I can't expect them to understand this because if you want to understand economics, you have to read a lot of fucking boring shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And most people.
I was going to ask you a philosophical question, if you don't mind me changing the subject.
Go on.
What do you? I mean, okay, so this is kind of like a thought experiment in a way. Like, do you think that a perfect form of government exists? Like a 100% pristine, nothing bad can happen to it, like a good, uncorruptible, like, I'm not saying exists in the world today. I'm saying can exist ever.
Right. So I think the perfect form of government is relevant to how the environment is essentially.
Oh shit!
Because let's think about it, right? If we're living in a peaceful world where every culture is equal and we're all great and everything, then the perfect system would be like a libertarian government when you have minimum government, there's no intervention in the market or whatever. But if you're in a wartime situation, if you've got a war, then the best type of government is an authoritarian government. Because because in the war, if you're in a wartime situation, there's no democracy. There's no fucking democracy in the army.
There's no room for democracy.
You're told what to do, and there's hierarchy, and that works the best. You can't have democracy. You can't say, "Excuse me, Sergeant Major, but we've all had a vote, and we don't think we should." Fuck that.
Yeah.
You need hierarchy. You need some general saying, "Listen, dickhead, you're going. If you don't go, we'll shoot you," because that works the best. So you
also need the government to crack down on the industry to make sure they're making tanks. You know,
they're doing the right thing. Saying, "So we've got a war now. You're all doing this. You're building weapons. We need this shit." That's what works the best. So you've also got if you've got like a case where capitalism's getting completely out of fucking hand, then maybe it might be the case that you need sort of like a government who would get involved in the economy. So there's that sort of situation. So I think it's relevant to whatever external threats are facing your nation.
Yeah, I didn't actually think about that, but that's smart as fuck, dude.
Yeah, at what point does capitalism get out of hand, in your opinion?
Well, that's a good point. I don't. Hold on, man.
It was a thought experiment, but yeah.
So let's say there's a group of people who have well, no, actually, because you're right, because it sorts itself out.
I actually have a clear example in my mind of when it gets out of hand.
When you've got a monopoly that's completely dominated the market, and capitalism can get out of hand if
a company has got a complete monopoly over everything, everything.
What if there's one company in the entire world? At that point, has capitalism gotten out of hand, in your opinion?
Well, yeah, and if they're sort of using the, well, I don't think it can't get out of hand, because they can only that never happens anyway, because there's always some other.
There's too much government intervention for us to even really know.
Problem. Free market. There's nothing wrong with the free market. It can become immoral. Capitalism can become immoral. Like, there can be a point where it's like leeching on people's emotions and passions, and therefore corrupting society. You know what I mean? Like, there's an example would be that, I don't know, like
are companies, are they emotionally manipulating people when they go and
they can
when they knock their factories down in first world countries and build them in third world countries so that they can squeeze a bigger profit, for example? Is that playing on the emotions of the people that they're servicing at the time?
I guess the real question is, like, can you have a free market in a world where, like, everybody else doesn't have a free market? Like Phil was just saying, like, you have to adjust your form of economy and government to face the environment that you're fitting in. So we kind of live in a world where there are closed markets and, like, people that don't have the same markets as us.
Because an example would be with free market capitalism, right? If you're facing like a financial collapse or something, I fucking hate Keynesian economics, but if the shit is really at the fan, because if the free market collapses, then it usually restabilizes itself, but it usually takes a very long time before it.
You're going to lose a lot of human life.
Yeah, exactly. So what usually happens is that the government will print money and then spend money into certain areas, in which will create jobs and whatever. I fucking hate that, and I'd never use that, because the problem with that is that it increases the national debt, and it never gets fucking paid off. But I can see that if there was a massive fucking crash and like the fucking whole of the country was like, listen, we don't want to die, can we just print money, fucking, and stimulate the economy, but we will pay that national. If you are going to pay the national debt off, then
that's the whole thing.
All right. But the problem is that
you can't see, the American people want to pay back the national debt, except for Congress and the Senate don't give specifically Congress doesn't give a fuck.
I don't want to pay it back. I want our government to lift their middle finger to our creditors. I would rather that happen than for us to it to be charged.
Only 1/3 of our debt is held by foreign nations. The other 2/3 is the American people. You want our government to raise the middle finger to the American people?
Just 1/3. I think if we just told that 1/3 to get screwed, that we'd be okay.
And then take care of our country, because that's the most important thing.
I don't think that China has any business.
We need to pay that debt off, boy.
Investing into the U.S. bond. I don't think that.
Wait, does the U.S. national debt not make you sick to your fucking stomach? Do you not care about it? You talk about it so nonchalantly.
No, it's not that. It's not that I like it. It's that I don't like when it comes to like foreign creditors. I think that we need to raise our middle finger to them. They should have never been allowed to invest in our debt to begin with. That was ridiculous from the onset.
Well,
so I'll refine what I said to that.
Yeah, welcome to the Federal Reserve, though. Unfortunately. Benny, you got to drag more people in here. Damn, the stream chat. Oh, yeah, the YouTube stream. Well, did anybody have anything to say? Nobody's in the stream chat, you liar. Damn, 8 niggas are watching us right now? What the fuck for? I did look. Oh, okay. Okay, so let me see here. What are we going to talk about? What's something interesting to talk about? Let's entertain these people.
I don't know. We could talk about how you're half black, because if you're half black, then I'm James Brown's love child.
What?
Like,
what does
like
that mean? Are you white or black?
No, you looked pretty pasty to me. That's all I gotta say.
Shut up. I am pasty. So what?
Right.
Most people say I look more like a Mexican, though. It was probably the lighting. Benny is gay now. When did Benny become gay? I thought Benny was straight. Can we talk about marijuana? Ooh, can we talk about e-cigarettes?
You can. I don't really like e-cigarettes that much.
Neither do I. That's the whole point. I saw a 12-year-old little girl smoking an e-cigarette the other day. I think that maybe now it's going to become a thing where they think it's cool and like kids are going to like really start fucking smoking. Like it might influence them to start smoking cigarettes because they think it's cool and they want to be, you know, kids want to be adults and shit. Like they're like, oh, I want to be older. I don't know. I think we need to, I don't know, these e-cigarettes thing, they might become a problem in the future.
What would be? Is that another soundboard?
I think it might. It is.
You got a soundboard.
What was that?
Benny's got a soundboard.
No, it's Benny with a Mish soundboard.
Oh, the Mish sound.
You have a Mish soundboard? Hey guys, do you guys have any?
Mish, dude, you gotta be kidding me. That's the real Mish.
I don't think it's Mish. Mish is a you.
Oh, wait. Yo, Benny, what are you doing to me right now? What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? Do you have a Mish soundboard? I want to hear it.
Go to G plus profile.
Mish. Guys, has Benny been in here with a fucking Mish soundboard?
Yes, he has.
Man.
Was it good at least?
Yes. Yeah.
I want to hear it.
Yeah, I know it wasn't technically a soundboard. We just called it a sound. But yeah, I agree with you.
It was Mish. Fine.
Mish, mute yourself, you troll. Oh, he left.
What the hell? All right. So anyways, sorry about that, Negromania 82. So do we have any topics we want to discuss today?
So that was Mish. You fucking snake, you bastard.
Yeah, we're getting trolled, right? That was Mish on 2 different accounts, right?
I don't think it's Mish because Mish would talk more. This is Benny.
I think this Benny is actually a Mish, and I think the other Mish that came in was also a Mish.
No, this is Benny. Definitely, this is Benny.
Oh wait. Oh, I understand what's going on. How are you fellas doing today?
No, this is Mish. You could just tell by the randomness. This is the fucking soundboard.
This is not a soundboard, nigga. You're crazy as shit.
Where's the other chat room that you're crossing paths with, Benny?
Oh, they can hear me right now. Oh, okay. The other chat room. I don't know how to tell you this, but there is no other chat room. No, I'm just being high. Damn it. Let me get you the link. Dude, fucking the picture of Kayla. Damn, I was looking for that all over the place. It's too random. It's too random. It can't be Mish. Call me a soundboard one more time, nigga. See what happens.
Okay, I accept. That's a soundboard.
Fuck you. You don't even know if it's a soundboard. How can he get this much? How can he get this much material to soundboard me from? I mean, we would have to be working in conjunction or something.
Benny.
So wait, Mish, are you Mish
Oh, it's
or are
not
you
the
Benny,
real.
Mish?
This is Mitch. I forgot.
No, I know what they do.
Yeah, it is Ben. It is Mish.
My name is Mish,
Some sort.
but I go by Benny.
Could it be
I
possible
can understand why that can be
the
confusing.
real Benny has been Mitch the whole time? Could that be possible?
Get wrecked.
Shit.
Get wrecked.
Because you're not the real Benny. The real Benny types fast as fuck.
I am the real Benny. I type fast as fuck.
You didn't type fast as fuck.
Yes, I do. Ask anybody.
It is Mish, right?
Yeah, it is Mish.
No, this is a
I
soundboard.
stuck with my initial, my first thought, you know? My first
This
thought
is
was
a
like,
soundboard.
So who the fuck is Ricky?
That is.
Who the fuck is Ricky?
Oh.
But you know what gave it away, Mish, is that you came in with the other Mish and you were like, has Benny showed you the new Mish soundboard?
Yeah, you guys should call into that early or whatever.
Okay.
Mish soundboard. Can change my name to that.
How are you capable of changing your name so many times? For me, it says if you change your name once, you can't do it for like 30 months or something. It's annoying.
I can't change my name anymore. That's why my name is stuck as Lily for the next 30 days. I might just take a 30-day break from Hangouts.
Man, that would be ticklish as fuck.
No, because every time homie sees me, he thinks that I'm Lily. You think he'd learn by now just by looking at the display picture, but no.
Is Lily hot? Like, who is she?
Lily is I think those pictures of you. Yeah, she's hot. At least everybody seems to think so. She is homie's ex-girlfriend.
Like tripping on
Flip's ex-girlfriend too.
She's like 17.
I didn't hear you.
But oh yeah, no, yeah. So she's homie's ex-girlfriend and Flip's ex-girlfriend, and also she's 17, but she said she was 19. So she likes to trick people.
She's a trap.
That would be like me coming on here and trying to be a trap. Come on.
My signal's fucking up. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I don't know. Why did you change it to the yellow ball? And I also read Benny.
Are you that daft? I am Benny.
Bullshit, you're not Benny. You might be using his account right now, but I don't believe you're Benny. You might have given him the password or something.
Okay, that's fair. You figured me out. I'm Mish on Benny's account. So what? Benny is like a male version of Endless.
Say it
I
again?
think we're gonna be like brothers now or something.
He's the new Endless. No, it's because I went to the people's list and I just clicked on his account and I was like, okay, he's got the same subscribers. You must be on probably on his account.
What's up, you cocksucker?
Let's see. Let me.
Aquí un maricón que se llama Alex, un homosexual pato. Alex, tu mamá bicho, hueputa. Sí. Alex, tu madre come bicho, hueputa. Alex, mamá huevo. You fat fucking.
Hey, do you guys know if they make female Viagra?
Fuck no, I don't love no facts, nigga. I'm gang, nigga.
Hey, who's that gang? What's his name again? I forget his name.
Okay, man.
Oye, cuidado.
Maricón Alex, mamabicho.
Hola.
Alex un come mierda, cogiéndose una ballena.
Che, ¿cómo está vos?
Yo estoy bien, boludo, ¿de vos?
Che, Maradona.
¡Que viva Che Guevara! Ese es un boricua.
Hey, Mob.
Lo tiro del helicóptero.
Hey, Mob.
Yeah.
Hey, Mob. Do you know if they make female Viagra?
Che Guevara out of the helicopter in Spanish.
No habla español. Female Viagra. So.
How do you say helicopter in Spanish? It's helicopter, right?
Helicóptero.
Well, you don't pronounce.
Este venezolano me han dado en helicóptero.
Helicóptero.
So,
Helicopterísimo.
Oh.
Chopper.
Chopper. You call it a chopper.
Helicopter in Spanish, chopper. Cabrón. Just like a chopper.
Hey, do you guys know if they make female Viagra, though? Seriously.
Why the fuck is fake ass Alex talking about nothing? Dude, tell me how you fuck that fat whale. Does she lay on her back all day long? How do you manage?
How do you stick your harpoon that deep into it?
That bitch got turkey legs. How do you pick them fucking roads? I mean,
Alex, I'll tell you this, man. Like, Sia is way. Kayla is way better looking than Sia.
Kayla is better looking than Sia. Nigga, have you looked at the belly? Are you out your mind? All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they all top models, but Kayla been around the world, Papa. Kayla been fucked left and right. She been on her horsey shit.
Hey, it's King Tut.
Yeah, question. Who is this person? Talk to them.
Hey, doesn't speak.
Wait, say it again.
I can't talk to King Tut because he goes outside of my soundboard range. I haven't recorded any soundboard clips of me talking to him yet, unfortunately.
I saw that some noise came out of his mic. So came from his
Hello,
mic.
Down. Hey, Down. It's been a while. I heard that you actually like me. Is that true?
Is that true? Wait, where's Down? Where's Down? I want to talk to him. Shit.
Esther?
Hold on. In which chat is this down? Yo, Mish.
What are you talking about? I'm only in this chat.
Hey, it's Kevin Pack.
I'm kidding. He's in Benny's chat. Benny is running a chat right now. You've been trolled, Eric. Too bad you knew it, so it doesn't even feel good.
I really couldn't hear you. You kept cutting off.
I said, get into Benny's chat, ho.
I don't think I'm there.
Oh, well.
Alex, I want to know how you fuck a hippo. I just want to understand this. Nah, that nigga left already. He gone, y'all. Yeah, my brother.
Hold on, wait, is Alex dating Kayla?
Oh, that's right. Let's see.
You didn't know me?
Sometimes it happens.
Oh, shit. I thought Dan was dating Kayla.
Yeah, fucking with that bitch. Sometimes it happens.
Oh, no,
Hey,
Dan
last-
is dating Muddy.
You were
Then
trolling.
when I
You
busted
did
her
not
nut, I
think
realized I was
dating
fucking her
Kayla.
belly button.
Dan's dating Muddy.
Hey, but you can't lie though. Them fat girls, the head game's on. It's on
Wait,
point though.
so Dan and Muddy, they live
couldn't
close
find it.
together,
Yeah, I
right?
just started hitting some shit. I was hitting a belly button.
Dude, yeah, I'm right
Does
here.
Alex and Kayla, do they live together?
But the best thing about a fat bitch is she'll suck cock all night.
But do they know each other in real life, or do they
That game's
just?
on point.
That's because she thinks it's a sausage.
Yeah.
Eric,
Oh, that's what nobody wants a fat ass. That's why she's gonna try to suck at the best.
Eric Fartman, why are you here?
She's gonna try to bring forth value, right? She's gonna try to be valuable.
Oh, if it isn't down. He's socialist.
Hey, what's up,
We're
Eric?
cucking you.
Never go hungry living with a fat bitch.
What's going on?
Hey,
Yo,
Eric.
Benny, I'm about to drop a porn bomb. Watch
Hi,
me.
Mish.
Are you in both calls, Eric?
No, I'm just in this one. I left the other call.
Okay. Very good.
Yo, Benny, did you hear me? I'm gonna drop a porn bomb.
Yeah, you done. Hala a mí mañana. ¿Y qué hacemos? Por la calle tonight. I'm gonna, get
Why can I hear it? Mob.
Yeah, you can hear everybody. In fact, they might be able to hear you as well.
Oh boy.
You run both over there.
I don't know.
Sounds like a plan.
Hey, can you guys hear Eric?
What's up? I don't think they can hear me.
I don't think they can. Yeah.
Yeah. He said they can. They can. Okay. Is this a experiment that you guys are doing?
Who's this guy?
Yeah. Me and Eric met up in real life, and now we're trolling on Benny's account.
We hacked his account.
Who's this red coat?
Are you talking about the red shirt?
Who, me?
Red coat, yeah. Yeah.
Is someone whistling?
I'm a guy that's known Benny for a long time.
No, not in that chat. In this chat, is Outbound whistling? Oh, okay. Your lips were kind of pursed a little bit. I wasn't sure if you were, you know.
No, I just think he's used to sucking cock. I'm kidding.
Okay.
Or am I? I don't know.
Barney Winters.
What's the sound?
I don't know. Westeros, right? That's Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah, it sounds like Westeros. Yeah.
That sounds like Game of Thrones to you?
It kind of.
Really?
I don't know.
What is it then? Was it Lord of the Rings?
It sounds, folksy or something.
Yeah, it was a Russian song.
Oh, shit. I can actually hear the communism in it now that you mention that. Das var det vanliga Lorisai. Was the Doriboridovenai. Communism is the way to go.
Yeah, it's a good song.
But I still want to fuck me a capitalist hoe.
I'll give that to the communists, man. They make good soundtracks.
You know, that type of soundtrack would go great for the game. I'm just saying.
What'd you say?
The first one or the Russian anthem?
Oh yeah, it would be. I agree. The first one, I think.
Yeah.
The Katyusha. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, I like the rock cover. I like this one rock cover that I found on YouTube of Katyusha.
How do you pronounce that? Because I might want to look it up later on. Do you mind
don't
typing
think
it down?
I don't think I'm pronouncing it right, but here, yeah, I'll type
Eric,
it out.
there's a YouTube chat associated if you want to join.
All right, here.
Okay.
All right, Eric. It's there.
Okay.
Hey, Eric, I was actually having an interesting discussion with Phil. And well, of course, you know Phil, but when you can get him to, when you can hold a carrot in front of Phil's head, you know, like a horse or whatever, you can actually get him to go logical places and make really good conversation.
Down lefty hangout. Okay.
Yeah. You know, with Phil, I mean,
What?
I usually agree with Phil. But,
yeah.
I mean, there's some stuff that he says that you know I think it's way off, but I mean,
Yeah.
when it comes to like the race and IQ stuff, I think he's right. I mean,
well, I think like even if he does have a point, his obsession about it, like kind of
isn't healthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know because he's right. It's something that he constantly wants to talk about. And that's the only problem. Like I like having interesting conversation about a diversity of things, and he just focuses on this one topic and wants to dig in so deep about it. And I'm just.
It would be like me coming in here and be like, "Hey guys, I'm transgender. Let's talk about that."
Yeah, and going like real deep into it.
Yeah,
like I like doing a little bit about everything as opposed to knowing everything about one thing.
Same. I don't obsess too much about shit, but well, I do obsess about being right, I guess.
Mesh, you look sober today.
You said I look sober?
Mm-hmm. What, you're not sober?
I am sober.
Gay.
But I'm about to smoke some weed, so we're gonna fix that.
Straight. I have a question. Why does Benny never speak? I don't think I ever heard the nigga speak.
Because he's a male version of Endless. I told you.
Yeah, I know.
He's essentially my new.
Wait, Benny, down
my
rage
new
quit.
favorite.
When did down rage quit, Benny?
Oh well, not too long now.
Down rage quit?
Yeah.
Why?
Down.
He's a cuck. That's why.
Benny told me that Down. Benny told me that Down actually liked me, but I think Benny was lying.
Yeah.
Oh, he said.
Yeah, his real name is.
Apparently, you said.
But Benny, show them the picture that I sent you.
Say his real name.
To say it.
But Benny, well, if I say his real name, what will you do to me? Will you remove me?
I'm gonna pretend I'm mad.
All right, Benny. You know, according to my sources, his real name is
Oh, snap.
No, I'm kidding. That's not his real name. Kevin.
No.
Oh, snap. Exposed.
No, seriously, man. I really am. Now that you said that he's kind of like the male version of Endless, I'm starting to think he's kind of cute.
He is kind of cute, and I'm trying to get with that. He has no idea.
Wait,
but I don't
Down?
think I could ever do it.
You're still talking about Down, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. All right, well.
No, we're talking about Benny.
If you guys say so. If you guys think Down is cute.
I've seen Down.
But
I've also seen Kazum. Kazum actually looks pretty attractive. Like, for an older dude, he actually looks pretty attractive. But Down looks like a neck beard.
Yeah.
I have not seen a picture of Benny, man. I don't know if he's a
Yeah, that hurts. No, put it back up. I didn't get to see it. Put it back up for half a second. I want to full screen it.
Yeah, put it back up.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, he looks like a neck beard that's been living in the woods or something, or in his mother's basement.
La 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 la.
The picture. Now I want to see it Down again. Just put the other picture back up. Come on, Benny.
It's mean to laugh, Eric. Stop. That's mean. It's so good though.
That's hilarious.
It would,
yeah, I've seen that picture. That is Adam. Yeah, he's
Oh,
an Aussie cunt. He's an Aussie cunt.
Eric.
Yes.
Do you have a thought of hate?
Is that your impression? Cartman.
Yeah, it doesn't come off that well on microphone.
Oh shit.
All right, here's a picture I wanted to post. Here we go. Yeah, so
Holy shit.
Kevin Pack was fired from his job as a teacher, and Phil found this document that lists why he was fired. Here's some of the reasons.
What are we looking at now? She
Down.
fears that Mr. Pack will go postal. Who is Mr. Pack again?
Kevin Pack. Down.
What? This is real? No, it's not.
Apparently it is.
No, it's not.
You know, I mean, it might not be real, but I'm pretty sure.
This could easily be faked anyways. What kind of documentation is this?
Here, hang on. I'll grab the link. Grab the link and you can see the entire thing, but it's quite long.
Okay, because this document, this small, why do they have like 60 things on them? Are they? Oh, this is going over his entire fucking record, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of shit that he did.
Dan, relax. It's old news and I don't care.
Benny, you don't care?
No. I mean, I don't care. Like, it's okay.
Shit.
We don't have to put his shit on blast.
Look who it is. Look who it is. It's Outbound. How have you been, Outbound?
It's Outbound. Hi, Outbound.
It's been a while. Wait, Outbound, are you in jail? I'm kidding.
We were talking about Down. Yeah, we were talking about Down. Would you mind explaining the situation? Apparently, Benny said that you could explain the situation with Down and his teaching. By Down. We can't hear you. You're probably muted or something.
Man, because I
I don't
started reading that document, you know, after Phil showed us the link, and I found
How did
that
Phil
shit.
find it?
Yeah, that's a good question, Benny. How did Phil find it?
Word gets round.
What did you ask me? Am I what?
Yeah, because Phil.
We asked you about Down. Apparently, he got fired from being a
Oh,
teacher.
now my sound's not working. Hold on.
Yeah, we heard you for a bit.
We heard you. We heard you.
There we go. You said, am I bail? What did you say?
Are you in jail?
No. This is the library.
I was about to ask if you're in school.
Wait,
Libraries usually don't sound like that.
Is that a
It sounds like
library in
your voice is
jail?
being amplified.
He's sitting in a he's in a jail
Holy
cell. Look
shit.
at that.
It's an interrogation room, man. Like
Holy
you're in a.
shit. Oh, there comes the police. That's the police.
Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off.
It was a white man. Stare him down, dude. Don't let him get you. Don't let him crack you.
So you're at the library in jail.
Hold on. It's Basser.
He's in the jail library right now.
Basser's in. Good.
He's in the interrogation room in the jail library.
Excuse me?
We're talking with someone who's in jail. Outbound. Say hi. This is Basta. Basta. Outbound.
Outbound's in jail?
Hey, Pastor, that picture looks like a picture of your mom.
He was arrested for arson.
Shut up, Bigo. Okay, we got a new homie entry here. I see.
Who? You calling me homie edgy?
No, this guy who got sent to jail for arson.
Okay. We was about to fight.
Why, you got a death wish or something?
Yeah, this guy in Hangouts was talking shit to me, so I went and burned his house down.
You fucking...
Pastor, I
don't
know
believe you.
you're a crazy fuck, so I would bring like knives and shit if I was gonna come fight you.
Yeah, like Perry was talking shit to Outbound, so Outbound went to New York and burned down his house.
Okay.
I don't fight face to face, so knives don't work. I fight dirty. I wait till you're asleep in bed and start shit on fire.
Like he took out his lighter and he grabbed his axe and sprayed it on the lighter.
As you should.
Oh, I thought you meant like his axe, but you mean like his axe body spray. Obviously.
Anyone who owns Axe deodorant is not smart enough to think of that.
It's the smell of a desperate teenage.
Virginity incarnate. Like if virginity had a smell, male virginity had a smell.
You want to smell like a 14-year-old? Here you go.
I don't actually. I try my best not to.
It's like because Axe deodorant is Lynx, and it's the same brand because it's called Lynx in the UK. Lynx Africa.
Wait, Link says in LYNX or?
Yeah, that's what Axe deodorant is. It's called Lynx deodorant. And there's different ones. There's Lynx Africa. That's the popular.
Shit, Daniel.
That's the one that smells like malaria and AIDS.
Yeah, smells of.
But I'm telling you, like a lot of girls like the smell of Axe.
Yeah, a lot of teenage girls.
No, not just teenage girls, adult women.
No, adult women like the smell of money. You just throw money at them. You go, there you go, bitch.
No,
There's
because I wear Axe and I get asked all the time if I'm
Yeah,
wearing
Axe
like
pussy.
expensive.
You definitely are autistic.
Expensive cologne.
Who the fuck doesn't know what Axe smells like? Like if I smelled a man wearing Axe, I'd be like, damn, that nigga smells like Axe. Not expensive cologne.
I don't even know what Axe is. What is Axe?
What?
Lynx, you know Lynx? You know Lynx deodorant?
Right, I know what Lynx is, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Axe is. It's the same brand, but in America.
Oh, okay. Fair point. I didn't know that.
I think it's because, I don't know, Americans like, I don't know, it sounds like a native, everything has to be a Native American thing in America.
Yeah,
So
I would say like it has to be masculinized names. Axe, whatever.
Yeah.
So
Who is on...
Man, no, I'm not shitting you. Like people ask me all the time if I'm wearing like, you know, Calvin Klein shit or whatnot.
Calvin Klein,
Armani.
motherfucker.
I doubt that.
Yeah, but Lynx.
Well,
Lynx
you can
is
think
horrible.
whatever you want, Pastor. It doesn't matter what you think.
It does the job at the end of the day. The
Hey,
only
is-
point of the is just not smell of shit. As long as you don't smell of shit, you're all right, don't you?
I got a question for Outbound. Outbound, are you a member of the Aryan Brotherhood?
I got kicked out.
Smiling, I think he is.
That sucks. What happened? What happened?
Got kicked out.
He had sex with a
Why aren't
dindu.
you in there? You wouldn't stab a black guy with him?
Where are you? You in jail?
Yeah.
They found out I was black from the waist down.
See, Outbound. I'm not the only person who asked you that question now. Am I?
Holy shit. Bro, this nigga's in jail.
Yeah.
He's in jail. You can tell.
He's in jail for arson. There's a long story. It has to do with parody.
Everybody be quiet. The guards are walking by.
Fucking knew it.
Outbound. Like, stay right there, man. I'll sneak you out. I'll get you out. I'll bring Pastor with me. He can take your place.
Tell me you heard that Dunkin' Donuts has a sale down the street. Or just ignore me.
Girl, you cold. Girl, you cool.
Hold on.
You heard of salt and pepper? Well, girl, you food. I eat that pussy up like a bowl of cold soup.
That's nasty.
It's sloppy. Let me see. What's with this picture? Is Kayla trying to be funny?
Why does Down hate Dan, by the way?
Because Down hates everyone, because Down is a fuck.
Down hates me because I've sniped them and shit.
Down hates
Down
everyone.
hates me.
Fucking hates everyone.
Don't
Hates
kick
everyone.
me.
He's a fucking retard. He's a fucking retard. The irony is, I had 2 debates with him. Every debate I've had with him is just him shouting, trying to shout over you.
I experienced the exact same
I'm not-
thing.
Yeah, the first debate was about him being a fucking white knight for Hillary Clinton, and I was just trying to show how I understand why people vote for Trump. I'm not saying I'm defending it. I'm just saying I understand where they're coming from.
Do you
and
see
he
this
wouldn't even
GIF?
acknowledge that.
I posted this GIF. Well, let me post it in
chat.
I posted it in Bruno's chat. Emotionally weak and damaged losers. But you can see Dan down there in the lower corner.
Yeah.
We got into a live stream and all he did was try and shout over me, so I just talked over him. Until he kicked me. Actually, I think I was making a valid point. I forget how that went.
Wait, what topic? What was the topic?
What was the topic? Yeah.
Benny, you saw it. I forgot, dude.
Holy shit! What was the topic, man?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, I was high and drunk.
Jenner
I
was topic. Okay, so apparently Caitlyn Jenner was the topic.
Caitlyn
By the way,
Jenner.
Caitlyn Jenner is.
Oh no! Okay, so I came into the room, right? And I was like, they were like, "Oh, hey, what's up, guy or whatever?" And I was like, "Hey, I'm transgender, by the way." And they're like, oh, "Okay," because they thought it was someone else or something. I don't know. There was a misunderstanding, and like, they started for some reason. The conversation switched into something about Caitlyn Jenner, and I don't know. Like, he was trying to strawman me, and I was just like, "You're strawmanning me," and he continued to strawman me, and I was like, "Do you know what the definition of a strawman argument is?" And he got pissed. So I just kept asking him.
He couldn't tell you what it was.
No, he couldn't tell me what it was, and because I wasn't even making that argument at all, and he just kept like channeling down this line of attack, and then Kazumi heard what he was doing, and Kazumi was like, "Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm gonna leave."
Kazum?
Yeah, Kazumi.
Kazumi Fowler, yeah.
Yeah, Kazumi heard.
The bald dude?
Yeah, the bald dude heard what Dan was.
Fucking,
I mean,
the fucking beard.
Heard what that guy's name. What's that guy's name? Down.
Kazum?
No, but Kazum heard what Down was doing, and then he was like, "Dude, what the fuck are you doing?" And he just left the call. He's like, "I'm gonna leave the call." Kazum was naked. Yeah. No, Kazum is not in here. God damn.
Oh, Kazum was in there? I met in there.
Yeah, he was in there. Yeah, he was in there for a minute. Yeah, the Kazum.
Who's
the
Kazum?
Who the fuck is Kazum? Who's that?
He's a cool guy. He's pretty cool. He's the dude that lived in Washington and then moved to Pennsylvania. I don't know if you were there for that.
Oh, right. I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually pretty cool, but he was like, dude, you're not even gonna answer her question, and you're not gonna fucking have a conversation. This is gay as shit. You're gay as shit. I'm out. And
like, he really wanted you to have that position, you know.
And I was just
really wanted that.
And I was like, no, Kazum, don't leave. But before I could even speak, he fucking left. So I just spent the next 5 minutes trolling Down because Down got really pissed after Kazum left. Oh, so like delicious until Down kicked me. Not gonna lie, that was some delicious trolling, dude. I wish you were there for that, Eric. It was amazing.
He's such a cunt. I'm not even...
Down seriously a Hillary supporter.
Yeah, he was defending. He was saying,
pathetic.
He was literally saying, "Name one thing that's bad about Hillary Clinton," and then I would say it, and he would be like, "Source it," and I would source it, and he would say, and he would still find some tiny miniature flaw, and he would just say, literally,
you can't 100% prove this.
Yeah, exactly. It's just he's so
You weren't
fucking
there. You weren't fucking there. That's all.
Right, something like that. He's fucking retarded, man. Like, and with everything you say, he would say, name one bad thing, and then he would say, okay, name another bad thing, right? And then he would tell you, source it, and then he would say, it's common knowledge, and he would just continue just...
Dude, he's just a very angry man, a very angry, upset man.
I know.
Look at his face.
Dude, okay, Mish. I mean, sorry, Eric. Eric, that sounds like a Monty Python skit. You know, your talk with Down.
He's a fucking retard, man. You have no idea.
It's just a very. Have you seen the fucking? Have you seen
Life
the
of Brian
report though? Have you seen the report of why he got fired?
No.
Yeah.
Because he was postal.
Well, I mean, I sent you a small screenshot. I mean, that's a small part of it.
He got fired for being an atheist and turning the fucking principal in for praying. If you read the end of that article, it says that in a hearing, they found in favor of Down, so all of those accusations were decided to be untrue. And on top of that, he's in the middle of a lawsuit currently against the slander.
Wow.
Who?
I think the reason why.
No wonder he's so angry. He has real life problems, and he comes online to deal with them.
I don't really care. I'm still not gonna go easy on the faggot.
But me either. That just makes it sweeter. He's actually triggered for real. Like, he's not even kidding. He's actually fucking upset on the internet.
But what's on that document, man, is pretty consistent with the way he acts on Hangouts.
Yeah, I know.
like you know that.
I really think that a guy like who's gonna act like the way people act on the internet and Hangouts isn't how they act in their real life. You really think when he goes to his job as a teacher every day, he's gonna act that way? Right. I mean, a little bit of the personality is probably gonna spill over. Of course, he's a dick. He's probably blunt with people, but he's not gonna be unloading as much as he is on here.
I don't believe that. I think that's exactly how he is. I think that's exactly how he'd be in.
I don't.
They'd have never hired him if he was like that.
No, I think they hired him, and they were trying to get rid of him, but they couldn't prove anything. And yes, they did probably fire him because he was an atheist, but it come to the point where
he never had any issues, not one write-up until he turned in. The principal was trying to make everybody pray and was sending all these religious emails, and he turned them in, and the principal got in trouble for it. And he never had any issues with his job until after that.
He was an asshole to them. Instead of being like formal about it, he says, "I'm not going to pray to your sky, daddy." That's insulting.
Oh my God, are you serious? So he's got to fucking tiptoe around about their fucking religion. He's got to use words that are real fucking nice. Come on, it's illegal for them to even do that. They were breaking the law, and he turned them in. He doesn't have to be fucking nice about it.
You don't need to be an asshole about it. You can do it in a formal
Yeah,
way.
you do need to be an asshole about
You
it.
don't need to be nice about it either.
Yeah, you do need to be an asshole about it. You're just a little bitch, and you got fifis, and you can't handle some harsh words because you don't know what it's like to be a real man.
This is how you do it.
Be a grown up, man. Come on. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Listen, right? If someone forces me to pray, this is what I say. I'm not praying, sorry. That's what you say. You don't say, I'm not praying your sky daddy.
No. If someone wants to force me to pray, that
I'm gonna say I'm not praying your sky daddy. You're just a pussy. That's all.
It's not about being a pussy. It's about understanding that.
It is. It's about being a pussy.
I'm gonna say I'd rather stick my dick in an anthill.
I gotta be polite and walk on fucking eggshells.
No. But if someone's gonna force me to pray, I'll tell that person to fuck off.
You won't do it in a fucking. You can do it in a formal way, though. You don't need to be a fucking dick about it, do you? In a workplace.
Oh, like yeah,
no. If you're gonna force me to do something I don't want to do, I'm gonna tell you to fuck off.
The fact that they were even trying to make him pray or sending those emails in the first place means they were being dicks about it. They were being dicks first, so I don't give a shit.
You know, if religion wants to fuck me in the ass, I'm not gonna bend over for it.
No one has asked.
They didn't do it. Anyway, the reason he got fired was, because he wouldn't fucking pray or some shit up, but he was also a complete dickhead at his workplace that they couldn't prove. Yeah, you're right. But they didn't fucking monitor anything. Oh, down as a complete fucking cunt. He comes on the internet just fucking being a dickhead to everyone. He's your typical fucking angry motherfucker. And at the end of the day,
the reason he's a fucking angry motherfucker is because he had to go through all that shit. He liked being a teacher.
Stop being fucking pussy. His
life dream is fucking.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Phil.
He's not crying.
Wait a minute, Phil.
He's angry.
You're gonna call him a dick for telling off those religious people, but all of a sudden he becomes a pussy when he doesn't know how to deal with his problems.
The way he did it. The way he did it was...
Yeah, that doesn't really line up, man.
No, right. The way he said it, in the formal way. If you're going to be professional about it, you do not necessarily...
He did both.
A cunt.
And I think he did it. I think if he did it that way, he did it the right way.
Yeah, well, I think you can do it in a formal way because he got fired. He obviously didn't do it in the right way because he got fucking fired.
Yeah,
He's never going to get a job.
Trying to force the kids to
pray.
pray.
The right way if he's never
they were asking him. They were having the teachers pray, not the kids. They were asking him about like what church he goes to and shit when he was going through the hiring process.
Why didn't he just fucking tell him
that? He said he just kind of like downplayed it and bullshitted his way through it.
Oh, so he lied to them. So he lied to them.
No, he didn't lie to them.
And so he said to them. So
we've lied.
Hey, you know what? I don't give a shit if he did that. He's trying to get a job, and they're breaking the law, and he's trying to get a job and do his fucking job, and they're worried about religion. That's fucking wrong.
So, tell you what's wrong. Tell you what's wrong. Saying to someone, "I'm religious," and then when they say to, "No, hold on a minute," he's given the impression that he's religious, and then when they've asked him to pray or whatever, he then comes to him and says, "Well, I'm not religious." So what the fuck?
Well, yeah, he's got to wait until he's got him by the balls before he can call it. You can't. He's not going to be able to get him in trouble if he doesn't get the fucking job and get in there and find that shit out in the first place.
What the fuck?
Plus, he didn't know how fucking deep they were with that shit.
You should have told the truth. He should have said, "I'm not religious."
Oh boy, hang on.
Yeah, he knew that he wouldn't get the job if he did that.
Hang on, was it a private school or a public school?
Private or public? Yeah, if it's a private school.
I mean, it's funny how you want to act like he
Answer the fucking question. Is it a
dishonest,
private
right?
school or a public school?
I agree with that, but how is that? How is what he did unfair when what the school's doing isn't honest?
Okay, so he went to teach. He went to teach at a Christian school, and he got upset that they're fucking praying.
It's not a Christian school. It's a public school.
Oh, okay, then it is illegal. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Hold on a minute. We'll find out. We'll find out what fucking school this is. If this is a private school, he can.
It's Elkhart Public Schools.
We'll fucking see about that.
What are you talking about?
I live in the area. I know about it. And the people around here, especially in the school systems, they do have a fucking problem with the religious bullshit.
Right. Let's find out what this fucking school is. Northridge.
I just told you it's an Elkhart Public School.
We'll fucking find out.
No, what happened at the Elkhart Public School? I'm curious. What happened there?
They had made up a whole bunch of claims about him, and they fired him.
About who?
No, but
what
how do you know they made it up?
Down corner.
Here's the question: how do you know they made it up?
Down corner.
None of us know what happened there. We just got different sides of the story we hear. That's what I think happened.
There's a report.
What happened? What are you talking about, dude?
There's a report that details all the fucking shit they did at school, and yes, they probably didn't have proof to sort of back up their claims. But I believe them. I believe them. I'm on their side.
Like a la carte.
Like one of the things that they had on there was that he was showing like a video with nudity, which was a video that was required, like it was part of a lesson plan that the teacher from the previous year had put together.
How do you spell his high school's name?
It's a video that they play every year for the students.
Oh.
Northridge High School, Middlebury.
Sound it out.
Get wrecked, Mish. Get wrecked.
And if you get it wrong, it will probably correct it in the Google search.
Northridge High School, Middlebury, Indiana.
But wait, what happened there though? That's all I want to know. What happened there, dude?
You didn't pay attention for like the last like 5 minutes.
I was in the YouTube chat.
You know, if all those things are true, how come they never wrote him up for any of them?
Can you give me the dude's
Because
name?
they're not proof. They were just being nice to him. They were just giving him a chance. They were saying, we're going to give him a chance to sort his shit out. And it got to the point where he was like, this guy's a fucking asshole. Fuck this.
Oh, so they're going to give him a chance until he speaks up about their religion. Then he can't have a chance anymore.
The final fucking straw. They were like, listen, we give you this fucking chance, and now you're insulting me. You could have just told me in an informal way that you're...
Oh, yes. The final straw is the religious one. Very convenient.
Coming up to you and like...
Very convenient.
No, hold on a minute. It's a formal setting. You're in a formal setting. You don't need to be a complete cunt to people. You can just say, listen, I'm an atheist. That's all you need to say. You don't need to say, yeah, I'm not praying your sky daddy. Tip fedora.
Yeah, you're a pussy.
Yeah, I agree with Phil on this one, dude. You're
a fucking pussy.
The thing is, though, that never happened.
Go pray to your sky daddy about it. Maybe he'll fix the problem for you.
He's not religious.
None of us here are religious.
You don't need to be dick.
None of us here
You're in a formal setting.
Sky Fairy isn't real.
If you're in a public school, you should be fucking first place. You're the dickhead for doing it.
We don't know if it is a public school yet.
It is a public school.
We'll fucking
you do it to me, I'll do it to you, bitch.
Go pray to your sky fairy. He might fix it for you. He might get people to start talking nicer about it.
What's some kind of atheist who fucking...
I'm going to crucify you on my sky god.
I'm an atheist, by the way, but I'm not one of those fedora tipping atheists.
You're a bad atheist.
Yeah, you're one of the cucks.
You're a fedora tipping atheist.
It's
the only arguments you've got are fucking...
I debate with religious people. I'm so clever. Here's my fedora.
Fucking grow up, mate. You don't believe in God. So what?
Top of the morning to you.
They were the dickheads. So him calling their fucking whatever their belief, their god a sky daddy, to me is a very minor detail. Oh my god, he might have hurt their feelings when he was. The fact that they shouldn't have been breaking the law.
SJW. My feelings.
Words when he said it. Oh,
Right, anyway, I don't know if this is it. This is. We'll fucking see. We'll see. Point is, he could have done it in a formal way. He could have said, "Listen, I'm not religious."
Who cares? What they did was way worse than what he did.
No, it wasn't. They fired a fucking incompetent teacher.
What they did was federally outlawed. What they did was worse.
So what?
No, I would agree that what they did was worse, but it doesn't mean that what
he showed a fucking porno in school, and quote unquote they were afraid he'd go postal.
Hey, they like you're acting, like your whole argument doesn't make any sense. They didn't write him up for being a dick and saying you're Sky Daddy and when they were trying to pray. I don't even know if I don't even think that's even on the list of things that they have against him.
Hold on, let me.
What they did is they waited until they got in trouble for pushing religion in school. Then they came up with this list.
Whatever.
Hey, fuck your Sky God, Phil. Tips Fedora.
I think I know a bit more about religion than you. I've read Richard Dawkins. I've read Richard Dawkins.
Phil, you're too soft on the fundies.
Science is interesting, and if you don't agree, you can fuck off.
Yes. I'm in a formal setting.
Actually, have you ever played Team Fortress 2?
I'm talking to my boss.
Have you ever,
and I insult him.
have you ever played Team Fortress 2?
Richard Dawkins all the way.
Oh,
so you don't know about the Tower of Hats?
No.
And because I have an inferiority complex, I debate religious people. Because that's all I do all day.
Here's the thing, right?
That's how I feel good about myself.
Why are we debating this if we don't know all the information, right? We don't know his side. And
We've got the information. We've got the. Where's that report, Dan? Where's that report? Put that report in the side.
I know.
I got it from you though, but
they tried to just make up every little tiny thing they could. It's funny how he's got not one write-up, but then after the principal gets in trouble for pushing religion in school, then they've got like 120 things on him. Come on, dude.
I'd fire him just for turning up. I'd say,
Outbound has a point.
Yeah, go away. Say this isn't even about God. I don't like you. You're a cunt, down.
Exactly why the judge threw the list out and said, no, I'm not going to honor any of those things.
No, hold on a minute. Just because the judge couldn't find guilt doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It could have.
He won his case. He won the case. Do you know what winning means? He won. What you're arguing is you're arguing reverse.
There's the report.
He hasn't won at all. He's got no job. He's got no job, and he never will get a job.
The report has been posted.
Yeah, let's read that report.
We're not saying that he won.
He won't get a job for standing up for Western values, apparently.
Against the country and his he won in terms of his employment for the future. We're saying he won his case.
No, but
he won when it comes to are those claims true or not?
No, but why would you want to?
Yeah, he won. He got a payout for it because they lied. They bullshitted. He's got a payout because they did that to him.
You haven't proved they lied. Prove they lied.
No, but here's the thing. Why would you want to teach?
It's already been. Look, we don't have the burden of proof is on them.
Yeah, the burden of proof is on the accuser.
Yeah, that's right. They couldn't come through with it. And because of it, the judge threw it out. He didn't accept those comments, right? He didn't accept them.
Here's the thing. The claims they were making.
Yes, Kevin. Guess what? You get a big out now.
Okay, so maybe they didn't have proof of it. But the claims that they were making,
maybe.
They didn't record this shit. They didn't record this shit.
And fairies and pink unicorns, pink invisible unicorns.
I just want to point it out to you, Benny, like to notice how it just progressively the conversation gets more adolescent as we go. I just want to point that out.
Oh, okay, but
you're edgy. Jesus Christ, this red coat is edgy.
Oh, this red coat.
Oh yeah, edgy.
Oh, is this the red coat that you were talking about before that you were upset that I invited to the chat? Oh,
no, I wasn't upset. I was
because I invited him to the chat. Get wrecked, Pastor.
See, the point
No, but
is,
here's
you
the
could
thing.
be formal.
Why would he want to teach in a
Formal about
Christian
That's all
school?
you have to do.
I want
Is
to know.
be formal.
Why does he
Sia,
want
I
to
love
teach?
you. I love
Be
you,
formal.
Sia.
That's it.
Oh,
Be
hi,
formal.
Sia.
More look like more faggot than Mish.
No, but why does he want to teach at
Straight
Christian
out.
school? It's his own fault. I
That is
have
not
no
what
sympathy
it
for
is.
him. Fuck him.
Don't fucking mute me. The fuck?
I can mute you on.
Was I just muted?
People got problem with down doesn't
Yes,
mean you're
Dan
on side with the principal of his job. That fucking.
I would. I'd side with them any day of the week. If I was in that situation, I'd go, yay, fire down. Whoa, fuck down.
What happened? I'm gonna fucking tell
Don
you what
wants to
happened,
hurt
right?
your feelings,
He was
huh?
meant to go to a pre-meet, right? The
I'm
principal, and he goes,
guessing
no, he
Don
does not
must have
fucking
said
interested.
something
So he sent an
really
email,
fucking ill to the quick.
and he CC'd every teacher saying, outlining his fucking belief. He doesn't believe in that shit. He's not attending it.
Yeah,
And because he didn't fucking attend it, they started all this shit.
He got
Which
fired.
the result
No,
was they lost.
it was worse than that. He turned the principal in. The principal got in trouble. That's when the shit started.
He talked to the principal like a dickhead. If you act like an idiot, expect fucking stupid prize.
Oh, he's being mean. He's hurting my feelings.
He's not being an idiot. He's being a fucking normal cunt.
Yes,
he goes, I don't
is.
pray. That's
Yes,
idiotic
he is.
shit. He's
Right.
got no time.
You're in a formal step.
Who's edgy
You
now?
know, if your boss is an asshole to you, then you can be an asshole back.
Right? Who's edgy now?
He wasn't being an asshole to him.
Yeah, he was trying to push his religion on him, and when it was federally illegal.
His religion on him. How was he pushing his religion on him?
He was trying to get him to pray and sending emails with all these like religious signatures.
I can pray against his family.
Did he try to? Oh, it's all right.
You can't do that. It's illegal.
Trelawney, you sound like Max.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Did he try saying to the principal, "Sorry, I don't want to do this"? Did he try using that method?
Who cares?
He probably
Did
did.
Who cares?
Did he go higher than the teacher? Did he try?
Oh my! Did he? Was he really polite when he asked him about it? Was he nice and did he use nice words? Did he suck him off?
You know what?
A little bit, just stick him
That's a straw man argument.
You see, Phil. These guys don't even think that somebody who disagrees with them, these degenerates don't even believe that anyone who disagrees with them deserves any form of public civility at all. Like that they have a right to be uncivil without.
So they can be uncivil and we can't.
Yeah,
he wasn't being uncivil.
It's only criticizing the incivility on one side of that argument.
No, because Down lied to his employer.
Yeah.
He lied to his employer that he was religious, so his employer thought that he was fucking religious.
You could say he's dishonest. He didn't outright lie. He didn't go in there and say I'm religious.
Why would you have to be misleading in that situation to begin with? For what reason would you have to be misleading?
Because the employer were being cunts.
No, they weren't. They just
Because they were breaking the law. Because they were implying that they wanted somebody to be religious.
Hey Phil, you're from shut up. You're from England. How would you like it if you were a teacher, right? And an Islamic fucking school said, no, you've got to come and pray to Allah. Right? And because you didn't fucking pray to Allah, they discredited
you. Because of the Muslim thing, he'd be on our side 100% for sure.
Listen, two things. I wouldn't lie in the first place to say that I'm religious, but let's say I was employed at that school. Do you know what I'd say? I'd say, because I'm not religious, I wouldn't say, I'm not praying.
Yeah, we already get it. You'd be real nice. You'd be so nice when you do it.
You would have. Does it ever occur to you that there's a chance
that makes Down
that
wrong?
there's a chance that he was nice
all of it because he wasn't polite. Come
Come
on.
Just don't even be a dickhead about it. Just say
He was just fired for being rude. That was the whole thing. It's just because he was rude. It had nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, if you be a cunt to your employer, expect to be
yeah, that was it.
Dickhead. If you're a cunt to your
He
employer...
wasn't a cunt. Hey, he wasn't a cunt to his employer. Get that fucking right. He just told his employer his fucking religious position. That was it.
Yeah,
he he's not interested in attending a fucking prayer meeting. No, that he shouldn't. He goes, they all stand in a fucking circle and hold hands.
You guys can't even
fucking hold hands with another teacher. He's not like that.
You guys can't even keep your.
You shouldn't have to, bro. I don't. You shouldn't have to fucking pray to Allah.
like why are we giving?
Okay.
And your job should not be risked because of it.
Okay, down. We're gonna children and tell them they're gonna burn in hell if they don't do everything we say. Oh no, fuck that.
Oh yeah,
You're
I'm
a
sure
dick
because
then.
I'm sure that's exactly what they were doing at some public school that Down was teaching at. Like I believe that 100%. Thanks.
Yeah, because that's what the religion says.
Yeah. Okay.
Believe what?
Why are we talking about this? I don't give a fuck about it.
Right. Like I don't give a fuck about any of that.
Phil's butthurt about something Down said, so he's like on a rampage to discredit Down.
No, it's like you guys idolized him getting over.
Hey, he stood up for
West. We didn't bring it up. We're just replying. That's it.
Sounds like someone's a bit
Phil is stuck on this.
Oh, diddums. Do you want my missus to come and stroke you? Oh, that's cute. You're gonna discredit Down. No, because Down said something bad about you.
Exactly, you fucking shit skin.
Down hurt my feelings. I'm gonna go spend hours looking up his whole life to discredit him in front of everyone.
Don't I know you?
Can't I get my life in order?
Are you the hey Mish guy?
Fucking get a fucking root, get a bong in ya, and fucking
No way.
go for a walk, man. Play outside. Who gives a fuck about Down?
Who gives a fuck about you?
Do something with yourself. Who gives a shit about Down?
You're a fucking.
Who cares?
You're a criminal.
Like, seriously, who gives a fucking shit? Shut up and get over yourself. Fuck off.
G'day, mate. Down here. Probably a rapist. That's why.
Phil loves the Pope. Phil loves the Pope.
The projection is so deep and real, it's unreal.
Yeah, but don't be fucking pussy, man. Fucking harden up, yeah? Harden up a bit.
Well, you guys are the ones saying that I should be able to, like, shout and cry at people in public because my feelings are hurt over somebody's religious beliefs. Go fuck yourself.
Redcoat, you're a
really,
Zionist.
when it comes to that.
That's exactly. I don't give a fuck about anyone's religious shit. I just don't like fucking men who whine. All right, they really shits me. You fuck off with that.
Right, down this fucking outbound.
It's like it's like black people who
just shouting and crying now.
It's like black people who
listen,
still
right,
dream about slavery
into
to
the
make
atheists.
themselves this
Listen,
kind of victim.
I'm an atheist, but I've moved past that now. I've transcended that fucking childish fucking argument where we.
Yeah, you softened up.
Yeah.
Softened up.
But these guys are.
But Jesus, there's no God, guys. I'm so clever.
But these
Dawkins, therefore I'm smart.
These guys are, but these guys are, they're not just atheists, they're victims. They're victims of religion, like black people are victims of white supremacy. It's the same
Okay,
fucking
first of
thing.
all, cut the Zionist bullcrap, okay?
So atheists have affirmative action to make sure they get jobs, and atheists have scholarships in college just for their being atheist. Atheists are protected by hate crime laws. Why do you think that an atheism being oppressed by a religious society is similar to a black man being oppressed by a white society? Why do you think that that's similar in today's America?
I think that victim mentality. Is
Yeah, you got victim mentality.
Well, he wasn't a victim. He just said,
see.
"Fuck this."
Atheists in America are not.
Victim mentality
right.
is only it's only a valid criticism when the person's actually not being oppressed.
In America.
Right, like I'm allowed to treat you like
because they have so many benefits in this country.
I'm allowed to treat you like a.
They're not being oppressed, yet they still think they are.
Redcoat, why do you like the big black cock?
Look at this fucking filibuster shit. Like I'm allowed to treat you like a total fucking cock in our workplace, and if I'm not allowed to do that, then you're oppressing me. It's like that same, like you fuckers are SJWs. You just don't.
So are you criticizing the religious person?
No.
You're saying that the religious person was a cop to down? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No one.
Right, now I'm
cares,
gonna
no one cares,
now
no
like a
one cares,
proper
no one
fucking
cares about it.
charlatan, I'm gonna twist it up and pretend that I don't understand what you're saying.
Ah.
Perfect way to avoid avoid what's
Funny
really
how
been said.
John can't fucking say anything against their religion. He can't say it in any way, unless it's nice. He's got to be real polite. But it's okay for the school to break federal regulations.
Can't say anything against your can't say anything against what you believe either, or else you're gonna chimp out as well. Like that standard doesn't apply to you too. When it clearly does.
Is Redcoat being a good boy?
I'm the one who's okay with
Redcoat being a good boy.
You can sit here and say anything you want. I'm not going to tell you you have to be polite to me. That's what you guys are saying.
Can I have some input?
But when we're talking about pushing religion in school, like it's federal. It's not allowed federally. This is against the law.
Federally, it is against the law. So I actually kind of you can't.
It's against the West.
Forcing people to pray.
It's not about polite or not. They're just wrong. That's why they lost in court.
Why are they wrong?
Because they're going against the West.
Oh, what? So
they broke the law.
Hold on a minute, right? So
They're trying to
civilization. No, hold on a minute.
Yeah, Western civilization is about secularism.
No, but it was built by religious people deeply.
No, it was a public school.
Yeah, it was.
Who cares who it was built by?
The modern West.
The laws are secular. The Constitution is a secular document.
Yeah, but it's good for children. It's good to teach children about their history.
Yeah, it's good to tell children that if they disobey their parents, they're going to be stoned to death.
The reality is that
all you can do is like slink back into like total hyperbole to make your case. So
no, what we're highlighting is that your position is hyperbole.
There's nothing to talk about, man. You won.
Your position is hyperbole. We're responding in kind.
Right. My position that it's not that big of a deal for you to be crying like a little bitch over it is hyperbole.
No, your position
is totally hyperbole.
It is a big deal that Down was crying like a little bitch over it. That's basically your position. It's not a big deal what the school did, but it is a big deal what Down.
Don't bring Down into it. I haven't talked about. I'm not talking about
Down. This whole thing
the behavior right
is about. That's the only thing we're talking about.
We're not talking about anything but Down.
Bill started criticizing
so
Down.
my point is that it's irrational to use to insult people instead of he could have said what he wanted to say in a rational way.
Hey, he probably did. They probably like, oh no, you're praying for us. So then that provoked it to be a
right.
That happened.
He was like he was real gentle about it, and that's why it caused a rift at his workplace. I get it now.
Well, we're not saying he was gentle. He gives a fuck if he was.
He could have been formal.
Right, it doesn't matter.
Right, see, there the truth comes out.
He's teaching not the fucking.
That's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit about that.
Do you believe in basic decency? Do you believe in morals?
Like, if he has to be decent, then they have to be decent. And what they did wasn't decent.
They were decent.
He was responding with the same approach they were taking to him.
Right, but anybody who disagrees with you, that's hyperbole.
God forbid someone stands up for Western values with some passion.
Man, that level of mental gymnastics must hurt. I just gotta say.
It's not gymnastics. What they did was rude.
No, so you're saying because they did it too, now you have a right to do it as well. That your logic.
Look, they would have just left it.
Right? Rude, even if they didn't do it. They don't have. Not only do they not have a right to do what they did, it is illegal federally for them to do what they did.
I agree with that.
They live in America, bro. In America, you can't do that. You get it? Even I know that.
I agree with that. I'm just saying that
everybody has a right to be rude. What the fuck? All I'm saying is what they did was rude. If he responded rudely, who cares?
No, but the thing is, what I'm saying is, if you're rude, don't expect other people to kind of fuck you over, as they try to do. That's my point. I'm not saying it is right.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't care.
Right.
He said
I'm
that.
Saying understandable.
He goes, okay, you're going to be like that. I'll just take you to fucking court. They go, all right. Guess what? He did, and guess what? He won.
Okay, good for him.
Right, that's like
he's done.
It's like a
He's
fucking.
He's not only won, he's won 2 cases so far, and now he's got a third one against the newspaper. And the school fucked up again after that. After he's done with the newspaper, he's going to go back and sue the school again. Because they fucked up again afterwards.
I respect. Actually, now I respect him a lot more. Good for him. I'm on this
And
side.
not just that he didn't win, he's still suing them like from all the shit he can go for the rest of his life, man. They did so much shit to him that he's got enough there. His lawyers just going, yep, next case, because they're winning them all. Fucking some people can make a living out of suing cunts for fucking doing them wrong. Good on him. I hope he gets fucking millions of dollars.
All right, the new standard of decency, right there. The new American dream, right there.
Who gives a shit about
Not you, apparently.
I've been saying that from the beginning. I don't care. Nobody in here is being decent anyway.
It's not really about.
None of you give a shit about decency either.
It's not really about the religion. It's about being. It's about the degeneracy and the shame and lashing out.
Yeah,
that goes along with that, right?
That's basically what Charlie man. He teaches at a school, right? And the teachers acted like kids.
Come on.
You serious, man? Like fucking the teachers acted like kids and grouped up on him.
You've been in hangouts with Down Corner before, right? And for a second, if he ever spoke in the classroom like you've ever heard him speak in the hangouts,
I doubt.
Do you think? But if he did though, like it's not that he's not capable of it, because you've heard him be capable of it. So if he did, right?
Hold on, are we talking about Down lost his job? Down lost his job at that school? Is that what we're talking
Oh my gosh. Oh, come on.
It's time to change the subject if we're that far gone. Let's.
Yeah, and he lost his job, and the courts have decided that he was wrongfully terminated.
Holy shit! I had no idea we were talking about Down. Why are we sitting here having a debate about Down?
His teaching was never the fucking problem, right?
The debate about Down started.
He spoke up about the religion.
Feels on like a rampage to try to discredit him.
His teaching was an issue.
If you look at the report, it was clear that his fucking teaching was an issue.
Can we move on?
No, it wasn't, because the reason why is because based on that religion shit, they couldn't sack him. They had to find the teaching angle to get rid of him.
Who cares?
There's no other way.
Move on. Move on.
Yeah, because it's anyway.
So
can we change the
they
subject?
all fucking ganged up on him.
Jesus Christ.
Are you guys sucking his dick this hard that we have to fucking like keep his cock in our mouth for 30 minutes straight? Or can we change
This
that?
isn't about sucking down his cock. Fuck Down. I don't have a whole lot of respect for Down either.
I can't hear you over that.
And I agree with him on a lot of different points. It's not about sucking Down's cock. It's about this context, this specific thing that happened, and who was right and who was wrong. Down was right. The school was wrong.
Yeah, Down was wrong. You can hate
again,
I
You guys are getting emotional over bullshit.
I know.
That's what I was trying to point out earlier.
You guys are getting ticklish, man.
The emotions are like high.
Yeah, this is definitely some emotional. You can't even see his fucking 8-inch dick down your fucking throat.
You get a bunch of ladies, right? And anybody
What causes so much strife in society, and has caused strife in my life and strife in people's lives that are around me. I'm sick of it.
All right, you win. Take the dick out your mouth and let's continue.
Right, like if we could all just believe in exactly what
you keep saying that,
right? Like,
it doesn't even make any sense.
If we could all if we were all just like Outbound, the world would be a perfect place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, but
You're right about that.
We're not going through his whole fucking life bringing up in a hangout. User, we're just fucking telling you what really happened.
He started.
No one cares.
That's it. And the other thing is, bro,
no one cares anymore.
Well, no one cares, right? But why is he fucking being mentioned then? Yeah, no one cares, right? Someone fucking cared enough to sit here and talk about him for fucking hours and hours.
Yeah, you're still talking about it.
Phil stopped for quite a while.
Phil,
It's you
grow a
guys
set.
talking now.
Fucking just grow a set and harden up. Fucking one thing I noticed about you, Rich, you're as weak as piss, bro. Weak.
And all of you other guys keep dragging it out. They want to jump in on it. They don't act like, well, why do you care? Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, then why the fuck did you even chime in?
Talk shit to me, you fucking wanker.
Fuck.
You fucking are, you fucking Iranian.
I know kids that have got more balls than you fucking bricks, bro. Fucking pisses me right off, eh?
You're a packy bastard. Don't talk shit to me.
Fucking hell, see how emotional you get.
For hours and
No one cares. It's a silly topic. Move on.
Yeah, we shut the fuck up then and talk about something else then. The point was.
You you start then. Man up and fucking talk about it. Change it.
Fuck up and listen, right? The point is, right, is that he talked to his employer in an informal way. He can do things in an informal way.
Shut the fuck up. Go talk about something else, you fucking pussy. Girl.
Yeah, well, shut the fuck up
then. Weak as piss, man.
Yeah, that's so like you don't even know how we talked to him. You weren't there, and even if you did talk to him, why is that even a thing that you give a shit about?
Neither were you. You weren't there either. Neither.
I'm not saying I was. I'm not trying to make a claim about how he talked to them. I don't care how he talked to them. What they did was wrong, and that's why they lost in court.
I don't think it was wrong. I think they have every. I think that we should have.
How do you reckon they lost it? I mean, they may have lost.
You're a fucking retard.
They may have paid for it. How do you reckon they lost in the wrong? How do you reckon they lost in the?
You pushing religion.
Yeah,
niggers. Niggers.
Yeah, I believe that we should teach children traditional
niggers
and their ancestors.
Niggers.
I think we should teach.
If we're going to teach religion, we should teach all of them. Every religion. all 10,000 of them.
No. We should teach all religions.
Yep. Oh, yeah. No. Just because you think most of the people in this country are Christian and you can get them all behind you and join you in your cause, that ain't how it works. If you're going to say we're going to teach religion in schools, we're going to teach all. We're going to be fair. We're going to teach all 10,000 of them.
Christianity, not fucking Islam or Hinduism. We don't teach.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I guess fucking if you didn't go pray at a fucking mosque, everyone here be knocking you Mayfield.
You don't want to need it. We don't want to be.
No. Why didn't he? He was being very rude to the mosque. He should have prayed. I don't like that cunt.
Hey, Phil. Remember what we were talking about like yesterday, maybe, or earlier today, right? About how Westerners, they pretty much deserve their fate. Here's an example of it right here.
They deserve to be taught the history of their ancestors. The Western civilization was majority Christian people, right? And therefore, the children of this nation should be taught about the religion of their ancestors, not fucking Islam or Buddhism, but they should be taught.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that's so retarded.
Why is it retarded?
Because they're like you're just picking like a certain part of history that has to do with this country. Like, what about their heritage that goes back? What about people in their lineage that had religions before Christianity was even invented?
You know why?
Listen, Christianity comes from Judaism, so I guess we better teach them Judaism too.
No, not an argument. That's not the argument.
Oh no! Now you're going to disagree. It's all falling apart. No.
Hold on a minute. The majority population of America is what? Is it Christian?
Yes.
So.
Yeah. So
the majority of them are idiots that believe shit that's not true and they're wrong, and we need to get them away from that.
Hold on a minute. They're not idiots.
Yeah, they are fucking idiots.
Hold on a minute. I'm not saying that you teach them that God's real. I'm saying that you teach them the values and traditions of their ancestors that built your country. Yeah? You teach them about the faith and
Constitution, man.
You teach them the values that there are no Christian values that have to do with the founding of this country. None at all. Name one.
Listen, are you familiar with Paul
What are you talking about, bro? That's got nothing to do with teaching, man. You get it?
Listen, are you familiar with Paul Young? Right? You don't need to teach.
What?
You don't need to teach religion as a matter of fact.
Build nice sex
in
all classrooms
you can
in
teach,
the UK
teach
and
Christianity
America.
and Jesus as an archetype. You can teach children the history of their ancestors. You say this is what your ancestors.
That'd be great, man.
This is what your ancestors.
You should pray to Allah at a Muslim fucking school if they're not fucking Muslim.
In America, we don't need shitskins in America or the UK. Fuck them off. We don't want them in.
No, you're not fucking them off, are you? You're fucking taking them in. You're not like us. We fuck them off. No.
We don't.
You just take them in, pussies. That's why.
You don't want them.
I'm Australian. We fuck them off. We send them back. You don't.
That's as well. No.
we send them all back, all of them.
Well, you should. That's good.
That's the way it should be too.
Yeah, we don't.
And you know what? We don't give a fucking shit either. We're glad to send them back. You can have them.
We don't want them either. But the point is that you've got a right to preserve the history and traditions of your people, right? And like it or not, right? Europe, right? The ancestors of Europe believed in Christianity. I'm not saying that you teach.
And then what happened?
No, listen.
And then what happened?
Listen to what I've got to say.
And then what happened?
Listen to what I've got to say. I'm not
What
saying.
about your history and traditions from your ancestors before Christianity?
Right? I'm not saying that you teach it literally. You just say to children, you say, this is what your ancestors believe.
Well,
right?
if you're going to talk about we have to do it because history and tradition, well, then we should dig up all those ones too. Teach all those.
Okay, well, what do you think is more appropriate for your ancestors, the Jew god Yahweh or the European pagan gods?
Yahweh all the way.
There's no point getting no, because Western civilization was built by Christian people.
Well, why is it that the secularists were? Why is it that secularists made up the Enlightenment and the founding fathers criticized?
Okay,
religion?
so was Descartes religious? Descartes was religious.
He was a
The majority
deist, I
of
think.
Enlightenment thinkers were religious. There was only a few like David Hume.
The majority didn't really found this country. There was a few handful of rich people that founded the documents that this country started with.
It's about the
The
majority.
majority of them were poor and had nothing to fucking do with it. Had no say in it whatsoever.
You believed in God and your values.
So forget the fucking majority. Fuck the majority. It had nothing to do with it. And when this country was first founded, they couldn't even vote unless they owned property. It was a minority that really benefited from the founding documents.
Yeah, but you've got a right. You should. This. I'll tell you why you should teach children Christianity, right? I'm not saying teach it literally. I'm just saying you should teach them a religion, right? Because what it does.
Hey, yo, Flip.
You're an idiot.
Why not
Hear me out.
Levian Satanism has better morals.
Don't rudely interrupt me. Just wait till I finish, okay? So, yeah, the reason why you teach religion, right, is because it gives children some values and traditions that protect them from inferior religions and ideologies. Because if you don't give children, hold on a minute. If you don't give children a morality, values and traditions, and you leave them to their own, they're not protected.
Religion is
So there's such a thing as secular morality.
That's why our founding documents, there's nothing in our Constitution that you can say came from Christian values. Not one thing.
That may be true, but Christianity still instills morals.
No, it's not morals.
An American
understand Phil's argument.
Christianity instills the same morals as Islam, pretty much.
You can do the worst and just believe in Jesus and repent and take him into your heart, and you get to heaven.
You believe in Jesus? You believe in the teachings? Do you believe in the golden rule is wrong?
No, because take for example, I'm a massive freak. What if I like going out in public and wishing that a stranger would stick his fingers up my ass because I'd enjoy that? Does that mean I can strangers like that?
Nobody's saying that.
That's
talking about the golden rule.
Follow by.
That is the golden rule. Do unto others how you want done unto yourself.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I should go around sticking my fingers up people's asses without their consent.
Oh, fuck.
Why not?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm taking your side.
Yeah,
well, most people are getting it anyway.
Yeah, the golden rule is kind of worthless. It's too vague and it can be misinterpreted.
If you're going around fingers up people's asses, that's not because you have religion. That's for you.
Yeah, that's fucking mental.
The difference is that you consent and I don't. So if you try to stick your finger
Even that, you can even attribute the golden rule to the Bible anyway.
Hey, By
the way, the golden rule predated the Bible, so either way, your argument is fucked.
Trollo Lolan, take that robot.
Where's the golden rule in the Bible anyway?
Okay, well, if you keep interrupting,
I mean, the Bible says stone gays to death. So how's that the golden rule?
Questions? I can't even answer your questions because you keep talking when I'm about to answer. So anyway, right? The point is that if you teach Christianity to people, they get a basic understanding of some core concepts and philosophy that I believe that. Like an example would be, I believe that
core concepts and philosophy that are shit.
No, not necessarily. Just listen, right?
I believe that Christianity is a watered-down version of Stoicism. Stoicism light. I believe. Well, it is. It was written at the time of Stoic thought.
Stoicism is nonsense.
You need to read your Bible again. I think you forgot how much horrific shit's in.
Hold on a minute. No, hold on a minute.
I think you forgot how fucking.
No, listen, right? Christianity was wrote at a time where.
Have you ever cracked it open? You know much about it? Are you talking?
I've read the Bible.
Religion.
Why interrupt me?
Why you gonna interrupt him? Just let him make his point. Phil, go on.
Oh God, I interrupted him. Oh man.
Right. Yeah, well, I can't speak if you keep talking. The way communication.
Oh yeah, you didn't get to say anything. You didn't make any points at all. I totally interrupted you before you were ever able to make not even one point.
Like, the way communication works is that one person speaks and the other person listens. That's the way communication works. If we both talk,
you didn't speak at all. I didn't listen to any of it. I didn't hear one word from you.
Just talk about where you were going to say in the first place instead of
No. That's not how
communication.
That's not how communication works in jail.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, we're getting into the free side of this argument. Fuck yeah.
So the point is, right, is that if you the way I look at religion, especially Christianity, is that Christianity will give you a basic understanding of some core principles and philosophy or whatever that did build Western civilization. Yeah, it's not.
No, wrong.
You're not going to be. No, don't interrupt me. I'm still talking. The way communication works is that if someone's talking, you wait until they.
You're building a house on a turd, man.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Even if you disagree, let him make his point.
Right. The point is, right, is that if you give a child Christianity, that's a shield. That's a shield against some poisonous ideologies that you don't want a society to have. Right. An example would be if you take away Christianity from a child, they are prone to become a Marxist. You could fill them full of Marxism. You could fill them with Islam. You could say, "Here's Islam. Look at this." Whereas if you give them Christianity, they have a shield against poisonous ideologies that, to a point at which they get to a reasonable age, they can dismantle.
You can fill them with atheism.
Maintain Western civilization.
You can just fill. You don't even need to fill them with any type of ideology like that. You can just fill them with basic knowledge, like basic science and knowledge of how the world works. The more of that you give them, the more likely they're going to be atheists anyway. That's your shield right there, science.
Our societies are filled with egalitarians.
The higher an IQ a person has, and the more that they learn, the more likely they are to be atheists. That's your shield.
Oh yeah, of course, and they'll be better people. I mean, there's no egalitarian fucking atheists, are there? There's no Marxist atheists. All atheists are. If you're an atheist,
they're mostly all atheists. As a matter of fact, like the commies and the Marxists are all atheists. As a matter of fact, that's a mode of communism. Like that's part of the means to get to communism is to remove the religion to begin with.
Religion is a good shield. Christianity will defend your children from poisonous ideologies.
Okay, Phil. Hold on, Phil. You said you want to have a conversation, right? So instead of just repeating your point over and over again, let's actually make a point. If he's saying science is the shield, if he's saying science is the shield, you're saying religion is the shield, right? So you need to prove that either Christianity is a better shield than science, or that science is not a good shield at all.
How is science a shield when we're in the age of like 130 genders, and everybody is equal regardless of what the science does?
That
is total horseshit to say that a science is a shield, because science is bending to political ideology right now.
Egalitarianism.
You mean like? Wait.
It's for being unscientific. That's a lack of science.
Ideology, man. Science says
they lack the science. You just said it doesn't match science.
Right. Science is not the problem. Science is not the problem. The problem is that when you take away religion, right?
That's 30 fucking genders. So that's not scientific at all.
No, science, right? That's not the problem. Science is not the problem. It's political ideologies that take over from religion. You take away religion, right? And some people will fill that void. Instead of something constructive, they'll fill it either with nihilism, they'll fill that void with egalitarianism.
What's wrong with nihilism? It's true.
Fascism.
Yeah, optimistic nihilism is actually fairly productive.
Not really. It's productive.
Not
Hey,
really
here's the
at
thing,
all.
though. It's true, though.
It leads to
It's true.
a bunch of lowlifes living off the welfare.
So the point is that although
You're not a
Christianity,
nihilist, you're a denihilist.
I agree.
Although you may disagree with Christianity, it does sort of hold Western civilization intact. Better.
That's why founding fathers got rid of it.
People are religious. It's better that people are religious than everyone becomes an egalitarian fucking social justice warrior who thinks there's.
You act like that's a false dichotomy.
Oh my god.
Does it occur to you that most social
Which
justice
is black and white to you?
I just
Either the religious or the SJW. There's no in between.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But it's better. It's better that it is. It's better than that, isn't it? Would you prefer?
Most SJWs are Christians who believe God is a black woman.
Hey, Phil. Nihilism is totally going to defeat Islam. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah. The Muslims are not going to take over. Yeah. That's
So
the point.
what-
Christianity.
You guys brought up the communist thing stuff, but if you look at the most non-religious countries today, they're the ones that are better off.
Are you saying that a skinny Jew on a stick has a better chance against Islam?
Historically speaking, yes.
Yeah, it's
Well, you're
been
a fucking idiot.
It's been proven. No, you're a fucking idiot.
Jesus Christ. Can we have a productive conversation instead? I mean,
Hey guys,
You know,
I'm
you
gonna
know,
split.
you know what the great irony is?
I'm
That
gonna
none of us would we probably wouldn't even exist right now if it weren't
Can I
for
say
like
goodbye?
some form of livid Christianity. We
What's the
wouldn't even
Christianity?
exist.
We probably wouldn't exist. You're right. Goodbye, guys.
You can say
I'll
that
see you
about
guys
anything.
later.
You
Right,
can
bye,
say that about absolutely anything.
Yeah, I know.
No, not
Say
in the
goodbye.
context that I just put it. You can
Goodbye, guys. I'll see you later.
see ya.
Later, Mish.
You can try to rationalize that and
genocide.
deconstruct it, but good luck with that.
If it wasn't for Christianity, we'd all be Muslim right now. It'd be fucking.
Nah, we probably wouldn't even be here. We probably wouldn't. We would have been replaced.
You might not exist. Some other people would. What's your point? Like, what that makes Christianity right or good or? What's your point?
Right, like, you know what? You know what my point is that I like.
Fuck off the skinny Jew on a stick.
You win the argument because you said that. The point is that since you're a nihilist and you don't really give a shit about anything, what do you give a fuck? Why do you guys if you guys think nihilism is like the winning thing? That's what I heard earlier in the conversation. Who said it?
I said it's correct.
Who said it? Okay, since it's
so
right. Well, since it's correct, which means it's obviously what you subscribe to. Which means it's obviously what you subscribe to. Why should I not be anything other than nihilistic towards your views? Why am I required to concede how you view it as right?
Hey, yeah, I think it's adorable how you think that I give a shit about your opinion. I think it's adorable.
So you basically turned exactly what I said, rephrased it, and then spat it back out at me.
Yeah,
I was basically summing up what you just said.
Opinions? You shouldn't.
I rephrased what you just said. I shortened it so no one would have to be subject to the same amount of bullshit that came out of your mouth. So
right? Like some people give a shit about the future of their children and their families and all of that, right? And other people don't.
I have news for them. The sun is gonna fucking expand and burn the whole world to the ground.
Oh no! Like nothing means it's all for nothing.
Things that are true. Our selected nihilists is the exact reason why we have a draft in the first place. These people don't give a shit about nothing. They should be forced by at gunpoint to go to war or to help defend the rest of it.
Yeah, they've got no passion.
You mean like China? Fucking Eastern China?
Yeah, like fascism, like China, yeah.
So you've got no group identity, Outbound? You've got no group identity whatsoever?
No group identity, you fucking individualist. How dare you think for yourself? How dare you be a Westerner?
That'll work when the Muslims acting as a group come to your nation. That'll work. You acting as an individual.
Yeah, I mean,
That'll work.
If you think a friendly Muslim's going to come along and stick his fingers in your butt, you're wrong. He's going to throw you off the roof.
Where did that come from?
They're operating as a group. You're operating as an individual. And you on your own, you can take on fucking ISIS.
Did you underestimate my fucking power, Phil? I don't think you know what you're dealing with, buddy.
I would say that's wrong because I'm an individualist, but I would fight with Christianity, with the Christians against Islam.
You're not strong. You're not as strong as.
No, but what I'm saying is, I would fight alongside with Christians to fight against.
No, but it's not necessarily a fight. It's not necessarily a fight because Muslims are winning a war against you by outbreeding you because they operate as a group. They outbreed you. They don't have to use violence to get rid of you. They can kill you by outbreeding you and taking all the resources. That's how they'll win. They don't need to attack you. They need to use violence.
They'll win. They'll win because even though we find their values abhorrent, right? At least they have them. Like that's the reason they'll win. At least even if we disagree with their values, at least they have values. That's why they'll win.
Here's the thing: I'll be long dead by then. So that at that point.
Yeah. So who gives
a fuck about your ancestors? Doesn't matter if you're great grandchildren.
Yeah, well, guess what, guys? It's your problem, not yours. Either way, you're fucked.
Oh yeah. That's the point. You don't give a shit about your children or your ancestors. It's all about you. You're like a rat. You're like a rat. You're like an R-type animal. You're an R-type animal that only gives a shit about yourself. You don't give a shit about the group, and that's why you'll produce inferior children. And it's proven. If you want science, you can look up RK theory. And you can look up which fucking mindset produces the better children. Those who have an in-group preference produce stronger, more intelligent children. Whereas R-type people, like yourself, right, they produce inferior, weak children who just...
Well, what if I don't produce any children at all?
That's the biggest load of shit I've ever heard, bro. You know, Muslim schools churn out smarter kids than fucking public schools. You know that?
If you don't produce any children at all, you'd fit nicely right into the other stereotype that goes along with.
Yeah. No children. I'll have no children. I mean.
What stereotype? The one you made up?
Yay! I could be a teenager up into my 40s. Yay! I have no children.
I mean, if that's good, why make fun of it?
Muslim, that'd be great. That will. Fucking
how dare you follow freedom? How dare you live your own life?
Yeah, I mean that takes some balls.
You should be part of it.
Right, like if like consuming religious and
you should do whatever the Christians, Jews, and Muslims tell you to do because you're not a Westerner after all. You're just an.
Yeah, you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about yourself or anyone else. You're individualistic, but you're like a rat, man. You're like a fucking rat.
Actually, no, that's a lot of crap.
Anyway, Islamic schools change.
Their entire ideology involves taking one wound and replacing it with a brand new, fresh wound, so that you forget about the first wound. I mean, everything you say to them, they're just going to tell you how you're wrong anyway.
Yeah, they're just spineless. They got no sense of fucking heritage or anything. I mean, don't you give a shit about Western civilization at all?
Apparently, you don't, because you're willing to like throw away their values just for
pragmatically. No, hold on a minute. Pragmatically, right? You have to adapt to the environment in regards to politics. You can't be stuck in one set of fucking like individual liberty is ideal if you're living in an ideal world. However, pragmatically, sometimes you have to sacrifice that individual liberty when you're dealt with certain problems. An example would be if you're dealing with a wartime situation that's threatening your country. Let's say, for example, Russia declared war with America right now, right? And they were invading your country. They were not nuclear bombs. Let's say they were coming to your country and they were going to invade your country, right? You would pragmatically have to change your style of government. You'd have to collectivize. You'd have to say, sorry, we respect your individual liberty, but we have got a war on now, so you're all being called up for the draft. You'd have to do that because
we respect your individual liberties, but let's throw them away. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, you've got
I say no more brother wars. No Russian ever called me white trash. What the hell do I want to go to war against the Russian for?
Yeah, but that was just an example. An example. I'm just saying, like, individual liberty is ideal, but if you're dealing with a serious fucking problem.
No, but here's the thing, Phil. He might not agree with the level of danger that you are presenting. Like, for instance, when you say Islam is such a big threat, he might not necessarily agree with how big of a threat it is.
No, I don't think you need to do anything extreme. I don't think you need draconian measures to solve this. I think like I've said before, the best way to deal with this is to cut welfare. If you cut welfare, then only those who are capable can.
I would agree with that.
I'm
I would
with you
agree with
on
that. But yeah, listen, he agrees with that. I agree with you on that. The point is, you're saying no, you have to breed and shit. No, I will use my vote and that's it. But if whether I breed or
No,
not,
I'm not saying that you
business.
have to breed. I'm not saying that you have to breed. I'm saying that.
You know what I mean?
I'm saying that it's better for civilization that. I think that you've got an obligation to keep. See, here's the thing, right? I believe that your country was given to you as a gift. You are lucky to be. If you're in America, for example, you're lucky to be born in America. That's a gift. It's not something that you own. It's something that's been given to you by your ancestors. And I believe that you have an obligation to keep it in the condition that it's in, or to improve it slightly. And the problem is that if you don't have any children, then your government are probably going to replace you with someone who will have children. Yeah, to keep the system going.
I'm not saying everybody has to have kids, but if everybody like unanimously doesn't have kids, you're effectively
which is never
killing.
going to happen. Which is never going to happen, by the way.
Well, it's funny you should say that because there are pockets in Europe that are in such negative population growth that no civilization in history has ever recovered from it. So to say that it's not going to happen is just absolutely obscene.
No, but
it is happening and it has happened.
No, but that's because of bad policy making. It's not because I think with better policy making they could fix that in a minute.
It's values. It's the changing values within those societies that have caused the birth rates to drop.
No, it's a bit of both. I would agree with that. Values is a big part of it, but
I would say even if
values drive the policy.
Okay, very true.
I would say even if these inferior nihilists have children, and their children is inferior to my children, because we're the same tribe, it's still
Holy
benefits
shit, you're
to my
edgy.
children.
You're edgy. Inferior nihilists. I just called them inferior. I'm so edgy.
Well, I mean, I could talk about cannibalism, but that's not like what our people do.
Yeah, well,
I really don't give a shit at this point. What it really comes down
at
to
this point
is I would like to see America divided into two countries at this point. That's what I would like to see personally.
So the North and South?
I'm with you on that.
How would it be? The North and South is divided?
I'm not sure how you divide it, but I would like a country that I could get away from the valueless society that's going to cause the rest of our society to die.
You see,
yeah, I would like to see it divided into several groups. That would be groups that wish.
You're so plagued by group. People are so plagued by group things.
Racially homogenous, and the other groups wish to trade with whoever the hell they want to.
Yeah, you've got to have some sort of groupthink. The only reason you have to have groupthink is because there are other groups who are operating as groups. So, you don't have to be an extremist. You don't have to operate as an extreme collective like they do, like Islam or the fucking communists or anything.
You do realize that groups aren't collectivists. Groups can be individualists as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's better to operate as an individual. But my point is that you've got to have some sort of group. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you're going to be fucked. You know what I mean? It's just because, that you don't operate as a collective. Be an individual. I think that you should respect. I think it's vital. It's vital for any prosperous country to respect individual liberty anyway, because that's what creates strong capitalist prosperous countries. You know what I mean? So you've got to respect that.
No.
Of course, that's what creates the best societies. Obviously,
I'm waiting for the butt here.
What?
I'm waiting for the butt.
Well, the only but would be if you're dealing with a fucking problem like a war or some shit. You know what I mean?
No, but yeah, obviously you're talking about extreme circumstances.
Yeah. If it's like a world war, then you have to drop the individualism and
I would agree with that. Yeah,
you have to fucking collectivize.
Become a unit.
Yeah, just because that works the most effective. You can't have a fucking democracy in the army. You know what I mean? But you can't have an ANCAP army, so it just fucking won't work. As effect. Not gonna work. I mean, the fucking Nazis proved that. They're not, you know what I mean? The Nazis only fucking lost because of everyone was against them. You know what I mean? The fascist way of running an army is the best way. It's not good for the economy, though, obviously. No, I don't really care about Charles Benny. He's a fucking idiot. Phil is contradicting himself. How am I contradicting myself, Chaz?
Where's Chaz? I can't even see him.
I think ourselves on this fucking call.
Is that on the comment section on YouTube?
I think we all have.
Okay, so
Jesus Christ, that was cringe.
The point was, right, I don't think it was. Are you even a? Are you?
But I think this just proves. I think this just proves like why people have to be ruled, right? These people want to be like their individualism. They want to practice their individualism upon their own detriment. This is why people have to be ruled. That's why I think democracy is essentially mob rule.
Hey,
you do understand that capitalism relies on individualism, right?
Yes, but like at the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, capitalism. At the end of the whole thing, capitalism eventually betrays your neighbor, right? You basically enslave your neighbor. You can't be a true
so now
capitalist.
you're arguing against capitalism.
Well, capitalism's a good thing, but there should, it's not like unlimited. It's not like the be all end all.
I don't know, man.
Right?
I'm not a capitalist fundamentalist. It's not.
No.
Capitalism isn't my religion. Like, I'm not going to take it in principle all the way out towards impractical. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to come to impractical acts.
I don't think anyone is.
You don't
I don't think
want
anyone
to
is
join
an extremist.
You don't want to join the Republic of Ancapistan?
No, I don't think anyone is an extremist in that instance. Like, capitalism is good as long as it promotes competition. Whenever there's a monopoly, it's wrong. And I do believe the government should step in and divide it, or whatever, right?
Right.
So it does have limits.
I really don't think that capitalism makes a shit's difference when you don't have a cohesive society for it to function in to begin with. So
right.
It's only capable of certain things.
Well, the same could be said with fascism, right? As Phil said, fascism, not so good for the economy. So I mean, everything is best served proportionately.
Right, Caswell, what I said in regards to individualism, right, was that it really depends. I didn't make absolute statements. I think it depends how you should act. Depends on the political environment. So, like I said, times of war, fascism is the optimum government. Yeah, and individualism probably should go out the window. It doesn't serve your own interests to be an individual.
Oh, he does.
Actually, that is what it means.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
So basically, if there was like an invading army, coming and gonna beat up, or like even if a group of guys, if they're coming to beat up your neighbor.
Why is that the scenario being?
Here comes something. This is why we have something called the Second Amendment. You got it?
Why is this like this full out like military scale invasion being used as the example? I don't really feel like it's that. That's the threat right now. It's an ideological war right now, not a military war.
Well, I understand your point, but the way that I see it is that whether we have a peaceful invasion or a full on conflict, the end result is the same, right? We're talking about losing territory, losing land that will never be regained. So whether it's, but I understand your point and I agree with it.
You're losing people. You're losing people. Like that's really what it comes like up and over any kind of material goods or land and resources, right? Like we covered this earlier. Resources are always limited, and they're limited by our capacity to gather them up. They're limited by the manpower. So you lose. I mean, it doesn't matter. The land doesn't matter as long as you're losing.
It does, right? So like how can the lion in its natural habitat feed itself without a territory to hunt on, right? No species can survive without a territory to occupy.
The British did a pretty good job with a little chunk, didn't they?
Yeah, but they also like expanded and gained more territory, not less, right? We are gaining less territory. We're losing territory. We're not gaining territory at all.
And they did it in hideous red outfits as well.
Jazz, I don't even believe that you've got a higher IQ than 121 because you've never actually done an IQ test live on stream, whereas I have done an IQ test live on stream. I just believe that you've picked that. What was it? Now you said you got an IQ of 154, which is a higher IQ than Richard fucking Feynman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. He said, like, I've got an IQ of 154. Oh, that's fucking believable.
If someone with an IQ of 150 something wouldn't be on Google Hangouts.
Yeah, look, he's got an inside job. I've got an IQ.
Like how do you know that, Pastor?
152. Fuck off. What he thinks he's got an IQ of 152.
No, but I mean, honestly, but Phil, you know, of course, yeah, a person with an IQ of 152 would have a higher IQ than Richard Feynman, but Richard Feynman's IQ was in the 120s. You know, it wasn't that high.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, 152.
Yeah,
though,
yeah. I'm not shitting you. Like,
that's not believable. That's just that's out. You've got. I don't believe that. I'm not jealous. You haven't proved that you've got that IQ. What you've got to do, Chaswold, is provide evidence. So come on live stream.
You know,
so Chaswold, come on live stream now, right? I'll give you an IQ test, right? And then you can screen share, and then you can show us what results you get.
You know, statistically speaking, you know, if we take into account, like, you know, background probability, you know, it's not probable that he is, you know, because, you know, an IQ of 150, like, how many, that's like, what, the top 1% of the population or something?
Yeah. See, Chaswold thought that was unbelievable. He thought it was a believable IQ. He thought I'd go, 152, okay, that's pretty good.
I mean, he could be, you know, but...
Could be, but I fucking doubt it.
Yeah, exactly. For now, it's kind of, doubtful. But...
Come on live stream, Chaz. You can do a quick IQ test, screen share it, and then we'll see your results.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like,
we'll see your results, and then you can make me look like a dickhead if you want.
I mean, Richard Feynman had an IQ of 121. He still did a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, he still.
Are you saying if you're from the Middle East, you're dumber than a white person? Is that what you're saying, Phil?
What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, I do, Chaswold. Okay, Chaswold, right? So you can tell me what IQ tests there are. What's a Raven Matrix IQ test then? You can do is Google now. You can go on Google and have a quick fucking Google. He's full of shit, Chaz is. Chaz thinks he's got an IQ. I'm not even going to believe your IQ, Chaz, until you come on live stream and fucking show us.
Well, my brother's Middle East. He's in.
It's cutting off, trolling.
Oh, is it cutting off?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, you sound like Max Headroom underwater.
Yeah, man. If you got an IQ of 152, congrats. I'm glad nature made you that way. Yo, Phil.
Yeah.
What do you think Perry's IQ is?
I don't know. Perhaps 85. I assume it's 85. Actually, I think it's lower. I think it's probably lower.
Jesus.
Because I know someone who got an IQ of 74, and I think they're more bright than he is.
The highest I'm willing to give Perry is 92.
Yeah, he's not. No, I think he is. Yes, he's smart. You know what I mean? But no, he's probably about 90 or something. Probably. But then again, he might surprise us and get like 180 or some shit. That'd be fucked up.
I told you, motherfucker. We was kids and shit.
Imagine that. Imagine if he's really bright, he just studied the wrong things, you know what I mean? Because he wasted so much time, history revisionism and shit. And he just, God damn it, imagine that.
Because there are some people who pretend to be stupid, but they're really fucking clever. I think like Paris Hilton's got like a really high IQ as well.
Imagine homie edgy. Like find like I mean fucking like mixing Percocet with cocaine and finding the cure for cancer and that. Imagine that.
Well, there's that. Well, what's that fucking name? You know that Keisha, that singer. She's got like a fucking proper intelligence, isn't she? I don't know what fucking IQ. I don't give a shit anyway. Doesn't matter, does it?
I mean,
I'm sorry you guys had to sit through my cancer.
What, you got cancer?
Your cancer.
No, I mean, not actual cancer, but
yeah, I figured it. But
you're the same person, fucking pastor in a mall. It's hard to tell who's fucking talking when you both talk. You got the same fucking voice.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, what are you talking about, Pastor?
What can help you figure out the difference is that Immortal says dumber shit.
Well, yeah, Pastor wants to think that he's smarter. It makes him feel good.
I don't know you well enough, but I do think that he might be a bit more intelligent than you. Or you guys just might know different things. I don't know. But I've known him longer.
Well, I don't know. I feel kind of bad for Pastor. Like he seems pretty jealous of me overall. Oh man.
I heard
Give me
that
a look
Immortal.
at your head, man. The fuck did he do to you?
Immortal, I heard
That's
that.
fucking.
Oh, that's fine. I don't give a fuck, man.
I'm not jealous of you. Fuck off.
You kind of act like it at times.
Well, I'm not.
All right. I mean, whatever.
No, my stepson's a bully, man. He fucking paints all their faces when they're asleep and shit.
Well, that's what all kids.
I painted him with a crayon or something, man.
It's if a kid isn't messing around, that's usually something to be concerned about.
fucking funny.
You know what I mean, kind of shit I got to when I was a kid was pretty bad. You know what I mean? Especially my fucking dad. He should draw all over his face. I did when I was a kid. What, before he'd go work, we'd fucking draw all over his face and then wake him up for work, and he'd just go out fucking work with all this shit all over his face.
Oh mate, my stepson, he brings all his mates around, right? And he just walked through the door when I was just then. He's got like red all over his head. And I'm like, oh fuck. I go, what happened? Just fuck around like that, yeah, it's good. Benny, you still there? Oh, you're not too. Benny told me to be Down's defense lawyer, so I always have to be Down's defense lawyer.
Okay.
I've got to mother him in Hangouts, alright? I've got to put him to sleep. That's right. Back to sleep, Down. Shh. There. Back to sleep. That's what Benny goes. And he goes, Benny thinks I mother him in Hangouts. Not even white knighting past that, mothering.
I mean, you're white knighting who?
Benny thinks I'm not beyond white knighting Down, I'm mothering Down. Because I mother him in Hangouts. I do, though. A little bit. There, Down. Back to sleep. That's right. My angry teacher. Shh. He starts swearing in German as he falls asleep. He's a big hairy baby. No, but see, Down, he doesn't have anyone, man. That's why he comes into Hangouts and hangs out.
Oh yeah,
but then what he does...
I understand why he doesn't have anyone, you know. He's a piece of shit.
Right. I think it's funny. But fucking, yeah, but they don't visit him. So he comes in and Hangouts. But what he does wrong, and he knows that fucking I don't like it, because I'm his mother, is he's swearing and he's screaming. And a mother doesn't like his son to scream.
You cannot have a conversation with that moron. He just shouts over you. He's an idiot.
One time we were talking about, Einstein and, Christian Hillbilly brought up that Einstein fudged one of his equations.
Yeah.
The cosmological constant. And, Down was insisting that no, Einstein never did such a thing. End of discussion. And then I was trying to explain it to him, what Einstein did, and I even dropped a source in the comments. And Down, he kept interrupting. He kept interrupting, and he kept saying no, he did not. End of discussion.
Yeah, see, that's the German in him because he's German, bro. He comes from German background. Right, he speaks German, goes to Germany. Yeah.
He's a confident idiot.
And I get it because my dad's German, right? So I get it. So do you know what I mean? Yeah.
That's still no excuse. No offense. You're back, you had
silence. You will sit there and listen to me, okay?
This is no excuse.
Yeah, but I'm used to it. That's just me. That's what I'm
okay.
saying here.
Fair
That's not. I'm not excusing it. My dad's like that times 1,000,000. Like he's fucking the most strictest, full blown, right? Like that. You know, yells at you can't be wrong. You know, he's never wrong. That's just that way. I know that way, man. But when he starts arguing with you, what you do, the same thing I do with my dad. All right, and it works. You kind of agree with him, but you show him your side too. But you don't sit there and start disagreeing with him, because then they feel that they're wrong, like, and they're not when they think they're not wrong.
That's
you know what I
immature.
mean?
Yeah, that's immature as fuck, though. From a grown man to expect this level of sensitivity. You know, I'm not gonna tiptoe around him. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right. I don't explain it to you.
Yeah, don't.
But that's kind of right.
Don't
What I'm saying.
don't tip a toe to down, Eric, because he's not. I guarantee he's not gonna treat you that way. He's not gonna be worried about your fucking feelings.
I don't. Yeah. But is he an alright guy? Yeah, he's alright, man. He's actually alright. To be honest, man, he's not bad or anything.
I wouldn't be his friend.
He hasn't done anything really bad or anything.
We should go be like his roommate then, and like keep him company and shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be that guy's friend in person.
That's why he's got a dog, right? Yeah. That's why he sleeps in hangouts. It's because
like I can picture
he
him
likes to
playing
hear people
soon.
He's not like that, man. They're just being cunts to him, bro.
Are you kidding?
Really?
Man, he loses his fucking temper like every single call.
I'm his mother, and I don't want to hear any more. No, he's got a temper, right? Like, yeah, that's the problem. I said, if he could just calm down a bit, he'd be.
But yeah, I don't think Down is as bad as Christian Hillbilly when it comes to interrupting other people.
I think I'm the worst when it comes to interrupting other people.
No, you're not that bad.
Yeah, I'm an asshole.
Do you like to be interrupted?
Yes,
yeah.
Benny, I love it. I hear you.
I'm gonna make up an account called Down's Mother.
You mean Kevin Pack's mother? Kevin Pack, that's his name.
You just doxed him on the live stream, you fucking asshole.
Like I'm gonna like deliberately
He can
just to let you know.
He can
My
flag the channel,
name's
man.
Dan
He can do that.
Gonzalez
You know,
there.
I wouldn't do it. Yeah, everyone knows his name anyway.
Kevin Pack.
I used to have a fucking profile with a very similar name. Myself,
He has
man,
a video
he hated
on his channel with his name.
it. Dox him alive though.
Man, Benny, how many
Well, how many people are
subscribers
watching
do you have?
anyway? Probably not many anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, like how many subscribers and how many watchers?
Look, under that thick Gestapo Nazi-like exterior of my son, he is a human inside.
I don't know. When I first talked to him, I thought he reminded me of a chipmunk.
Yeah, no, he's actually alright though, man. If you actually talk to him, right? I'll be really honest. Okay, let me put it this way: if you're in a hangout and he's debating someone, sometimes he's really on it, right? And he's good to listen to. You should hear it, especially when he goes off at someone else. But when you're the recipient, it's kind of fucked.
Like, you know, every time I've heard him debate, he's been angry and yelling and whatnot. You know, he puts like
that's
that's
when he's off his game. Yeah,
he puts his teeth in front of the camera, so you know you can only see his mouth and his teeth, and then he starts yelling.
He's like his dog.
And Eric, you know what I'm talking about because you've fucking seen it yourself.
Yeah, he does that. I've seen him really go off.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I've seen him make a bloke cry.
Right, like as long like he'll treat you like pretty like he'll treat you pretty well just as long as you suck his butthole. Like as long as you do that, then you're like totally in the clear with him.
I won't do that. Fuck that.
You remember that, Benny? When Down made Gimmick cry, he was crying. I was like, fuck. And it was over me, man. Because Gimmick told him I had a fake account that nobody knew but Gimmick knew. And Dan was sitting there in a hangout going, calling him a snitch. Snitch like this, but made him cry, man. I was like, what the fuck? I go, Down. I don't do it, man. Like, don't make him cry. I don't care about the account. Fuck it, you know, like, it's not worth, you know what I mean? And I didn't like him for a long time, that's true. Oh, yeah, and he made Rob cry, did he? He's mean, eh? He can be mean, eh?
Who are we talking about?
Oh, that's
I honestly don't really look at it as like mean as much as miserable.
Yeah, same here actually.
Yeah, kind of thing. He knows I don't like that. No one likes that. I'm just like being honest, right? You know what I mean? Like I'm just because I know him and I know what he's like. But he's actually pretty alright. So. His bad points, kind of thing. But that's not what he is when you hang out 24/7. Most of the time he's asleep anyway. Again, because he's probably, got nobody, so he likes to hear people when he's asleep.
So he's mean because he's miserable.
Something like that.
He's miserable, and you mistake that for being mean. You mistake that for being mean. I think that some of the times that he lashes out, that he just can't help himself.
So he can't help being mean.
Being miserable and lashing and taking that out on whoever is convenient to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are plenty of people who don't have that kind of self-control.
Yeah, and about his teaching thing, man. I don't know what he was like as a teacher. Fuck, God knows, man. If he's like anything like in Hangouts, then I don't think it would have been his wisest fucking first choice career move. That's
right, like what I mentioned earlier finally comes to light. Oh yeah, I wonder if he could have, in a roundabout way, told one of his students to fuck off, or like something like that.
Well, when I was in high school, I think my calculus teacher was a lot worse than Down. He was like this.
See,
he was like this really angry Indian guy.
With that whole thing, right? That whole teaching incident. See, like people like Outbound's point too, right? Was kind of the point of what happened is different, is separate. Sorry, to fucking the person he was or the way he was teaching. But they tried to make that the excuse. Do you know what I mean? that regard, take him away from it and put me in there now. I fucking, you know what I mean? Fuck them, man. You know.
My personal
that would be
opinion.
like the equivalent. Yeah.
On the principle that you guys were talking about earlier, right? My personal opinion on that is that both religion and atheism has no place in our compulsory education. That should be up to parents. That should be up to parents to teach their children what they want to teach their children 100%, one way or the other.
Can I say this too, man? Like also about that you haven't seen, but I've seen. Like I've seen documents from parents to the principal that he got, letters and stuff, and like, man, honestly, a lot of them are fucking retards, dude. Like for instance, he's teaching a German class, right? It's probably like a, I don't know how it is structured in America, but it's probably like a 1-unit class, you know? It's not a major subject that I'm taking, you know? So it'd be one of those little elective subjects that you just do to fill up all your fucking elective quota or whatever.
It's high school, right?
Yeah, so I'll explain it to you. So he was explaining, you know, in Germany they have, you know, the political parties, right? Because some kid asked, as when Chancellor Merkel is with this party, and then that party has this, and then he got the principal got a letter, right, from a parent going, he didn't appreciate him talking about German politics and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? He goes, where does he stand? Where do you stand on American politics and stuff like that? I'm a fucking, you know, Republican and all this shit. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? You know, like, retarded parent has the time.
I don't want I'd kind of like share those sentiments. I don't want teachers to indoctrinate political views to my children. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what indoctrinating religious views is fine. And he wasn't even talking
about. Do you think someone like
some kid asked?
Someone is leftist? Do you think someone that is so far ideologically left is down could be objectionable about the parties in Germany? I mean, I certainly wouldn't want him teaching my kid anything.
Okay, that's something.
Indoctrination was the correct choice of language there.
Wait, did you say objectionable?
Right, no, but I've got to say this, man. Well, I've listened to what he said, right? And you could say, and you know, and I understand. Don't believe me, I understand where you come from when you say, "Oh, could you imagine Down being objectionable?" I don't know, right? But he said that. Look, he just explained to him, you know, and I can imagine him having his little 2 cents worth as well. But like, do you know what I mean? He can't. Man, some kid asked him, so he says that, and because he gave the kid an answer, like he has to fucking be held, like, do you know what I mean? Held accountable for every fucking answer and stuff like this, man. You know what I mean? Like that's a bit fucked. That's a bit extreme. I think the parents are a bit of an idiot.
Like, I don't know.
Like, the parents are an idiot.
If some kid asks, you know, like, what do you think about communism? And if it's some person who, and I'm just using this as an example, as a hyperbolic, you know, example.
Yep.
And right, so say you're a commie, right? And you totally agree with it, right? You could still say, well, you could just tactfully get out of it. You say, well, I don't really know it. Like, you know, I really don't know. I don't have an opinion either way, but this is how it works. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't have an opinion, but these are the facts about it. That's what I want that's what I want teachers to teach my kids if I ever send, you know what I'm saying, ever send them to whatever school.
Yeah. But as far as I understand it too, right, because I know Down, he's not interested in German politics. He barely understands it himself. So, yeah, that's the reason why I kind of, in that case, I kind of side with him on that, because I know him, because he doesn't ever talk about it. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't really get into it. I know it. So that's the reason why. He knows.
So the guy was actually a good teacher.
I wouldn't say that he was a good teacher. That's debatable as well, because I've never seen him teach. I have heard one of his teaching videos, I won't say from who, one of his tapes, and he's pretty articulate. He's definitely. You can definitely tell he's been educated as an educator. Do you know what I mean? In that tape, so he's not stupid. But socially interacting with kids, I don't think that would be his. I don't know, forte. It wouldn't be his primary thing. But then again, man,
I mean,
the last time I'm 42, and I remember my teachers, they were a bit cuntish as well. A lot of them, they weren't really kid people. You could tell they had no kids of their own. You know what I mean?
The last time I had an exchange with him, he was like literally shouting at the top of his lungs that the American economy is going to fall to ruin because we don't have maternity leave for women. Like, that was the last exchange that I had with him.
Oh God! Oh God!
Because I know him, right? When he does that, he's kind of not shouting at you. He's like getting on a soapbox and shouting like he's on a live stream. Because he just wants to be heard. That's all it is. You can just mute yourself and he'll keep going. Right? That's what he'll do.
Yeah, but the American economy is going to fall into ruin because we don't have maternity leave for women.
Fuck, I am his mother, I am his mother, aren't I?
Well, I feel like I kind of failed miserably earlier with the exchange with these the other people that were in the chat. So, what is the best strategy to communicate with these people? Because I would rather just preemptively throw them out of a helicopter for being pussies. What is the
I just want our own country at this point. Like, if me and you would get along well enough, No Brains and a few other people, let's just like start a fucking commune and get away from the rest of the degenerates at this point.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
it's the only way that we're gonna survive as a civilization anyway.
So, is this commune gonna have private property, or is it gonna be a community?
Oh, right. Yeah, you definitely private property.
Well, how can it be a commune?
Oh, it could be like a small community or something like that.
I think it's going to eventually happen anyway.
So, well, I guess you would be a commune because, like, I wouldn't want to go work the King's Field, right? I would want to, have my own yard where I do my gardening, and if I don't possess that much land due to wealth or whatever, well, then I would want to work for somebody. But either way, you have to be rewarded for the fruits of your labor. You can't just show up and say, "I'm here, bitches, where's my paycheck?" It doesn't work like that. I won't be.
We already do work the King's Field. Like, that's the irony of it. You've just been separated from it through a process rather than paying your duties directly to the king.
Yeah, but I think he said the question was, would the commune have the property? And the next question was, then how would it be a commune? And that was sort of my sense.
I'm talking about like closed neighborhoods, that kind of thing, not like an actual hippie commune or some fucking bullshit like that.
Oh,
Well, how would it be
let's call it a small community instead, man.
Well, how would it be a commune? Because it's not called communism for no reason.
I was just
I thought we were talking about like ANCAP liberalism or something.
I was just using like. I thought I was just using like blatant hyperbole when I was saying that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, just a. I think we need an East and West Germany in the United States at this point. We could just use an East and West Germany.
Our own small community away from the rest of the world.
We'll build a wall right around California, and then we'll make California Mexico again. It'll be fucking.
That actually won't work, because then you have the East Coasters as well, and they're like,
All right, and then you have like conservatives around Bakersfield and whatnot. You're right.
You're looking at like maybe like the Midwest, Appalachia, like that area.
Right. So are you? Would you consider yourself alt-right or what?
I'm really sympathetic to it, but I can't commit to it because I have a couple of hang-ups with it. There's a couple of things that I can't get past. Me and Phil were talking about that earlier, and the hang-ups that I have is that we, at this point in our American history, like I understand what Phil is talking about with the crime and the violence and certain segments of certain cultures that it's just not working. I agree with that, but we have a long history of productive people that aren't white and that have joined tribe white, so to speak, in our culture and society in America. That at very least I would be proud to call my countrymen. There are plenty of blacks out there that I would be proud to call my countrymen because they're not degenerates. They live good lives. They don't and they are productive in our society.
What does it mean? What do you mean when you say degenerate?
Really, like when you get to the point where it's all about you and you're not really being any kind of being anything other than like a shit stain to your society. Like that to me is the definition of the edgy definition of being a degenerate when you don't give a shit about anybody else and you're actually causing harm to your society just for your own, just to indulge in your own hedonism, basically.
Right.
Well, there's nothing wrong with hedonism.
Well,
nothing wrong to a degenerate. There's nothing wrong with hedonism to a degenerate.
Well, that's what we need to separate, right? Because why does war happen? Well, war happens when both sides are correct, so they have to fight it out to see who's wrong. That's where we're at on that. But
actually, it's flipped. It's when both sides are wrong.
Okay.
Then you
P's and Q's. I like you, Pat.
Has there ever been a war where both? Has there ever been a war that you can think of where both sides are right?
Well, they wouldn't have fought, right? They wouldn't have fought. They would have been allies.
Not Spanish secession, I guess.
Well, anyway, so I would like to comment on your comment there, Saul. Is I also am middle class and work with outstandingly decent human beings that are not of the Caucasian persuasion, as this is a reality of life there.
Right, it is our reality, and Phil doesn't know it because he doesn't live it, basically.
Right, but I would also say that usually these people that you work with, they either have a cousin, or they have an uncle, or they have a son, or a son-in-law, that they just don't like fucking white people because of their indoctrination. So I think.
I didn't say it wasn't complicated, but what you do also have though is you have long-standing families that aren't of the Caucasian persuasion, that like their parents were good, productive people, and their parents' parents were good, productive people, and they've passed that down over the generations, just like anybody else.
Wait, are you talking about biracial people, or what do you mean?
I'm talking about people in general.
He means good. He means good people who happen to be non-white.
Right, like those people actually exist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's a reality, right? So, but my point is typically there's a relative to that person that just doesn't like you, or doesn't like us rather. Because of their indoctrination.
You know what? You like I like respectfully. You probably have a relative who's a cockbag, right? I don't like most. It's not that most people are. You know what I'm saying? That's not. I didn't say it wasn't complicated, like I said before.
I would like to make a point. Hold on. I'm just trying to make a point and then respond. Okay, so. Each group has a family member that probably doesn't like the other group, right? Within these productive citizens, whatever. Well, the way that I see it is that we should allow them to have sovereignty over themselves, right? It's sort of like the white man's burden, where he thinks that he has to go to these other people and be like, oh, well, I want to help them and I want to do good for them, but really they see it as oppression, in my opinion, from talking to these people. Some of these more of the ones that don't like it. They see it as oppression. They see it as just leave us alone and let us do our own thing. And so I actually think that they're correct. I think that Malcolm X was correct, and they basically were saying we're 13% of the population. Just give us 13% of the land. I think that that's more reasonable than for basically like no white guy, not too many white people are going to be happy about a black president, and vice versa.
So what you're basically saying what you're basically saying at the end of the day is something like an Indian reservation for blacks.
Kind of, but like complete sovereignty over themselves, whereas the Indians don't have sovereignty over themselves.
I just can't get on board with that. I'm sorry. That just doesn't work for me. And I'm really white. But that still doesn't work for me.
So, well, the way that I see this is, we as human beings, we put people in groups, and as long as we label people in groups, each group will always have an opposition. So, the way that I see it is that, we should divide along ethnic, whatever group, we should group in groups that we can find commonality with. A white person can say, I don't see race, but that same white person who's not racist or whatever can never go to the black neighborhood and say, I've come home, brothers, it's me. They'll be like, get out of here, cracker, what's the matter with you? That's why I propose to divide along ethnic lines.
You live in the South, right?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't know what it's like there. It's not like that here, though.
It's probably much better. Like biracial. If you read Charles Putnam or the Putnam studies, it's biracial societies are much more cohesive than like completely like multicultural, multiracial. So there's like I absolutely work with black people that are amazing or whatever, that are hard working, but they always, have a cousin that's like, well, your ancestors own my ancestors. Why should me and you get along? That was a quote. Best I can remember. That's what he said to me. But anyway, I'm just curious about anything else. I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm certainly not trying to persuade you.
No, if it came down to it, like say it happened, right? Say it happened. Say like these separatist movements actually began to happen. I'd inadvertently just have to pick the side at that point, even though it would sadden me that we're going backwards in time. Basically, I would just be forced to pick the side that's going to fit my interests the most at that point.
So I would consider you like a civic nationalist. I would consider you much more like a Mussolini type, or like as long as you're Italian.
I'm not really a civic. I'm not really a civic nationalist because if it were up to me, right, I would pull up the drawbridge today and not let anybody else in ever, basically. So I'd be like, so it's not that I can. It's not that. It's that I recognize that we have American citizens who have a history and identity of being American citizens at this point.
What's your problem with hedonism?
Wait, did he say hedonism?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all get him. Y'all go ahead.
No, I'm curious, Redcoat.
Tell him, Phil. Tell him what like hedonism really like represents. Like the inability to be able to curtail your instant gratifications.
It's better to plan for the long term. Like an example would be like if I give you a piece of cake, but then again, but that's Epicureanism. Yeah, it's better to sort of plan for the future. Like instead of like eating the cake, if I gave you a cake now, instead of eating the cake now, it's better to save for the future, and that's what's better for society. That's what's built Western civilization. I believe to a point where we've had sort of like stoic approaches where we haven't sort of no Epicure. Yeah,
I think both.
Curtailed, where we've instead of focusing on pleasure to a ridiculous amount, we've sort of.
I think people make really poor decisions when they fall into hedonism. I'll put it just simply that way.
Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, it's better to sort of plan for the future, put the future above. Well, not anything else, but sort of maximize pleasure.
I would consider myself a nationalist. And one of the definitions of nationalist is not what the community can do for the individual, as that's socialism. Nationalism, the definition of nationalism is what can the individual do for the community. So like a hedonist, like I just like picture this person like sitting on a park bench and like drinking a bunch of beer and just like throwing cans on the side of the road, or whatever. This is a horrible example, but this is kind of like how my brain works. Whereas I see a nationalist walk by and they see trash on the road and they pick it up, put it in the trash can, and then continue on about their day. I sort of see like the productive person versus the destructive person, sort of. I mean, it may be a terrible example, but that's an insight to my crazy.
Yeah, it's a bit left field of how I look at it.
Would you say you're a libertarian? You're libertarian.
Yeah, I lean that way, but I also I'm not like a libertarian fundamentalist though.
Oh, you mean that you're because there are libertarians that have no borders. They're like, no borders, guys. Just let everyone in. Doesn't matter if you fucking.
That's already the extreme, Phil. That's the extreme.
Yeah, that's race blind libertarians. I call them. They're the ones that are willing to let their own people die as long as they're fucking
cockbertarians.
Yeah, they're the ones who sort of. I don't give a shit.
Right, like I don't believe that I have a right to make like my community miserable for my own for my own interest and pleasure.
Fucking prosperity. So you can sort of say, well, I'm doing okay. It's good for the economy. it's not just the economy. Come on, you can't just fucking let your own people die just because you're some fucking Milton Friedman motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, come on. But you can be a libertarian who has borders.
Nobody's a pure libertarian anyway. Like nobody would believe that their next door neighbor has a right to like start bonfires out of tires because they thought it was fun.
The problem with like pure libertarianism is that if you have no borders, then someone's going to come into your borders and take away your fucking freedom. Like the communists could come and just say, right, it's communism now. So you've got to have some sort of immigration policy. You can still be a libertarian, but you can sort of.
Yeah, I don't fear it in that way. Like when it comes to that, like if communism comes, it's just going to come right through your borders. That's an ideological war at that point instead of a.
When communism comes, it's going to come from within.
Okay, well, like the Muslims or the fucking people who are opposed to, because Islam is opposed to liberty.
That'll come within too. That'll come from within too. That'll be an ideology that spreads not only through these massive birth rates that you're talking about, but you'll have English British converts that'll join in along with it. Your children will bow to Mecca, basically. That's how it's.
That's why it's probably better to just remove them. And although like there are problems when people say, well, you can't treat individuals. Some of these individuals are going to be innocent.
I don't care. I absolutely don't care. Like it's I believe that we should, like, if it were up to me, we would write some kind of statute in our codes that disqualified Islam from being a recognized religion by the state. Because and I'll tell you why. Because to allow Islam to have its freedom of religion requires everybody else to lose theirs. There's no compromise. It's not like Buddhism or Christianity or any other religion at all that will go, well, that sucks that these people aren't going to believe what we say, but we're going to let them live anyway. Like there is no, or we're not going to subjugate them and let them have them pay like their little Christian or little Jew tax if they happen to be like those two religions, which are the only two that are like even allowed to exist within the bubble of Islam to begin with. So
it's just, if you treat them as a group, you're right. You're gonna discriminate against innocent people, but it just fucking works.
No, it's because because of the fundamentals of the religion. It's because of the fundamentals of the religion don't allow you to have any independent beliefs of your own.
Right. Yeah. So that's why it's just, but yeah.
So
you got some.
I kind of see like the bowl of Cheerios, right? So like if one out of every 75 pieces of Cheerio is poison, would you eat a bowl of Cheerios? Like, hell no, you would throw off the entire bowl. Obviously, Islam is a little bit more toxic than that, in my opinion. But,
it's a bit fucked up. Yeah, there's going to be people who are discriminated against, but you just sort of say, well, I don't give a fuck. We've solved the problem now. We've solved the problem. There's no more Muslims now.
Right.
Sorry, we discriminated against some people, but this is what was necessary. Like you said, the fucking Cheerios are fucking.
We discriminated a bit against people whose fundamental beliefs are to discriminate against us.
Yeah.
Big fucking deal.
Right.
Who cares at that point?
Well,
Like,
let's
how
go
do I
after
care?
the Jews, then.
Yeah, get the Jews.
I mean, have you read the fucking?
And you guys,
the Old
Jews
Testament?
should be allowed in America.
I mean, okay, so most of the problems that you find with Islam, you know, the Muslims picked it up from the Jews.
The Jews they've got some terrible shit that they do.
Judaism is the original Abrahamic religion.
Yeah, they discriminate against us as well. The Jews do discriminate against us. They treat us like animals, don't they?
Right.
I think they view us as animals as well. They like literally view us as.
And whoever it was who was calling me goy earlier on, you couldn't be more wrong. I'm totally aware of the Bolsheviks that are underneath our society right now that are doing nasty shit.
Yeah, they're only operating like.
And the irony of me being called goy because I'm pro Christianity. The irony in that is that the Bolshevik minded like Jews, right? They are like, that's the first thing on their agenda is to get Christianity out of the way so then they can start to push the rest of their ideology on you.
I mean, Christianity is another piece of filth invented by Jews.
Well, what if I said that?
Yeah, that's why I called you good goy.
I mean, it's like I will say that I find it the best out of the Abrahamic religions, but it's like comparing crap with crap.
It's like saying that a pile of rabbit shit is better than a pile of elephant shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly analogous.
Right, which would be the same guys that are saying, well, what's wrong with hedonism and why can't I do whatever the fuck I want at everybody else's expense and all that other stuff? Like, so I have like a fully dichotom, like a how would you put it? Dichotomized, is that a word? View on what you guys are saying.
It's like,
right?
I mean, man.
I think that you're calling it a piece of shit because you want to be a piece of shit and not be called out for that in our society. Like that's my opinion about that.
I mean, it's fine, man, but it's a fucking, I've read the New Testament, the old one too, but it's not relevant now.
It can be bad when people don't have a religion and they engage in what he.
I'll give you credit for that. At least you recognize the difference. Like at least you're not an evil Bible.comer, right? Who would just misrepresent the Old Testament as being Christianity.
But I'm very curious on Sal, on your viewpoint of like if we were to separate which group you would go in. I'm very, because I feel like you're almost there, like you're almost a neo-Nazi, but you're just not quite there.
I know I am. You're right. Like I'm it's like on the tip of my tongue at this point in time. We just need something major to happen, and I'd be on board. You're absolutely right. I think most people would at this point right now with the tensions that are going on around the world.
I think you're right. But I'm trying to show you Kyle. I'm like, look, see Kyle. Here he is. This is Kyle. See him. And you're like, just not quite ready. But around and sometimes make like it's boldest statements as I think that I can get away with this, when I in my travels. And yeah, it seems like white people are more like ready to be white and take a stance as a white person, whereas like pre-Obama, I mean, this is just
not really gonna. That's not gonna really like. Here's another thing that I think about the alt-right is that the alt-right is gonna there might be like some movements in our future, but they're not going to be alt-right movements. They're just going to be different movements. I think the alt-right when it comes down to it, is going to play itself out as a fucking joke when it comes down to it, because the majority of people who are like, oh yeah, the white race, we're so great, and we should preserve it, and they turn around and live their lives like they don't give a fuck about what happens tomorrow, you know. Just talking a bunch of shit and not backing it up, basically.
Right.
Well, I think
what's going to happen is they're going to get pimped out.
I would encourage you to look at the Overton window. Sorry.
Go on. I was just going to say they're going to get pimped out. They're going to find their own Al Sharpton, their own leader who's going to pimp them out. You just wait. Just like you have feminism at the top.
I don't even think they'll make it that far, Eric. I think that it'll fizzle out, and some other like more serious movement will take its place.
Perhaps so. I'm saying if they make it that far, you know, if they find their own Al Sharpton, they're gonna get pimped out. You just know it.
You're not gonna sell it. You can't sell it. You're not gonna sell it on the premise of we're the best or we're better than you. You're not in the state of mind that most people are in right now. You're not gonna sell it on that premise. Like you're not gonna. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Nobody is advocating that the white people run faster than black people, as we do have like cable, right? We have the Olympics on our TV, right? We see clearly that we're not the best. We're just saying that no matter what we do, we're going to be called white as long.
Nah, that's the sentiment though, man. Like it's like totally fetishizing ethnicity, and that's and you lose the plot basically at that point. Yeah, okay, you can fetishize ethnicity, but what does it matter when you really don't give a shit about the future anyway?
But nobody is supposed to go trying to like be a Han Chinese or a Japanese or Korean.
Cutting out
like
really bad. I couldn't.
There's
I couldn't even hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. There's not one objective standard that that you can measure all the races and say, oh, this one is clear. This is the best race. We each have our individual geniuses. Black people have denser bone structures. They have quick twitch muscles, but they're not as powerful. As the power lifters are often.
You cut out again.
Yeah.
It depends what aspect of a race you're looking at. You know, if it's
I understand what he's saying, but what he's saying isn't what's happening with the alt-right.
Right, I genuinely believe. I've told him this as well.
Take away from their identity.
I've told him this before. I've said what your view is. Like when he says nobody's saying that, he's obviously wrong because some people are saying that within the alt-right. First of all, saying is that you don't represent the alt-right. Perhaps if you did, it would have a better image, a far better image, by the way. But you do not represent it. I think many of them do kind of, you know, jizz in their overalls as they kind of say white people are so great, and they brag about, you know, their about white history and all that. And I'm just like, okay, great. What is your plan for, you know, contributing to the white, you know, the great white history or whatever? And they have no idea. It's just about, let's talk about the past.
Well, that element is certainly there. Don't let me be dishonest. We are certainly proud of our history. We're certainly proud of it. And the plan is the 14 words, right? The 14 words that we must secure an existence for our children, for our people, and a future for white children. So that's our part in this, you know, what are we going to do for our part in the white history? We're going to make sure that our people make it to the future. That's the plan. That's the all-right plan.
Yeah. Preserve our beautiful, wonderful civilization.
Yeah, but
or civilizations, my bad.
That anybody who doesn't believe in anything would loathe anyway to begin with.
I bet they can't whoop me. That's my opinion.
You know, I'll tell you what bugs me sometimes. Like, you know, these people who are, you know, we're pro-Western civilization, you know, which I admire, but, you know, then they insist that it's a Judeo-Christian civilization. I'm like, learn your fucking history, man.
My crusades. Oh no, witch burnings and la la la.
mean, it was Judeo-Christian at some point, but it's not anymore. Those days are over.
Yeah.
And look what and look at the world of shit that we're in and that we're discussing as a result of that.
I mean, there's like some bad aspects.
This is why like a lot of militant atheists have softened. You may not have, but there's a lot of them out there who have softened because they're actually seeing the real world consequences.
Right. I used to be a militant atheist, and then I realized, we have bigger issues, especially in Britain, which is
you probably realized that you fucked up basically and led people astray from things that were and into things that maybe from you leading people from bad to worse, basically, if that's the way you view it, the most charitable way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I would say I've realized I've had bigger fish to fry, and I've focused more on that as opposed to focusing solely on, one particular religion. I used to say all religions are the same, kind of, they're all threats, and then I realized, hold on a second, let's put it in perspective.
I mean, you can criticize religion without thinking that they're all the same.
Right. No, what I'm saying is, I despise them all equally, and that was wrong.
But
I didn't have a sense of proportionality.
But like Outbound would be a good example of that, or somebody else that was in here earlier that would say, well, if we're gonna teach Christianity in school, then we must teach Islam in school because it's no worse than Christianity. I like at that point in time, I don't take you seriously anymore.
But, I mean, I understand Phil's point. I may not like it, but it's part of our history.
I do agree with you. Like, proportionality matters. Like, some things are a bigger threat. Like, I wouldn't like it.
It was more than just. It was more than just the part of our history. It was the glue. It was the glue of our identity, basically.
True. You're right.
And the thing is, right, is that if you're gonna get rid of Christianity, you have to put something else in place, right? And the problem is that you can teach the children about philosophy and things like that, but it takes a long time to get them to that level. Do you know what I mean? It's just helpful to sort of.
You know what I see? Getting put in its place? I see egoism being put in its place.
All right. Here. Let me say this. I think our people already made the alternative to replace it, or to replace it with.
Right.
Where do you are you an American?
Not originally, but I.
But are you an American today?
I practically, yeah, I am.
All right, like you don't. No, sorry, you don't speak. Like there might be like a division happening right now, but you don't. Like America's behind Europe. If you wanted a secular society, like a really secular society, head on over to Europe.
I mean,
it's really.
I guess it's like secularism isn't like this monolith, I mean, I don't want like French laïcité or Soviet state atheism, I prefer the old school Enlightenment secularism.
Yeah, well,
you do realize those European nations were founded on Christian principles, right? Especially England.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, someone just sniped us.
Someone sniping?
No, they're not. No, it's just a glitch, isn't it?
I think people just drop.
So which one failed here? The Christian founded governments or the secular one?
Actually, I disagree with what Puppet Master said.
The Christian? Well,
what Pastor said. Pastor said that England was founded on Christian beliefs. That's incorrect. England was united militarily by a pagan, by the name of Ivar the Boneless.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, I would say that you're like.
Are you aware of the Anglican Church?
But you guys are talking about different time periods, though.
Yeah.
Like you're all right, but you're focusing on different periods.
Right.
Of
Okay. So what I want to say is that you're right. There's a lot of negatives in regards to Christianity, but there are some positives that it does bring. There are some positives that, if you get rid of Christianity,
what are some of the negatives, Phil?
I guess we have to
negative, like the negatives is that it's not true. Yeah.
And
so it's.
I think the turn your other cheek is a pretty
It breeds mediocrity as well. It breeds mediocrity and teaches people to be. I'll tell you, like if you get, but what I want to talk about are the positives because it does give people a sense of community. Like if you genuinely believe in God, you do have that sense of community where you can interact with, your fellow people. It does teach there are it does encourage charity.
Like if you genuinely believe in God, right? Like you can look at somebody else, like somebody that you would like. I wouldn't use this terminology, but somebody that you would call a shit skin, for example, right? You'd be able to look at that human being and say, you know what? Even though we have these differences, and I don't want to mix with them, I can. They are a philosophical equal to me. And there you go. Like the conflict is gone. You don't have to bend reality and pretend that everybody is equal in this world when you can just when you could just say, for example, everybody's equal in the eyes of God once we're all dead and it's all good. But in the meantime, we're not all meant to have this shared equal destiny here on Earth.
Well, I kind of disagree with that. I mean, I agree with most of it, but the part where you said, Christianity is the only thing that could make you, well, you didn't say this, I'm sorry, but you alleged that Christianity would allow you to not look at a black or brown person and say, you're a philosophical equal. Well, I would say that no follower of Thor would ever go to a follower of Shiva and say, you must convert. You must convert or I'll kill you. Right? So I think it is kind of a European thing. I think we kind of evolved as Europeans to accept the foreigner. I think that's in our DNA, right? Because nobody else is doing that on the planet. No other group of people is doing that.
If you're gonna have them rally behind a religion, why not paganism?
I don't know. I like seventh level Buddhists or some shit like that. I'm sure they'd have like a similar view, like of people around the world.
I honestly prefer Author to Christianity for like the pre-Christian religion of the Vikings or whatever you want to call it. I prefer that to Christianity. But
right, I view that as like ethnic fetishism, really, and that's like the drive behind it. That is that you just don't want this religion that was created by this filthy Jew. Like that's really what it boils down to.
Like,
good goy.
For me, it's not
good goy.
Like it's not bad because it was created by a Jew. Like it's bad and it happens to have been created by a Jew.
I think the other reason you should
again, like the only thing that I've heard so far as to why it's bad is that it's not true.
Okay,
I can tell you other reasons.
Yeah, go ahead, Amor.
All right, hang on.
As long as you don't evilbible.com me. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go and smoke another cigarette.
All right, we can look at.
Well, so you're openly lying. So you're.
What I'm saying is that if you're gonna take something like if you're gonna take something out of context that through whatever Christ had to say in the Bible is since then dismissed that. Like whatever it happened to be, like out of the Old Testament or something else like that, then I don't care. Then I don't really care.
All right. I can do it without looking at the Old Testament.
Do it looking at the red print. Do it looking at show me which part of the red print.
All right. I think the turn your other cheek philosophy is pretty cuckish. Someone slaps you, you're gonna turn the other cheek. You're gonna take that abuse.
And also, you said that you said the only argument against it is that it's not true, as though that's a bad argument against it.
That's an opinion. Like it's you can't prove it either way, and it's an opinion.
Yeah, the point is that although you believe it's not true, it does bring people a lot of good. It gives them a sense of community. It's like a way of looking at religion is that it's a tribal thing that keeps the community together, and having a strong sense of community is a good thing. That they sing.
I can give you another one too.
It's good for my feelings.
Straight from the red print, like you asked. This
makes
whole
me
idea
feel good. Fuck reality.
Like okay, this notion of selling all your possessions to the poor. Okay, I get it. It's fine. It's fine with me to want to help the poor, but.
Well, what's fair?
If you want to help the poor, if you really want to help the poor, don't become one of them.
What's wrong with private charity? There's nothing wrong with charity.
See, it's just it's taking it totally out of context. Like, for example, why do you think the whole rift between Judah,
sorry, I'm back. What Jesus said was, give all your possessions to the poor.
Yeah, he also said
man.
he also said as he was being bathed in like rich oils, right? He also said you'll always have the poor, you won't always have me.
Right.
I would like to add to the conversation. So I was raised
and there are
Christian,
other
right?
examples, and there are other examples where Christ is definitely not cucked. Even though he would tell you to turn the other cheek to your enemy as a symbolic statement, right?
You know, I think his episode at the Temple Mount, you know, wasn't him being a cuck. You know, he was like turning the temple tables, driving the animals down and whatnot. Yeah, that definitely wasn't a cuckish episode, but you know, like
he was angry at the money changers, right? As I rubbed my hands together.
Yeah, like, oh, you know, give all your possessions to the poor. You know, like give your stuff to them and become poor yourself in the process. You know, take abuse from other people. And then in Paul's letters, you know, it promotes slavery. It promotes
It's almost like it's almost like Jesus was a prophet of the social justice warriors.
I mean, it's kind of like, you know, someone slaps you, turn the other cheek. Someone
Why
takes
do
your
the
coat.
social justice warriors like pretty much like unanimously hate Christianity so much?
Okay, you're wrong there. Because
You're wrong.
actually, most SJWs are Christian, believe it or not.
I don't know what world you.
I'm not sure about that.
Where people on the left are like majority Christian.
No, he might
that's
not.
true. You know Hillary.
Go on.
You know Hillary.
But okay, look.
She says
okay,
that
this
she's
what
she reads the Bible every morning or some shit.
I think Jesus and social justice warriors share some common traits, you know, but they also share like fundamental differences. You know, social justice warriors, you know, they disagree with like, you know, the Christian perspective on slavery.
I think that like
on sex, you know, because the Bible does not preach gender equality; it preaches gender inequality. And you know, I'm talking about legal. You know, the wife is supposed to submit to her husband instead of a two.
So we both hate white people.
Wait, Christianity preaches
it
white
says
people?
The Jews are the chosen people.
You just promoted quote unquote gender equality while trying to call other people SJWs at the same time. The irony. I'm about ready to start jacking off because it's so ironic.
No. You're confusing me with Pastor. Like Pastor was the one who said SJW.
Oh right. You're confusing the voices. You really are.
All right. My bad. Like I stand like I will concede that to the fullest.
Christianity is good for that.
That's not a big deal, but you know, I wanted to clear that up.
So I would like to take this conversation a little bit different. So I actually try not to counter-signal Christianity. It is like part of like one of the main, like somebody said it's the glue of the European identity or something like that. There's a lot of white people who identify as Christian. So I try not to make it a point of counter-signaling Christianity. But since we're on the topic, I think the entire thing preaches.
But Christians are dumb. But Christians are dumb, and that's why Christianity is basically enveloped by white people, because white people must be dumb.
No, I don't think white people are dumb. I think our people invented far superior philosophies.
Well, let me continue on my point. So when I look at Christianity, right, and I was raised Christian, the whole thing preaches weakness. The whole thing is like preaches obedience. You must obey God, or He'll burn you and strike you, and all these things, right? You have to be obedient to Him, and not as a slave, but as a person who loves the Creator. So if you love the person who's enslaving you, then you're not a slave because you're free will. Well, the whole thing is a slave mentality, right? If somebody wrongs you and you say, well, I'm going to go stab that person, but you're a slave, well, you're just going to die. You're just going to die because the army that possesses you, hold on a second. So the army that possesses you is going to go kill you. So it's kind of like a good way to keep your people alive, you know, turn the other cheek and you know, don't do this, because all these people that do sins, they're all going to get their hellstone, their hellfire in the end. You know, it's kind of a slave mentality, where I see it as a flaw. The whole thing is a flaw. It doesn't teach strength. It doesn't teach industriousness. It doesn't teach any of these things. It's all about obedience. So that's one of the reasons that I dislike it. I posted the nine noble virtues of the pagan religion, and maybe it's just ethnic masturbation or whatever you said earlier. But I certainly
Fetishism,
find
yeah.
it interesting. Yeah, I certainly find it interesting, and I would encourage you to look in the back chat and look at those nine noble virtues and compare and contrast with the Ten Commandments.
The furthest I'm gonna consider that would be something like orthodoxy.
See, I just
I presented information, and you're not going to look at it. Is that what you said?
No, it's like it's not that I haven't checked out like the things that you're talking about. I get what you're saying, right? But at the same time, like okay, turn the other cheek. You're such a cuck, right? And then when Christians arrived at like some of those Nordic areas that we're talking about that were pagan, right? They were still like sacrificing their firstborn like every couple of years so that they could have rains and shit like that. Right, like, so yeah, that's going to take us like, so you look at historically where like that philosophy has taken them. It didn't take them very far.
I've never read anything as of yet, as I'm still learning, but I've never read anything about the sacrifice of children or anything like that. It's not in the at least it's not in the True Edda that I've found.
Well, have you ever watched like Red Ice Media?
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Okay, well, Henrik talks about it. And he's a pagan. He's a pagan, and he's open about it. He understands. He talks about all that.
Well, I'm not saying it's flawless, but I think the culture or the morals that we keep talking about are maybe they're one from a position of strength in the pagan side of it or whatever. Whereas Christianity, I see it's totally weak. It comes from a position of weakness. And I'm not going to pretend that Jesus didn't say sell your coat and buy 2 swords. I'm not going to pretend that Jesus was a complete cuck, but I'm saying the whole thing. At the end of the day, it's a slave mentality.
You're right.
I don't think so. I don't gather that. It wasn't like some disempowering thing for me. So it's.
So how do they go from King David, who goes into a town and kills every man, woman, child, and farm animal, to turn the other cheek? That's a bit disempowering, would you not?
Oh.
So what you're telling me is that you want to be a Jew? Then you want to be right back there with King David and.
No,
he's saying it's
contradictory. This is more like
killing people that disagree with you.
No. You said disempowering, and I showed you how I thought it was.
He's pointing out that it's contradictory.
You said it is not disempowering as a religion, and I said, well, what about from old covenant to new covenant?
Yeah, I think that even a new covenant that I wouldn't have any problem defending myself or my interests doesn't cuck me in that way. It actually, you guys talk about the individual and all that, and the individual being important, right? I don't know. I think I gather that from it rather than being like this cucked pacifist that is always going to, like he said, turn the other cheek 70 times 7, right? So he demonstrated basically through like metaphor, in my opinion, that there's a limit to which somebody is allowed to push you before you're allowed to push back, in my opinion.
I'm not saying that you as a man are cucks because you follow Christianity, but rather Christianity instills cuckiness. That's my point here. It's not virtuous in the Christian standpoint, or the Christian lens, to murder someone who abuses your daughter.
Well, I mean, like if you look at the nations that have left Christianity, they're the most cucked nations.
I don't disagree with that. That's fact. That's a fact. But they're not pagans, right? They're not talking about defending themselves or coming from a position of strength whatsoever. So we're on the same page on that.
They're replaced by another religion, though, which is social justice.
Yeah.
So it's not like secularism is a problem. It's social justice.
What the problem is? No, there's like, it stems from it, in my opinion. What the problem is that now that nobody for certain types of people, right? Now that nobody is any longer equal in the eyes of God, that we must make them equal in the eyes of man instead. That's really like that to me. That's at the heart of social justice.
I think there's wisdom to that. I think that makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Eric,
Yes.
have you played Wolfenstein: The New Order?
I don't think I have now. Why?
I was wondering if you could give me a couple of tips. I'm stuck on like one of the last levels and I can't fucking beat it.
No, I haven't played it. No, I'm sorry.
Fuck. Oh well. Do you fuckers mind if I stay? Cause I'm.
Oh
fed
yeah,
up with this
Redcoat.
game.
If you think I'm a piece of shit, you're really gonna hate this kid. This kid is a wigger.
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm not a wigger. What are you talking about?
Yeah, my problem is, right, is that without religion, there's too much variety in what people can choose to follow. I think.
Oh no.
No, listen, right. The problem is. No, listen. The reason is, right, is that I believe the best society would be, well, the best philosophy would be if people would follow like a stoic attitude. However, there are people who are following hedonism and they've got like an Epicurean sort of view of the world, and it's going to shit. You've got nihilists. You've got that. You've opened the fucking can of worms.
Where? Where has that happened?
What? Where's
okay,
that?
Apparently, according to you, there was Christianity, and then like a bunch of people decided, oh hey, let's read Nietzsche and follow nihilism, and then all of a sudden, Muslims.
And then all of a sudden, Muslims just fucking happened.
Yeah, you've got Muslims because you've got these egalitarians. You've got egalitarians who sort of saying, yeah, let all the Muslims in. Let all the Muslims. We're all equal. Everyone's equal. Let everyone in. Let the Muslims in. Let the Hindus in.
I don't even believe that shit.
But I 100% agree with you, Phil, that I definitely think that some religion is better than no religion, as it is a shield that attacks.
No, listen, right? You don't even need a religion. If I could somehow ensure that everyone was a Stoic, then we wouldn't need a religion because they wouldn't believe in God then, though. But the problem is that I can't force everyone to be a Stoic, can I? I can't sort of force everyone to adopt my way of life. Because when it's individualism, people are going to be stupid and be egalitarians and be nihilists and hedonists and fucking all sorts of different ideologies and shit, you know what I mean? Whereas if you've got uniformity, although Christianity's, you can agree that it's wrong, right? It's false and it's bad in some ways. You've got that uniformity where everyone's got the same sort of way, you know what I mean, of looking at, you know what I mean? Too much fucking diversity makes everything go to shit.
So intellectual diversity doesn't even matter to you.
Pardon?
So you don't even like intellectual diversity.
No.
What are you talking about?
So a free marketplace of ideas is just not going to happen in your worldview.
No, I'm all right with that. I'm all right. No, listen. I'm all right with the free exchange of ideas. I'm just not all right with the fact that people are adopting ideas that are fucking bullshit, like egalitarianism, where I've got people saying...
Which is like 99% of people.
Race is a social construct. We don't know what a person's race is.
That is the whole point.
It's a social construct.
No, but that's the whole point of
language.
Is
everything's a social
right?
Guys.
We're all equal. Everyone's equal.
I mean, but that's the point of free speech, right? It's where you make your counter argument for it. The point that we have is that we have hate speech laws, and unless that is really fixed, we can't have a constructive debate about anything.
Yo, Immortal, that you?
Whereas if you've got religion,
hey, homie.
Follows the same. Although it's wrong. I just believe the majority of the population, the stupid people, give them religion, yeah? Give them religion so they stay out of the fucking way.
Well, how are they going to understand it? They're stupid.
Yeah, how can you comprehend religion if you're fucking retarded?
Well, maybe they're smart enough to understand it, right?
Yeah, give the stupid people religion, and then when
then they'll just go.
Then they'll
Only
just go,
stupid
"Oh, hey,
people.
I can stone my son to death because that book you told me to follow what was okay. It said it
Well,
in
just
there."
get the fucking vicar, get the vicar to say, no,
Only
you shit,
stupid
I didn't tell you
follow
what to do.
religion in the beginning.
You know, because like, you know, at the same time, like, you know, these religious explanations for the world and their morality, they're pretty fucking simple.
Yeah, okay, then we'll have a state. Well, listen, I just want a government. We'll have a government religion, yeah? We'll make our own religion and it'll be better than Christianity. Let's just make a new religion.
Fuck yeah.
We
But
don't
there's-
need to
there's-
make a new religion, Phil. We
There's
have
a lot of religions better than Christianity.
We have a perfectly good philosophy created by our people, by the way. You know, Western Enlightenment secularism.
Yeah, but the problem
But
is
I
that
think
people
you have to have a certain IQ to even understand the Western Enlightenment.
Yeah.
Phil said earlier it would be very difficult to teach children the philosophy. I think
philosophy.
that's absolutely
Can't
correct.
those. I can't sit my kid down.
We already kind of do, anyway.
Oh shit, Phil has kids? Are you preaching white supremacy onto them?
I'm right.
Yeah. White people are like,
oh
the
fuck
fastest
yeah, we're
runner.
gonna have a fucking new generation of white supremacists on our hands. That sounds great.
It does sound great.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
I run so fast. Those white
Except
people.
you do realize that homie's a Wigga.
Yeah, homie's a Wigger. You don't have any
I'm
children.
not a Wigga. I am a.
He'll have
Hold
black
up.
children. He'll have children, but it will be his wife's, and they'll
Yeah.
be black.
Yeah, he'll be black. He'll have black children. Tyrone will come in and say, "Yo, is it okay if I fuck your girlfriend?" He's like, "Yeah, Tyrone, go ahead."
Homie, man.
Shit.
You're still 16. You got time to straighten yourself up, man.
Dude, I only act like a Wigga for trolling purposes. Do you think I genuinely act like that constantly? Like,
Yeah, because when you have your friends over and you're on Hangouts, you act the same
You'll get beat up
exact
for
way.
acting like that.
but
Except
them
even
is
more
my
annoying.
nigga though.
Proving a point.
Dude, before I even get on Hangouts, if I have a friend over, I'm like, yo, let's just act as black as fucking possible. And that's just what we fucking do. It's just funny. What's
you
not
don't-
funny about yelling shit every other word?
But see, the fact that he thinks that like a foreign culture is better than our culture is a problem. That's why we must take control of our own culture and our own destiny. That's why I think multiculturalism is a fail.
I agree with that.
and
No
and
more
Drew
desert. So no more desert religions.
No.
Yeah.
No more sand niggers in general.
Well, I mean,
please.
you know, if you want to abolish desert religions, Christianity,
Oh, here we go.
Christianity is one of them. So
Christianity is one of the fucking worst religions.
Right.
What
Like,
follows from
like
that?
I was saying, right?
Okay, tell me, what do you know about Hinduism? Like, how do you know?
I don't know
How
much
do you
about
know?
Hinduism. I know a little bit about Islam, though.
You know,
Just a
like
little bit.
Hinduism, you know, the term Hinduism is similar to the term Abrahamism, and it encompasses a wide variety of religions and
I
philosophies.
know enough about Islam to have an opinion on it, but I don't know shit about fucking Hinduism.
And like some of these,
What about Judaism? Jews are nice, right? They're like good
Yeah,
people.
no,
right? They love.
I really don't like Judaism, to be honest. It's just, I mean, I'm not religious by any means. So I'm gonna be biased a little bit, but I just fucking,
Like,
no,
Christians,
no
people,
religion.
How are you not?
like,
How are you gonna?
Jews in Hollywood, they're so generous with their money. Like, they love to take care of poor
Yeah,
people.
they
Those
love
rich
to give
Hollywood-
the poor money. They love donating.
Yeah, they love it.
They never lie or
Christians,
guilt
they
or
don't do
guilt. They never guilt white people at all.
Never. They never
Yeah.
fucking guilt us about the Holocaust.
Christians, they're
Never.
bad though. They deserve to be thrown into the gas chamber for even being Christian.
I'm just saying they're both fucking bigots. So I mean, I really don't see a point for religion, to be honest. It's just another way for society to control us.
Yeah, we need some control though. That's the point, right?
Yeah, some control as in governmental control, not religious control.
You can't
Well,
give
homie,
people, they can't be
homie.
fucking trusted. That's why we
I
need
don't
to
fuck with them religions, you know what I'm saying?
for
giving
the,
people freedom.
ever since civilization was started, throughout most of this era, the government used religion.
Yeah, and it works.
Yeah, the
It keeps
government uses the
order.
religion
We need
as a tool to
order.
control us. I'm well aware.
We need law and order. We need to conserve socially what we've got. So yeah, the stupid people have to have a religion. That's great. Yeah, keeps
But-
order.
But religion is still an unfair practice, in my opinion. Why would you?
Because it works. It keeps order.
It's not.
Look at where we are now.
It's not. It's fucking. It's controlling in all the wrong ways, though.
Right. If Europe hadn't adopted Christianity, and you know what I mean, it'd go to shit. You know what I mean? I know that.
Like
Hold up. Give me one
if
second.
Europe
I'm dropping
hadn't
Nazis right
adopted
now.
Christianity, I doubt the Dark Ages would have occurred.
Hold up. I'm dropping Nazis. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, and then I'll come
Oh
back to this
wait, that's exactly what happened after they adopted it.
Exactly.
No,
That's exactly what fucking happened.
If we look at how civilizations have come into being, right? The way they've come into being is that when you've got groups of people, right, you need some sort of order to keep everyone on the same sort of level, right? So when you got 2 or 3 people, when you got a family, you have a mother and dad that keeps them in order. When you have a group of people,
but
like a
that's
village elder, right? And the bigger you get, if you've got like a country, then you have a king, right? That can keep that sort of order. But the bigger the people get, the more you need you need a religion or a philosophy to keep in order, so people know what the basic sort of rules are of the group. That's what a religion does. A religion gives people the basic rules of the group that they live in. You know what I mean? That's a good thing.
What paganism did was they constantly told stories about people going in and experiencing different things. The hero of the story would react differently. Like Thor sometimes got too drunk and he fought all the time. But he was such a funny guy, such a badass warrior and productive citizen, they looked past his flaws. So
God damn, how did we go from an intellectual discussion to somebody talking about fighting niggas? What the fuck?
We're talking about religion and instilling morals, right? So
religion,
you know, you
He's
can have
talking
morals
about
without
Thor.
religion, but
Right. The point is, right. The point is, right. Even if religion's false or whatever, and you disagree with it, we need to control people, right? We need to keep people in order. So let's just pick a religion that's going to
But
keep them in
governmental
order.
control isn't the same as religious control.
No, we're not going to do it with the government, because if the government says we're going to control you motherfuckers, they'll rebel against it. But if you say religion's in charge and God made us do this, but we didn't mean to do it, we want to give you freedom. Like if I'm the government and I say, listen, I want to give you freedom, but God told me, sorry.
But how long until the people wisen up and go against that religion?
Say, well, you can go against this religion, but God said if you do that, you're fucked. So do.
But how long until
if they
people
know that's
stop
bullshit?
believing in God?
There's
Well,
no.
there's
There's.
These guys are actually right, Phil. It makes no difference unless people are going to actually have the conviction to carry it through.
Yep.
Okay.
But it's not as if there's a dichotomy between state control and religious control, because the majority, throughout the majority of civilization's history, the state used religion as a means to control the people.
Yeah, well, religion's just like I've said, it's just the bigger the group gets, the more
followers it'll have. Yeah, but that's
every
flawed.
civilization.
People will eventually rebel.
In China, the Chinese
the Middle East had like Islam. You've got Buddhism as well, and that's like in Asia. You've also got Confucianism, and you've got Christianity. These sort of popped up naturally to sort of keep order among a bigger group, because what you need between nations, right? Between nations, let's say you've got England and France, right? If they share a similar religion, then there's a kind of order that they both sort of share. Whereas if there was no religion, there's going to be that disagreement of what the fucking customs are. You know what I mean? So it's just a way of keeping customs.
Phil, with or without religion, those disagreements are there.
Yeah,
they're still there, but
there's always a fucking
the religion works. The religion acts as an authority. It acts as an authority because I think it's a natural thing that those countries both evolved. I don't think it's something that governments created to keep order. I think it's something that human beings have naturally evolved to sort of keep.
Oh, beat Daniel.
Any form of control in the first place, though.
Yeah, but you need some sort of order. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I just don't think it matters what you're talking about, Phil. Like when people believe in nothing, they'll have nothing. Basically, like that'll be their future, and that's where we're at. And I've accepted it. I don't know why you haven't.
So if you don't believe in God, you believe in nothing.
You don't believe in anything.
But why believe in something that's not fucking real?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you believe?
I mean, why would you spend your entire life following this fucking religion that dictates your entire life?
Okay then. Okay then. I'll tell you what.
Tommy, that's
why would you follow any ideology that would have that would play any right? So just be like a totally depraved degenerate, and when you believe in nothing, you'll have
How do you
nothing,
know that your
and there will
ideology
be
is
no
right?
future that follows.
And talk to the people who believe you don't need.
Spoiler alert: you'll die.
You'll die, yeah. But what do you believe? What's morally right then, Pastor? What's morally right? What does that mean?
That's a vague ass question. It has a long answer.
Hold on a minute. It's a vague ass question for you.
Fuck bitches, get money, yeah, right. So like, go to the gym and eat good food and fuck bitches and get money, and live only for self pleasure, right? Because your ancestors doesn't matter. The future of your children doesn't matter.
Well, why don't you live to make society a better place?
Well done.
First
Why should you do that? Why should you make society a better place? There's no God. You've got no.
For our next generation.
You've got no obligation to make.
So what more?
You guys sound just like Christians.
Maybe it's in your self-interest.
The point though is that Christians, like it or not, they have a way of keeping
self-interest
society together.
to make your society, the society you live in,
They have a
better.
God about their belief of, even though it's fake, it keeps order. Yours doesn't. You've got no way of determining. Like if a social justice warrior comes in this room, you've got no.
Hello.
But governments will always have control of the citizens. Laws. You break a law, you go to fucking jail. If you get caught doing it, that is.
What civic national? If you're just having civic nationalism, where you're saying the laws, we all obey the laws, and you can do whatever the fuck you feel like. There's no spirit.
No.
There's no spirit to the country. It's just a free for all.
God damn.
It would just be like, if your neighbor has a second wife, and you kill that motherfucker, you make her have your babies, right? That's all you live for, right? Self-pleasure.
I'm not saying just live for self-pleasure. I'm just saying live by some form of moral code. Now, each person's moral code.
What's your moral code?
What's the moral
code? Each person's moral code is different.
Wait. So according to you guys, you guys don't believe in Christianity at all, right? So according to your own logic, you're doing that stuff right now, as we speak.
What?
Doing what? Doing what?
What you said that people would do if they didn't have religion. What?
No, well, it depends. It depends, right? I do.
The future a better place for my children, right?
The fuck?
Follow your rational self-interest. Long-term self-interest too.
That sounds to me like religion repackaged, basically, when you say something like that.
No.
Okay,
Nope.
that door just randomly fucking opened.
Follow your self-interest.
Because religion tells you that anything
shit.
that feels good is bad.
Yeah, so therefore no fucking
Right,
pleasure
it's
in
like
religion.
absolutely that cut and dry. You guys are absolutely right.
Yeah, it's not about sort of.
Yeah, nah.
Like clearly we're arguing with people.
Let's talk about kittens or something, because this isn't even a productive conversation.
Yeah, we're not solving society's issues by talking about this gay shit.
I'll give Pastor the benefit of the doubt. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he was trolling, but it's
What
not
does
that
neurodivergent mean?
So
we're arguing with people who hate Christianity but have never read the Bible.
No, you're saying we hate Christianity. I just don't follow it. Just because I don't follow the fucking religion doesn't mean I hate it.
Right?
You're
so
incorrect.
If it feels good, it's bad, right? So don't do it, right? So your mentality is if it feels good, do it. If it feels really good, do it in the street, right? That's
No.
You fucking idiot.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Damn.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah,
I'm saying that it says that anything.
Right. Give me a reason. Okay, maybe you guys personally believe that you shouldn't do this, that, or the other. Give me a reason to agree with you on those things. Give me a rational reason that would be in my self-interest.
No, saying just reason.
Have you been okay? So are you for circumcision?
I am neither for or against it.
So it's up to the parents. So if they want to mutilate their children's genitalia,
yeah, exactly. He doesn't care. He's neutral about it.
Oh, so you don't care? So
I think it's different than. I think that it's a different practice than female genital mutilation.
I mean, I think one is worse
Well,
than
sure,
the other.
but they're
I
both
think
bad.
They're both bad, exactly.
Yeah, they're both
Oh.
fucked up. They both deprive the genitalia of nerves. Oh, fuck. Ah! No! Don't fuck me!
Right, and let's live by our cocks.
Hey,
by the
can you guys hear me
by
all
the
right?
almighty cock.
At the end of the day, would you
Your
rather
voice
have
is
a
a little
mutilated
loud.
dick?
Yeah, I can hear you.
At the end of the day, would you rather have a mutilated dick or a dick that's not fucked up? Just you personally.
I'm just happy with my dick. I really don't give a shit about yours or anybody else's.
For the record, the Egyptian women say nothing wrong with female circumcision.
It's done for like really, in my opinion, like female genital mutilation is done for like really malevolent reasons. Towards the reason for it isn't to it doesn't have like it's not the same. Like there was a period of time where up and over religious reasons people were doing it for other different reasons, like health reasons, what they thought what the popular science was of the day, and also just straight up conformity reasons as well, which I wouldn't agree with that. But with female genital mutilation,
We weren't even talking about female genital mutilation.
It doesn't matter. He's making his point. So.
The purpose is to make sex painful, physically painful for a woman, so that she doesn't fuck around on her husband, because you already know ahead of time that she's going to, unless you do that.
Like they don't want the female to experience pleasure from the act. Exactly. But you know, I think like most justifications for circumcision are pretty bullshit as well. It's like these fucking people believe that their spirit friend made a pact with a mythical ancient Jew named Abraham.
You know what though?
And told him to do it.
When we live in a world where like dudes put barbells through their dicks, I have a hard time really caring about what people believe and what they do to their genitals. Like when we live in a time where like the hood ring is popular
if they
and shit
put
like that.
barbells through their genitals, that's their consent.
They do it to themselves. They don't do it to
Should you take a child from their parent because they had their ears pierced?
No.
I mean, I think that's also another.
No, we're talking about babies who don't have the choice to say no. I wish.
Right. Is right like is some guy like is his life ruined because he has a mushroom now instead of a sleeve? Did that ruin that person's life?
They cut off.
It could ruin. It could give you like ED later down in life. It could.
I mean, but usually if you're circumcised, you're fine, right? Like afterwards.
Yeah, but you still lose a bunch of the fucking pleasure from sex.
You lose nerve endings and such.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean,
it's weird. Like circumcised guys.
I hate circumcision, but if you've been circumcised, don't worry about it. You'll probably be fine. But I mean, it's kind of like.
But then again, that's like saying if you've been assaulted, you'll be fine. It's.
I'm not defending it. I'm not defending it. I already said that.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying like if you've had that done to you, don't worry. Don't worry about it. You'll probably be okay.
Yeah. Just thankfully some parents are educated enough not to get their children's dick tips cut.
Can you all hear me? Yeah, I think you can all hear me. Those of us who are circumcised may not know what we're missing. Like we believe sex is good, and it is really good. But maybe sex can be a whole lot better if we were not circumcised. And so it's kind of hard to make that evaluation.
Okay, by that logic, I could do something to you, and if you lose your memory, that's fine because you won't remember anyway.
I could just come to you in your sleep and then shave off your eyebrows and be like, "Oh, you'll be fine, no big deal."
Right. There's a lot of pleasure sensation lost among circumcised sex, but those of us who are circumcised as babies just don't know how much we're missing.
You feel the pain. You feel the
That is-
pain when it's being done to you, and I think, I mean,
Right.
I've actually seen videos of a circumcision procedure being done. and
Exactly,
Even
same
before,
here.
even
It's
before I
disgusting.
watched the video,
Yeah, well,
I was against
yeah.
it, but I watched the video. I watched the fucking videos, and it made me even more against it. It's like,
Yeah.
you're doing this shit, for bullshit reasons,
How
that
does
not even
that?
based in reality.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here. I'm not saying therefore circumcision is a good thing. When it would follow that
No, but
it may be a bad thing.
How
What
would
I'm saying-
how would a circumcision video, right? Like how would that measure up to like a late term abortion video?
How would it measure up? Like
Because the difference between those is that I find it difficult to masturbate to circumcision videos.
I mean, my answer is I don't know because I've never seen a late-term circumcision.
Well, like,
I mean,
but,
a
like-
late-term abortion video.
But like in principle though, like compare one to the other, and why should I care about some guy having his like having like a
Well,
you know
why
what I'm saying
can't-
having his some little guy having his sleeve turned into a mushroom.
All right, why care about
Because that man contributes.
I'll say
A
this:
fetus
though.
doesn't pay rent.
Israel's the leader of stem cell research, so I mean, abortion should be like good for all the goyim, right?
No, by that logic, why would you care about anything, right?
Right.
Why would you care about
Right,
your
like-
fellow neighbor? Why
Right,
would you
don't
care
have babies. Like abort your babies, boy.
I just don't
Yeah, and then let Israel donate the fetus to science, right? Because like boy just means animal, right? Non-Jew just means animal.
I mean, I'm not really for late-term abortions anyway, so.
At what point are you for it?
I mean,
that is a
I
God.
mean, that is
Oh,
a good
God.
question, but my answer,
Oh,
my
God.
honest answer to you is I have not made up my mind.
Well, what am I gonna eat?
12 weeks.
Like
12 weeks. Anything past 12 weeks.
This doesn't matter. Like that's why why the circumcision thing, like why I can't be all bent out of shape, and like at least that kid got to live, right? Even though he has a mushroom instead of a sleeve, he gets to live a life. And he gets,
but
he gets that potential.
fucking
He
put a
gets to
knife
potentially use his dick, right? Like he gets to potentially use it.
by
later
that
on.
logic, why do we have laws against assaults? I mean, that is clearly a form of assault. He did not consent.
You get slapped around for a little bit, and then
Yeah.
you're fine.
It's I don't know. That's not logic.
bitch!
It's assault. Like so people who have their kids
Yeah.
circumcised, their kids should be taken away then.
I believe so. I believe it shouldn't be
You know-
taken at all.
you know,
I believe
honestly,
it
if it
should-
was up to me,
And I'm the goy.
like if it was up to me, like the people who perform circumcision would all be gassed.
Definitely.
Right. Maybe like can I put the abortion doctors next to them? Would
Yeah,
you
we
allow
should.
me to do that? So can we get rid of circumcision and abortion at the same time?
Yeah,
Well, thing is,
But what about children that are conceived
abortion
by
is another
rape?
thing. But abortion is another thing. But that's
Right,
No,
because
I disagree. Because with abortion,
Oh, fuck
Right.
you. No!
it only might
without
might be
abortion, where's my
murder,
fat
not
material?
assault, right?
Where's
It
my
might-
fat material if we don't
no.
have
But
that?
here's the thing. With an abortion, he is still inside the woman's body. I'm not making.
no, man, I don't give a fuck if something inside you. If it's got a brain and it's got a functioning brain, you don't have a right to fucking kill it. You can't say, oh.
No,
I-
listen. I am against late term. I'm against late term, but if it's at the beginning stages, I don't.
Well,
I mean, they're just Gentiles anyway, right?
Right,
They just
hold
donate
on.
the body to science, right? And if a kid gets if it gets his foreskin chopped off, well, you just use that foreskin for lotion. You just make money. At the end of the day, you make money.
Lol.
Brain functioning in like a fetus starts at 12 weeks. There's like detection of sort of brain
Oh no,
wave.
I believe the cutoff should be at least like roughly 10 weeks, something like that. Afterwards,
Yeah,
if you can't
if
make
you
up
put
your
after fucking
mind after
10
10 weeks, you're
it
fucked.
should be like,
Yeah,
like
sorry.
somewhere I think it's like somewhere like between like 6 to 8 weeks that if they can figure out like if the fetus is left and right handed and they can see it falling asleep and waking up somewhere between 6 to 8 weeks. So it's not even as convenient as what you would think.
Won't somebody finger the children?
Yeah, well, it's a living thing. At 12 weeks, it's got fucking. There's brainwaves and shit. So at that point, I'm sort of like, I'm sorry, but you're fucking with something that's
alive. It has emotion. Or not emotion, but it's capable of
Lol.
thinking.
It doesn't have emotion.
I know, I agree with myself.
There's brainwaves there. It has brainwaves there, so it's a brain. I define a person as a fucking brain. Essentially.
But I just find it humorous, like circumcision. That's assault, but abortion. That's sort of
You're
that's sort of
putting
sort of
a knife on a baby's penis and
right. But abortion,
Well,
that's
you know,
sort of look, they're trying to drown me out because they know what I'm going to say. But abortion, that's like, you know, circumcision, that's assault. But abortion, that's kind of understandable in comparison to the evils of circumcision.
But what if the baby is conceived by rape? Just what's your
I don't
opinion?
give a fuck. If you've been raped by someone, that's unfortunate. But you don't get right to kill someone.
If I said that the rape babies, that you could abort those, and as long as we could make it so that all the other babies don't get aborted, would you accept that? Would that be something that you would accept, homie?
Yeah, I'd be willing to
I mean,
compromise
I
on you.
think that
I would like that.
by rape, the parent should, the female should have a decision in whether or not
I think
wants
red.
this child of rape.
I think red coat. I think red coat is against like abortion in terms of rape because he himself is a rape baby.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to add something to the conversation.
Funny.
When it comes to
slow
abortion,
clap.
Hold on. Yeah, let me have a second here. When it comes to abortion, I think what we're talking about is legally killing somebody, right? So you want to legally kill somebody. Okay, I'm fine with that. But let's make the rules of engagement clear. Because if this bitch wants to get an abortion, why?
What?
He cut out.
Right through her fucking forehead. I cut out.
Yeah, you
Good
cut.
save, though.
You left off if this bitch wants to get an abortion.
Yeah, so if this female wants to get an abortion, then you should lock her in a closet for 9 months, and then when she pops the baby out, you take a spike and a hammer, and you drive that spike right through the middle of her fucking forehead, and then she won't have any more abortions, and at least the baby's been saved, right? If you want to talk about killing somebody, that's fine. I'm down with killing people. You know, I know how to shoot. You know, I stay physically fit. I'm good with that. I just need to know the rules of engagement.
Think of the children. Won't somebody
So
think
if you
of
want
the
to go around,
children?
having abortions in the black neighborhoods or in the poor white neighborhoods, I'm good with you killing people. That's fine. I just need to know how I can, I just need to know the rules of engagement. That's my opinion on it.
The rules of engagement.
Yeah, essentially, it's anytime after 12 weeks, I think is immoral. I don't think you got a right to kill someone. After 12 weeks, fuck that, no way.
I'd back it up. I'd back it up to about 8. I'd back it up to about 8.
It's enough time. The point is, you've got enough. If you can't make your mind up if you want a baby before fucking 12 weeks, then fucking what the fuck's your problem? You know what I mean? You've got 12
weeks.
If
you kill someone from my tribe, I should be able to kill someone from your tribe. Fuck it, abortion's wrong.
If you can't make your mind up if you're pregnant or not by 4 weeks, then it's why. Well, what the fuck is your problem? You know what I mean? You've had sex. Keep control of your fucking body. You know what I mean?
Phil, I have a question for you. What if it's like a black woman pregnant with like
they should be able to kill the babies. I've got a problem with them killing the babies. I'll be at the fucking abortion centre. I'll like come right in.
So rough.
Come fucking in. Take a seat. I'm alright with you having abortions. This is alright. Don't worry about it. Go for it.
See, did you guys listen to this stuff, man? That Phil just said.
Nigga, I ain't. I'm playing fucking Wolfenstein over here.
You know what though? Like it's consistent though. Like he would be treating blacks like the goy, like the goyim.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the blacks. I've only got allegiance to the white. Black people can do whatever the fuck they feel like. It's like, go for it. I don't give a fuck. Kill your babies. Fuck your babies.
Oh man. Right, like
and I can still have fat material.
Because we all know how fucked up it
actually is. Right? I guess that's how it's different in America. Because at the end of the day, maybe I'm a white nationalist and stuff, but black people are just as American as we are. And it's kind of like a telltale thing. If we stopped abortion for the blacks in America, like we would be like, holy shit, we'd have more black people in America than we do in Africa. I mean, oh my God, that would be outspread.
I think abortion for black people and white people should be the same. It's a bad thing. It shouldn't be. Any time after fucking. The point is that you've got enough time to make your mind up if you want a fucking baby or not. If you can't make your mind up by fucking 12 weeks, then I think you're a fucking idiot. And then even if you've been raped, it's like, what the fuck is your problem? You've been raped.
Like Phil, I will say this. Like, I'm fine with abortion of like a Down syndrome fetus at any at any stage. At any stage, really. Like, no, don't let these.
Well, why don't we just round them up right now then and gas them? It would solve a lot of we'd save a lot of money by doing that.
Hitler did that, and he only boosted Hitler did that, and he only boosted the national IQ.
This
only
conversation just degenerated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I'm over
Look,
here trying to have a
you could go
decent
that route, but I
conversation,
have
and
an
now we talk about gas and motherfuckers.
Let's gas the Down
And
syndrome.
the alternative is to sterilize
Tomorrow.
them.
Well, I don't really see any significant difference between gassing them and saying that at any stage they're good to be killed. You know, like in their development.
Okay, I would argue the gas is much more humane.
I actually think that Down syndrome kids are a natural mechanism for families. I think that what you see naturally happening is women who are older have a higher chance of having Down syndrome kids, right? So they're having a higher chance. They're having a higher chance to have a Down syndrome kid at the end of their reproductive cycle rather than the end, right? So it leaves them with like the kind of woman who wants to have kids, right? It would leave them with a kid for the rest of their life and to fulfill that need that they have.
That's what a Down syndrome kid is. It's a permanent kid forever, isn't it? It's like you have to look after this forever. No, this ain't going to go away when it's 18. It stays permanently. And they're like,
actually, won't say permanently either because they don't live that long.
Yeah, they die when they die.
Well, you know what that would
wait, what's her average life expectancy? I want to know. Like, do you guys know?
I think it's way up from what it used to be, man.
They're like in their 20s, I think.
Okay.
That actually proves South Florida.
But if that were the case, that would even more fit the scenario because like the kid is going to live at about like the same expectant lifespan as the mother, basically.
What do you think would happen to Down syndrome children in a hunter-gatherer society in sub-Saharan Africa?
I think they'd probably die.
They would be used as food.
They'd be used as fucking bait.
They got old enough to reproduce and they did.
Them shits be used as bait.
I think that like sub-Saharan Africans like eat their albino population because they think it's going to cure their diseases and stuff. So
Down syndrome is going to be dead and fucking.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of a meme. I'm gonna vote.
Yeah, well, so you got to keep in mind that humans recently evolved from sub-Saharan Africans. Like 100,000 years ago or so. That's what the human species was. We were a race that was tossing our Down syndrome children to the hyenas.
I think the Australoids more closely resemble the earliest sapiens than
put the chromosomes in the fucking bag.
You never see a black Down syndrome kid, do you? I've never seen one.
I've seen a black kid with Down syndrome.
I've seen more rare, but
the shit's pretty fucking funny, not gonna lie.
Well, yeah, the same thing.
Every genetic disease exists in every race, but some more than others. So it's more rare.
Have you seen a lion with the
Downs? Common among whites, less common among blacks.
A lion.
If you're going to have like a biological explanation for the existence of Down syndrome,
you know that's
kind of got to put it in the context of what it was 100,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's a valid point. I've actually never seen a black person with Down syndrome. It's usually whites and Jews who have Down syndrome, but like blacks, typically they just have like very unnaturally low IQs, so they have to be cared for. But it's not that they have Down syndrome. Like what's the Beetlejuice character from the Howard Stern show? I went to school with a kid like that. He was like 6 foot tall and like skinny or whatever when he got grown, but. He had to be like in the special classes because like you never knew what he was gonna do.
I'm daddy.
Black Down syndrome people have fucking seen.
Well, if you're
he didn't have Down syndrome. He just had like a super low IQ.
Well, he's a fucking nigger. What do you expect?
What?
Come on.
Yeah.
Blacks that are smarter than.
What? Sorry.
Okay, what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah. To be fair, you can't really tell the difference between
bitch ass nigga! Bitch ass motherfucker! Come on, bitch!
Yeah, I'm serious. You can't tell the difference between a normal black person and a black person with Down syndrome. Sorry.
Yep. Especially after
I think it's
You know, I was just trying to say that if you were Phil, that you would just say that they all had Down syndrome.
Yeah,
I was actually going to say that as a joke, but now that it's seriously the truth.
Right, he beat us both.
I think they get like autism. I think they get autism and stuff, but not Down syndrome. I've never seen a black person with Down syndrome.
Hey, Pastor knows a thing or two about autism.
Well, you got autism.
Ooh, Rex.
Exposed.
I think autism, I think that a lot of parents, rather than to accept the fact that their kid is dumb, will have their kid carted into some doctor that'll tell them that they have autism, and that's why they pick their nose and eat their boogers.
Why is it that people with autism generally have higher IQs?
No. There are legitimate cases of autism. I'm not gonna say there's not, but when you have doctors saying that kids outgrow autism, then you know that there was portions of it that were like a total fucking sham to begin with. Like outgrowing autism would be like the same thing as outgrowing like Down syndrome. You don't outgrow autism.
Well, I mean, you do outgrow Downs. That's called living too long. That's called dying of old age.
You get what I'm saying, though.
Did you just compare autism to Down syndrome?
I said that I didn't compare the two. I said that you are just as likely to outgrow autism as you are to outgrow Down syndrome. That's just
in other words,
ridiculous.
They just throw on people. They just label them with autism, right? Is that what you're saying?
There's a lot of kids out there being misdiagnosed with autism.
Yeah. ADHD is another one that's made up, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got
my son Johnny. He's not a moron that picks his nose and eats his own booger. He's autistic, he's a hidden genius that you don't quite understand. Neither do I. But
it's just your son's acting boisterous because he's a boy. That's what he is.
Yep, he's craving that attention.
Yeah, stop giving him fucking speed, you weirdos. That's what fucking Ritalin is, isn't
it?
He
had ADD. What did you say he had, Rachel?
He's not being a little undisciplined monster. He's having a meltdown.
Yeah. You said what was his medical condition that they labeled him? I truly didn't hear it. I just did he say autism or ADD?
Yeah, I'm talking. I don't know what Phil said, but I was talking about autism in general.
Yeah, I don't know enough about autism, but I'll tell you what I do know. You know autism, or what the fuck's it called now? Fucking hell. Hold on a minute. We have
Asperger's syndrome?
Fuck me, whatever. I'll find the word for it, whatever.
Are you talking about Asperger's syndrome?
Oh, no. Wait there a second.
ADD, ADHD.
Is it a verb, a noun?
No.
Adjective.
Is it a bird, a plane? Is it a Jewish Superman?
Is it a nigger on a fucking... Is it a nigger on a rope?
It's... fucking hell. Whatever.
You know it's good when it's even distasteful to Phil.
It's called... I can't pronounce it properly, whatever, and I'll find it there. Just talk about it.
Some dumbass word that you can't fucking pronounce. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, whatever. I've got it now, whatever.
What are you talking? Are you talking about Asperger's syndrome or attention deficit disorder?
They have a deficiency in something, and it's called. Whatever. Fuck me, what's it called now? It's called.
But then again, I think Down syndrome kids that die kind of early, that's kind of like natural selection type deal.
LOL. Olfactory. You know the olfactory system where we smell. The way you recognise your relatives is that you have like an olfactory system which sort of smells their scent, don't you? And this helps you identify relatives and stuff. And
hell yeah, man! I want to sniff that ass and go, "Yep, that's
Benny,
fine."
Benny, that is not a Jewish star. Come on, man. You told me you were a Zionist, and you mistook that for a Jewish star. David.
I think Benny said
earlier. They have a deficiency in that. Or people with autism have a deficiency in their olfactory fucking thing. I can remember that anyway.
I think Benny said earlier that he was all for open borders for Israel.
Oh,
Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
Didn't you say that?
Open borders for Israel. Full immigration. We should let everyone. They should take all the fucking refugees. They should take all the Syrians. That's what I think.
Is that
Immortal?
supposed
Did
to
you
be
watch the video that I put about the Jones fans or whatever? Did you see that video?
Wait, the Venezuelan video?
The Jones lovers or whatever I put. The Jones fans.
Oh, I don't. No, not yet.
Okay. I don't even remember which fucking chat I
What?
put it in. But it talked about a lot of the Jewish machinations and things like that.
The Jewish.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
It's like 25 minutes, but it gets a lot of.
Yeah, let's go. Ye boy.
What were you about to say, homie?
Have you played Wolfenstein?
No.
No.
Oh, fucker.
No,
Get
I
the
won't be
fuck off
playing
me,
that.
dog cunt.
Until I can play as the Nazis, I won't play it.
I'm playing Wolfenstein The New Order right now. It's fucking lit.
It's banned in Germany because you killed Nazis.
I know,
Can't
that's
spell
funny as
Ashkenazi without Nazi.
Oh.
Oh, conspiracy.
Yeah, there's very few games that you can play. Very few World War II games that you can play as the Nazis. They should be.
I think you can in COD.
That would be cool.
World at War, you can play as the Nazis if you're on the team.
Concentration camp simulator.
Concentration Camp Simulator 2016.
Yeah.
I fired in real life. I fired the MP40 and also the. I can't remember which one's which. I think it's the MG42, the one that's machine press, not stand. So I thought that was,
Do you mean Hitler's Buzzsaw?
Yes, yes.
That
Call
is
of Duty.
called,
Or
that's
how
called
about
the
a
34 Saw.
or how
No,
about they make
okay,
a
that-
Call of Duty
I think-
Zombies mode where you play as in a concentration
I
camp?
fired a
in a
oh
concentration
fuck!
camp.
No!
And you have to fight off hordes of zombie Jews.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd play that. I would play this shit. That they should make it. You know what I mean?
Like,
No, I'm talking about an IRL. I was like
Oh,
shotguns.
like the zombie Jews are attacking
You
you.
know, Call of Duty
Yeah.
World at War is a game where you can play as the Nazis. COD World at War.
But yeah, that's you said that's like in multiplayer, right?
Yeah, it's multiplayer, but it's fun as fuck.
I mean, I think it'd be cool to have one where you can play as a Nazi during the campaign.
Yeah, single player
Like-
where we actually play the real story.
Oh, like you're like
And you
following
fucking
Hitler's
smash them to
regime,
French
like
like they're
the
French
Waffen
bitches.
SS or some shit.
Yeah,
that'd
like
be kind of cool.
the conquest of Stalingrad.
Yeah, then you could ally with like the Arab Muslims or whatever that fought for the SA alongside Hitler. That would
Fuck
be
you,
awesome,
bitch!
right?
You're not getting my boy.
But then again, all the PC crowd would be like, "This is
Oh, they get
offensive."
so fucking offended.
Like you
Yeah,
have one
good.
mission where you ride into Paris. You see Paris.
It would
It'll
be like
Gamer
the most
Gate, except
offensive
it'd be
game
like
ever.
Nazi Gate or something, right?
You'd be like wanted in certain European countries.
Faggot,
would
what
be
you
a
gonna
hate
do,
crime to play that game.
bitch? Yo,
You go to
Wolfenstein's
prison
so
for like playing
fucking
Xbox.
fun.
Hey, did y'all hear about that
Even
Scottish
though it's
kid
just
that
a
went
game
to
and you shouldn't
prison
take
for
it
teaching his dog Nazi tricks?
Yeah,
this dude was like,
I know. I saw a video online where it was the guy made his dog like sing Hein type deal.
Yeah, the pug. Mate, your
Yeah, the
dog's
pug.
Nazi, mate.
Yeah,
Dude,
was
he went to jail for that. That guy
Yeah,
went
he
to
did.
jail for
Yeah,
that.
he went to jail for a fucking hate crime or some gay shit.
Yeah, he went to
Yeah, he
jail
was
for
a
that.
fucking leftist. He was a leftist
He has
as hell.
Like that.
he's got a court date still that he has to, like, it's not even over for that guy. This guy had a pug. This guy had a pug, and he taught his pug to see Guile. And he posted a video of it on the internet. I can't remember what
Dog,
the guy's
get out of
name
my
is.
fucking room.
And
Yo,
went to
dog,
jail
get
for
out.
that.
oh yeah, the British authorities came and put him in jail for it. He spent
For
a
a
night
hate
in
crime.
jail, and he's got a court date now. And
They need to get the
news-
stick out of their ass.
the news media
No, they need to get
outed
the
him.
stick out of their ass.
They outed him and showed where he lived. His house got vandaled, right? And one of his neighbors because they knew, because the media let everybody know, vandaled his house, and he called the cops on his neighbor, right?
It wasn't the British authority, though. It was the Scottish authority. Because the dude is fucking Scottish.
He called the cops on his neighbor that vandaled his house, right? And the cops came, and they didn't give a shit about.
No, they didn't give any
They didn't give a
fuck.
shit about the vandalism. And then he said, "Well, they called me a Nazi," and they were like, "That's it." And they took that guy to jail. I'm not kidding. They took
they sympathize with the vandalers.
Right? It's okay
Lol.
to vandalize your
Lol.
house, but if you call somebody a
Lol.
Nazi, then it's to the gulag for you.
Yeah.
You know?
How about this? We all teach our dogs to be Nazis.
Yo, my dog is a Nazi, bruh. What you talking about?
Right?
It's funny. It's funny though because it's funny though
Go ahead.
because if there was any breed of dog, that would be like the inferior.
German Shepherd.
Would be the pug.
Yeah,
German
yeah,
Shepherd.
Nazi shepherds. There we go.
Fuck, yo, I had a German Shepherd.
Actually, the highest one would be the Swedish Lungpound.
I think pugs pugs perfectly fit the purpose in which they were bred for, which is purely just to entertain us with their goofiness.
Yeah, be lit ass dogs.
Yeah.
Yo, I had a German Shepherd, right? And I had a swastika arm patch, and I put it on my dog one time and took a few photos. I don't think I have any left.
Yeah, but like stuff like that, like we're gonna be a Nazi no matter what because we're white, right? This guy was a complete leftist, like fuck, like oh my god, he's a liberal fucking fuck, you know? And he went to jail for being a Nazi. You gotta be kidding me. You're gonna be Nazi no matter what. They fucking just be a Nazi.
Are you sure that he wasn't like some alt-right type guy? I thought he was, but I might be mistaken.
Yeah, he was leftist as fuck.
He was like a social liberal, like the Scottish.
Yeah, Count Dankula.
Like the pro.
You wouldn't expect a social justice warrior to teach your dog to do that.
Yeah, they would teach their dog to embrace,
Actually,
to not appropriate.
Come to think of it, I think a social justice warrior would marry their dog.
He did it to Frank's girlfriend.
Actually, social justice warriors like to pop nipples.
He did it to Frank's girlfriend.
Yeah, that's what he said. At least from what I watched, is that he did it to piss his girlfriend off.
I posted a link to that video at the mark where
fuck, where's the goddamn key?
The dog does the Roman salute.
Thank you.
You want to go gas the juice, boy? You want to go gas the juice?
Yeah, come on, boy. Let's go get the juice and gas.
Gas the juice.
Yo, I had a Jewish neighbor one time who was really cool, and he got broke down and needed some gas because he ran out of fucking gas. And I said, "You want me to gas the Jews?" And he had no problem with that.
Yeah, I ride a special class bike, so like all of my helmet, my shoes, my riding shoes, and all that stuff, it all has like lightning bolts everywhere.
Yeah, the Waffen SS on it. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, but only ironically. Only ironically.
Of course, it's just a prank. Y'all niggas don't be getting ticklish, okay? I want to get a tattoo of a double lightning bolt.
I want to tickle you, homie.
Bruh, I want you to tickle me.
Lol.
No homo, though. Like, where the fuck am I supposed to be going?
Homie, you want to go gas the juice? Want to go gas the juice?
Yeah, let's go gas the juice. Yeah. You know, I'm German.
Red coat, have you ever wanted to kiss another man?
Not until I met you.
Oh.
Oh. You turning niggas gay, Pastor? Oh.
Yeah.
Like I'm so comfortable about that if we knew each other in real life, I would wait until we were out in public and I would make a display out of you. Like that's how much I don't care about like that kind of thing. I actually like when we like the guys that I work with, like when we figure out which guy it bothers the most, then we like just ruthlessly
fuck you.
Torment that guy with that.
You kissed a boy and you liked it. The taste
I
of
kissed a
his
dude.
cherry
That doesn't make me
chapstick.
fucking gay, does it?
Benny the
Makes you
Wigger?
It makes you gayer than Milo.
Ah, fuck! I'm sorry, there's this giant fucking cuntosaurus after me right now, and I, kind of just screaming a bit.
I posted a shitty picture of the front of my bicycle there.
Hey, what's up,
But
Benny?
anyway, that little lightning bolt.
Homie is a self-admitted real-life cuck.
Wait, do you have, like, actual riot gear?
Yeah, I don't fuck around, man. It's my hobby. That lightning bolt
I
like
have
that,
a
it's on my
Boston
shoes, my
SS.
helmet, my shorts, everything.
Yeah, I have
My fucking little
I have like a really
on the
old
water bottle.
Boston SS helmet laying around somewhere.
Yeah, like the little cup holders on the bike, they got that symbol. The lightning bolts everywhere.
Hold on.
I didn't realize it when I bought the
So-
bike. I didn't know anything about Specialized. I bought the bike because of the set that it had on it, the gears or whatever. I didn't know about this fucking lightning bolt. Then I saw it and was like, what the fuck is this?
So, Benny, do Nazi bombs work as well as porn bombs?
Fucker, come at me, bitch! I'll shank your motherfucking ass! I'm sorry, I'm usually not this fucking degenerate. Actually, I take that back. Hey Phil, can you teach me to be a non-race trader? Because I think I've kind of degenerated to the point where I make the white race an insult.
We sort of like view people like you as like, you know, like some genetics just don't need to pass on themselves. So people that racially miscegenate and all that, like maybe it's an evolution, right? Maybe it's nature's way of weeding out the weak. So you can miscegenate if you want. I won't be mad at you, bro.
I was fucking raised in the hood, though. Where I'm from, that
Well,
shit's
you thought
just
I
how
come from a liberal neighborhood? But you thought I come from a liberal neighborhood?
No, I think you come from an alt-right neighborhood, to be honest.
Oh, gee. Oh, okay, yeah, all right, that's correct.
I didn't know those neighborhoods exist, an alt-right neighborhood.
Yeah, like all my friends were Nazis. Like they actually beat me up for being Mexican. I'm not even Mexican. They just thought I was.
Well, that's because you fucking talk Spanish, man. What do you expect?
Right.
But yeah, you know, there's an alt-right neighborhood close to where I live. You know, like the main street is called Richard Spencer Drive.
God damn, Memorial.
They've got like a 25-foot bronze statue of him.
Yeah.
Like in the,
Yeah, Richard Spencer Drive. Let's see.
Somebody needs to make that happen with like CGI.
Yo.
Oh, that'll be sick, dude. That'll
I'll
be
try Sony
like
Vegas.
a GTA mod or something.
If you guys
Or
want to
like
see a good Nazi
Dallas
video,
mod.
I will share one with you guys.
If somebody did that, his head would get so big, it would explode.
I'll
There's
try
a
with
video.
I'll try
There's
with
a video
Sony Vegas.
I want all you guys to see.
Yeah, I think he is a little bit too big.
Pretty
for
inspirational, but
post it.
Oh shit, it's the Nazis! God damn it!
The Nazis.
So I watched Inglorious Bastards today. God damn. You boys have seen Inglorious Bastards, right?
No, I don't watch films like that.
You motherfucking white race traitor.
What are you talking about?
Never seen.
Really?
You've
You're
never
gonna call
seen
him a
Glorious
white?
Bastard?
You're gonna call him a white race traitor for not watching a Quentin
Yep.
Tarantino movie?
Quentin Tarantino is the epitome of white race.
No, he's the epitome of a white guy who thinks he's black.
How? He's a good ass movie director.
Are you kidding me? Like other black guys in the business have like even called him out for it.
That's bullshit to me. He's fucking. I don't see how he acts black.
Oh, shit.
Shut the
That's
fuck
cool,
up,
homie.
Mike.
I like that. Homie, I like your stance on that. That's the way to keep your integrity.
Bitch ass.
Hey, call Quentin Tarantino a cracker ass nigga.
Cracker ass nigga. I'll call that nigga up and be like, you a fucking ticklish motherfucker. Oh, I got a suppressor for my motherfucking pistol. Fuck yeah. These niggas about to get fucked up. Oh shit. So, you guys don't fucking game, do you?
Fuck out of here.
I don't have to anymore.
Benny and I play video games, but we probably don't play like the same kind of video games that you do.
Fucker! Not you, I'm
I used to
mowing
love
through
going
fucking
down
Nazis right
Counter-Strike.
now.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I started on Counter-Strike.
Oh, that nigga blew his fucking head off! Holy
Benny
shit.
and I are partial to Stronghold Crusader.
Oh, I haven't
Oh
played it.
yeah. You're mobile player? You're mobile gamers?
And we both like that game. It's an old game, but we still like it. You could ask Benny. It's like his favorite game.
Should I?
Is that on
Is
PC
it
or is it on mobile?
free? Is it free by chance?
No, but it can't be expensive by now. It's super old, but
It's probably like $3 on the app stores and shit.
right. But it's like one of the greatest games. Like for an RTS game, it's really fun. I think.
All right, guys.
Wait, what's the platform? Is it PC or what?
All of you watch this link.
Actually, when I get done slaying Nazi ass, then I will. Okay.
Like you build castles, take over territories, and fight with fight against the Saracens, of course. All the way down to like details where you have engineers with the boiling pots of oil at the top of your castles and stuff like that when they go to invade you and vice versa.
Fucker. Bitch,
What's the
get
platform?
gatted.
PC
Get
or
gatted
mobile?
down.
It's got a nice soundtrack to it too. The music for it's really, I like it at least.
I'll be right
Someone
back.
tell
We'll go
Perry
on
to join.
So is this being streamed live right now?
Yes.
Oh, fuck me in the ass.
Wait, you don't see the icon at the top right that says live?
Oh no, I'm not even looking at my screen. I haven't looked at my screen in like an hour.
Okay.
You're a faggot, homie.
Eric, you're a fucking BBC demon.
Hey, Eric, I want to tell you something. Guess what?
Go on. Oh, God damn it.
Eric is Eric is the reason I'm heteroflexible. Just saying.
Man, it's been a while since I've heard that term. But
oh, fuck. No, I didn't even know that was an actual term. I just fucking said it.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, fucking rip. Fucking rip. This guy posted a Nazi video and tells me to go watch it. And I click on the link and then I realize I already got a thumbs up on it.
so you've seen it before.
Oh,
there we go.
Right.
It's a Nazi bear. It's a Nazi
Yeah, I'm familiar
bear,
with George
boys.
Lincoln Rockwell. Yeah, that's, as a matter of fact, the Trump sign that I posted with the Trump, that's his flag.
Oh, that's
the
pretty
American
cool.
flag with swastika. Yeah, that's American national.
Well, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, exactly.
Let me switch. Oh fuck! Fuck me in the ass! Fuck!
But I'm not so like I'm not really a National Socialist. I think there's kind of some flaws with it. I look at National Socialism as kind of old school. It won't really work.
I'm a
like me either, man. But I like the video. It's pretty inspirational.
Yeah, it's definitely inspiring,
I
right?
identify as a nationalist.
Like you can be a nationalist and not be a National Socialist.
I know that.
Like, yeah.
That's why it's called nationalism,
all right,
not
like,
national socialism.
We'll spare you the helicopter ride then.
Fucking asshole. The helicopter
Have you
ride
guys
meme.
have you guys checked out Thorstein Memeson's channel?
Who?
Thorstein Memeson. Or Memerson.
I have no clue who the fuck that
Sounds
is.
familiar. What is that? There's a video that got taken down like immediately not long ago. What was it? I meant to mention it earlier. It was the name of the video. You could still look it up. The name of the video is "The Cruel Fate of Kekistan," and I can't remember who the guy is that made it. But the name of the video is "The Cruel Fate of Kekistan."
Kekistani.
It's like a 20-minute video, and it got banned within days, and then banned again. It keeps getting re-uploaded.
Lol.
It was probably like really well edited, right?
Like, oh, hey, out of curiosity, what happened to Rage After Storm? You know, like
That's in it. That's in that video. Like they play it out where like Sargon and Thunderfoot
What happened to them?
and all of them are like in cultist robes, burning her at the stake.
But like, why did Rage get banned from YouTube or whatever?
I don't think she got banned. I think that she got.
all right.
No, I think that she got. I think that she got suspended initially, and then when she came back, that she was just got. From what I gathered, because I thought she was boring. Like, no offense, I didn't nothing against the girl, you know, but I wasn't subscribed to her. I watched the video, and I found that video even to be boring. The video that caused all the hubbub.
I mean, she looks like such a feminist still, you know. She says she's not anymore, but she's got that feminist look to her.
Right, like she totally looks like SJW still, right? I agree. Like, or like the reserved one, like the slightly more reserved SJW, the one that's not totally batshit crazy yet.
But still slightly.
Are you talking about Kayla Green or whatever?
I don't know who that is. You guys,
Lacey Green.
Like, I really suggest.
Lacey Green.
I really
Where'd
suggest
that bitch go?
that Cruel Fate of Kekistan. You guys, I think it's super funny,
and
it's really well produced.
Yeah, it's fucking edited to the T from what I heard.
The Kek Republic, Kekistan.
Get banned.
Oh, you'll see why it got banned as soon as you start watching it.
Let me guess, a Nazi joke.
But Sargon of a cuck is like a lefty, though. He's like a classical liberal or whatever he says.
Man, honestly,
yeah, but that
like,
doesn't mean he can't have a sense of humor.
like usually when I see someone who identifies as a classical liberal, you know, I listen to what they have to say. I'm like, no, you're a fucking conservative who's in the closet.
No, that's libertarian.
I think there's an overlap between, you know, the two.
I think it's weird that you have that view, because my view on classical liberals is that they're like the old guard, like the ones on, for example, on YouTube, like they're the old guard of like original like social justice warriors that hit YouTube, in my opinion, the ones that take that political route and most. Yeah,
so the founding fathers are social justice warriors.
No. I didn't say. I didn't put it that way. I'm just saying that.
I would say the Civil War was a whole social justice fucking warrior war.
But I mean,
Northern aggression, Civil War, yeah.
Like, you know, I kind of look at what these
the founding fathers
these self-identified classical liberals have to say, and you know, I mean, they seem pretty conservative to me. You know,
they seem pretty liberal.
Founding fathers were.
Oh, fuck off, dog.
They subscribed to a political philosophy that was liberal, you know, maybe like 200 years ago or 100 years ago, but yeah.
Oh, fuck me in the ass!
I see that's funny, because from my perspective, I put them on the left overall.
Yeah, maybe you're right. You know, like
center left.
I think like Sargon of God is like a lefty. He is like oh, we can't hurt people's feelings and we gotta like be careful. But he's very rational. He's very reasonable. So I think
he never said that. He never said that. That's not Sargon at all. You're misrepresenting him.
Yeah, you're misrepresenting to a T.
I didn't even hear what he said.
I only watched like a couple of videos. So.
Oh, fuck.
Like when I hear Sargon of Akkad, like he's basically like, oh, we shouldn't hurt these people's feelings and stuff like that. That's kind of what I hear. But he's not like a conservative.
Well, you're misunderstanding
yeah, you do misunderstand it, because he indulges in the absolute opposite of that. That's like the whole premise of his channel, for the most part. That's why he's had the success that he's had.
I'm sorry for being like that. I'm sorry for talking about things I didn't know about.
Akkad. Oh, I'm thinking of Armored Skeptic. My bad.
Oh, Sargon of Akkad is not a classical liberal, because a classical
He's
liberal...
a Canadian liberal.
He thinks
he's a fucking Canadian.
Like, a classical liberal is a libertarian.
Yeah.
Modern day liberal.
I don't think that he would. I don't think that he could even bring himself to say we should ban Islam. Like, I think that's how liberal Sargon is. I don't think that he would ever. You couldn't force him to say that if
Abel Dean just posted a good video which shows exactly what would happen to the fucking like civic nationalist fucking.
That's the cruel fate of Kekistan. That was the video that I was suggesting to those guys.
Shit, you allow all the fucking Hindus in, and then they ruin fucking society. That's what happens. That's why you've got to have some sort of ethno state.
There's another alt-righter guy that I watch on YouTube that I think that he's been shadow banned. Like, I think he was like the first guy that I was subscribed to that where now I have to go to his channels or his channel to see his videos instead of them being like automatically advertised. Yeah.
So they're unlisted.
I don't know if they're unlisted.
Do you remember his name?
The guy's name is Porridge Pals. He's probably my favorite. He's probably my favorite alt-right guy on YouTube.
Oh god damn it! Fucking drive, cunt!
You watch Millennial Woes?
Go! Fucking.
Yeah, he's all right, but he's
shit.
He's so fucking windy, you know, like.
Go, you fat fuck!
Just sit and talk about nothing for like 45 minutes. If you know, he could do that. But I don't. But I like him though. Overall, like I don't dislike him, and I think that whether it's because he's required to, or else be prosecuted by the authorities where he lives. You know what I'm saying?
Are you from fucking Ohio?
Harder? No, not Millennial Woes. That guy's Scottish.
Oh, there's a statue of Adolf Hitler in this fucking game.
But he just produced like it's hours and hours and hours of him talking.
Oh fuck.
And sometimes I'm all right with it. Sometimes I'll find something else to do, like some kind of like I'll do some 3D modeling or play a video game and listen to him. You know, that's the niche he fills for me, and to see what he has to say. And I don't agree with everything in order to see things the same way that he does. Even though he's being so mild, it's hard to know what he really believes about certain things because he doesn't.
And in my country, you have to be mild because it's coming to a point now where.
So what was the name?
Woes. Look, it's a good. Yeah,
I like him. I'm subscribed to him. Like I'm shamelessly subscribed to him. I'll listen to what he has.
Are you from fucking Ohio?
My country, people are getting arrested for fucking making memes. That's not a fucking joke. Like, there's a page on Facebook that makes like right-wing memes. They made a meme about Islam, and that they got fucking arrested for making a meme about Islam.
Well, I think we Americans should carry the torch of freedom of speech. I mean, I think more of the
red code.
That's what's encouraged me to start getting on Google Hangouts and try to like marketize the white supremacy or whatever it is that y'all accuse me of.
In England, it's the only way you can talk about white supremacy. You have to use fucking very fucking vague language. Like I have to talk about national security, and then talk about IQ. I'll talk about IQ, but then I'll just throw it in there. I'll say, "Oh, it's just a coincidence." I'll just say, "The people with lower." I just talk about lower IQs, but not race, because if I talk about race, then they'll sort of go, "Oh, fucking race."
I don't think that YouTube has like the resources to scan videos like these, like the thousands of hangouts that are getting like.
In real life, you have to be.
Who does this live stream have?
But like just the amount of hours of the similar, like there's probably 100 other hangouts right now or more that are like similar to this being broadcast live over.
Right. Well, what was the name of that brother's name that you said that you listened to that's all right? I dropped out of the call on that.
The guy that I think that got shadow banned, like they were talking about they were going to do. His name's Porridge Pals. Okay, and you know what? Like even though he's an Aussie, he's Australian.
No,
but
fuck.
I'm pretty on board with a lot of what he has to say. I think that he's putting it through his Australian perspective. You know what's happening in Australia. but still overall, I get it. Like he's
the kangaroos took away my wife today.
No, like they're like putting up.
Emus fucked
They're
my
like
cousin.
they're like putting up barricades. They're like putting up barricades around the city strategically, so that when Muslims try to run white people over, that they can hide behind the barricades. Like that's one of his videos that he shows you the barricades.
Wait, are the Muslims coming to Australia and raping giraffes or some shit?
They're like taking in, maybe not them specifically, but they're coming, and so are Africans. A lot of Africans and the Chinese as well are all going to Australia right now.
Yeah, there's not a white country on the planet that has sovereignty over itself, or at least I say sovereignty. That the white people are like not being like out spread or whatever. Like they're bringing in immigration.
That's why I say it can't be a coincidence that like a country like Italy and Australia are being flooded with Africans at the same time. That's not a coincidence.
Have you seen the United Nations meeting though that they had on to like bring in immigrants? But a long time ago, they had a meeting at the United Nations about fertility rates, and one of the solutions was this, what we're talking about. I'll find it for you. The United Nations.
Yeah, I've read it. It's actually like labeled something like the demographic replacement plan or something crazy like that. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah,
Red Coat sounds a lot like Michigan.
Population replacement plan or something like that. I've seen some of that.
Are you familiar with the Kalergi effect or whatever, the Kalergi plan?
No.
That's worth looking into. Henrik talks about that a lot from Red Eye. It's worth looking into. Kalergi, I can't remember his first name, but basically, like, he wanted to turn the European race into, like, basically, like, the sort of like the later dynasties of Egypt, like how they were Asian, African mixed. Yeah, that's what they want to do. So if you look all over the world where there's white people, that's what they're doing, right? They're trying to encourage as much racial miscegenation as they absolutely can. Meanwhile, that will, their children, their offspring will gain the ability to vote, and they'll be outvoted and outbred and racially kicked out of the planet. It's kind of like conspiracy theories a little bit, but it's also at the same time hard to say, wait a minute, this is 100% actually, incorrect or whatever. It's kind of hard to say that. There's too many Cohen, C-O-H-E-N, coincidences.
Have you guys watched anything on Liberia? You know, the country in Africa, Liberia?
Yeah, like Liberia? No, I don't know. The Nigerians.
You know, the shithole where people shit on beaches, before a war and eat their heart?
Yeah, the war's over, though.
The rebels are still going at it.
Whenever the lefties say, like, oh, these democratic neighborhoods, they're just doing that because they're poor or whatever, and it's like, no, these people specifically came from West Africa, and if you look at West Africa, the West Africans are killing each other the same way that they're killing each other in Detroit. I mean, it's too much of a coincidence for that to not be genetic.
It's just so animalistic.
I'm not saying that, like, rap music and drug culture or rap culture, I'm not saying that it does not encourage it, because it does, but that's like, if they were in Africa, they would be doing the same thing, is basically my point.
So what is the conflict? Muslims again?
This fucking conversation died in like 2 minutes. God damn.
Well, a couple people got dropped, right?
Yeah, I think they'll be back.
Yeah, I think it was just people getting dropped.
Fuck.
But yeah, that's kind of one of the things that encouraged me, though. What Phil was talking about their hate speech laws and shit. Like, that's kind of what encouraged me to, like, come out and try to, like, spread or market, white advocacy or advocate for white people. Yeah. Because the Europeans, their hands are tied.
You know, I sympathize with like the guys over like that are in the red ice camp. You know what I'm saying? Like that certain demographic.
Yeah.
But I just can't relate to them. Like on a personal level, I don't know. I just can't relate to them. They have a different way of thinking than I do, and I just don't relate.
Can I ask you?
It's not that I dislike them. I don't dislike them. I wouldn't be subscribed to them if I did dislike them.
I'm curious about it. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to understand. So, can I ask you, like, what type of neighborhood did you grow up in? Like, where, what poverty or middle class or, mostly white or mostly non-white? Those sort of things.
Well, like, I guess you could say that like my family situation is one that started meager and ended up doing well. Awesome. If that makes any sense. You get what
you had a middle class life, yeah.
Man, how the hell could that not make sense, right?
Like,
I mean,
really,
it's pretty
really,
big, but
no, like really, yeah, I know. Like I
get it.
A fairly upper middle class existence, I guess, overall.
Privilege.
So
yeah. And without any guilt at all.
There's no such thing as white privilege. I fucking grew up next to the railroad tracks. I didn't get it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not trying to talk about that
right
now. Okay, I'm glad you do. There's a reason at that.
I had dad, like the successful chemical engineer privilege. Like that's.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh.
So I would say that you probably didn't grow up around minorities.
No, I did. Fully integrated schools and all that. No, I did.
But like these minorities.
So, like they were the majority, or your tribe was the majority?
No, let's see. This is the whole point. This is like what I've been beating on for right. This is what I was beating on with Phil earlier. Like I'm sure you guys were around. Is that my like he doesn't know the life that I live in, and in the life that I live in, the blacks are generally good because they're upper class. You get it now? Like, you see what I'm saying? So my view on it makes me have a lot more convoluted view on it. Like, I can't just I don't have these cut and dry views like you guys do. Like I wouldn't mind Thomas Sowell being my next door neighbor or somebody. You get what? Like, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of good African Americans.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There's a ton of good Black Americans, and there's a ton of Black Americans, like I said earlier, that would be proud to call my countrymen.
Yeah, there's a lot of smart.
Yeah, see, that's kind of why I was asking you such direct questions. Go ahead, Immortal. I can barely hear you.
I mean, there's a lot of smart African Americans too. But they still have a lower IQ average.
I said I don't deny like those demographics and problems that go along with that, right? But I still want like the option for imagine being one of those imagine being one of those guys like the Immortal. Imagine being like one of those guys. Okay, imagine being one of those guys. The high IQ black guy, the black guy that's got like 140 IQ, right? Well, that's too bad. You're gonna have to live with these people over here because like these people over here who look like you, right? Even though they don't think like you, that's what's best for us. And I don't think that is what's best for us. I think what's best for us is to make the determining point the value, like whatever values that you're going to decide to live by. And if people don't meet those values, if people don't see eye to eye on the values that you're going to live by, then they can't be part of the club. That's how I live my life personally. Like, that's how it works for me.
Okay, well, good. I mean, I don't see issues with that.
But that's the perfect filter, though, for anybody. You see what I'm saying? It gets rid of all these, not all of it. You get what I'm saying, though. Like it unmuddies the water a lot for me to look at it in those terms.
Man,
Like-
people are getting dropped.
Like, you know, I'm sorry, Thomas Sowell. You have to live in you have to live in the hood in Detroit because that's where we've decided that you have to live.
Oh,
But
fuck.
wait, is Thomas Sowell the one that went on Dave Rubin?
He's been on everything, I'm sure. He's a legend as far as I'm concerned. He's one of my favorite political writers. He's
He was
conservative
like
as hell.
He was like a former Marxist, right?
Yeah, he was early on in life until he realized how stupid it was.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I looked up a picture. Yeah, I know. I've seen this guy before. I've seen what he has to say. Yes.
Wait, was Christian Hillbilly in here earlier?
Not while I was here.
No.
God fucking damn.
Not in this hangout.
I saw that fucker in here earlier. I was just wondering if he's talking or just fucking lurking.
I mean, it's hard to talk to him over hangouts because he will talk over you if you say something he does not like.
You know, in his video, Science Defeats Atheism, he says that atheists always talk over him when that fat degenerate faggot always talks over everyone else.
Yeah, he's like that. He's a straight up hypocrite, but
Fat hip fucking cunt. Wait, I really can't say much about being a dumb fat cunt. I mean, obviously.
But like, I will be fair and say that he's not representative of like the majority of Christians.
Majority of Christians
call me a cuck.
are.
He's fire and brimstone.
No,
I've experienced him before. Like, and I am a Christian. I'm unapologetic about it, right? Like, I don't care what you believe in, and I don't care if you I don't care if you don't like what I believe in, but I don't care, and I'm not gonna like try to talk you into anything because I'm unapologetic. I'm not apologetic. I'm unapologetic about it.
I acknowledge the differences between you two.
Right, he misrepresents me. Like I've met that guy a long time ago. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not gonna judge you because of that guy, man. It's like, no, you two are completely different people.
I call it fire and brimstone.
Yeah, that is.
You know Mish, right?
That's a good term.
Immortal.
Yeah.
Immortal. You know Mish, right?
Of course, I know Mish, man.
Me and her almost gave that motherfucker a heart attack.
What did he do? Did he stream porn or something?
No, we were streaming. He said he had a Darwinism hat, and me and Mish attacked him on that he's a Christian and believes in Darwinism, which is
he
wrong
doesn't
on so many fucking levels.
Christian Hillbilly doesn't believe in Darwinism.
When I talked to him with Mish and he got all fucking triggered, yeah, he said he believed in Darwinism. Oh, fuck.
You mean evolution?
I mean don't believe you.
He said the word Darwinism.
I don't believe you, or if he did, he was probably kidding.
Yeah, he was trolling or something because
if Christian Hillbilly is a troll, then I have an IQ of 300.
I'm telling you, man, like, I don't think this guy believes in Darwinism or even evolution.
He's a practitioner in faggotry. I can attest to that.
I mean, he kind of subscribes to the Big Bang, although he disagrees with the age of the universe.
Fuck you! Not you. Yeah, I'm talking about this big fucking mechanical dog.
Like, he sees...
With my take on it at this point, like our best and brightest minds have like changed their minds several times about how old it is.
Yeah.
So it's really irrelevant to me at this point. I don't even care at this point.
Like 100 years ago, like the mainstream view was that, the universe is static and eternal. Obviously that's not the mainstream view anymore. But I mean, this Big Bang cosmology, man, this is fairly new stuff.
Well, in the course of the human, what is it? Geocentrism ruled until recently,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like the Ptolemaic cosmology.
God damn it.
With where the Earth at the center, and then
fuck.
Planets orbiting in epicycles and whatnot.
You know what kills me is that when we chart even today, right? Like when we chart the known universe, we still see ourselves as the center of the universe, essentially. Like it looks that way when it's charted out.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean, but
But I mean, if you look at I don't know, if you went to the American, whatever, the history of national history of natural history, the Museum of Natural History, right? And they show you the known universe, right? It's still from a perspective that we're the center of the universe. Get what I'm saying? Like that's still how it looks. It may not be how it is, but it's still how you would have to perceive it from the way that it's charted out.
Well, I didn't realize that Perry was in here. If he wants to be in here, I mean, I'll get out and let him talk. I just couldn't figure out why I couldn't get in.
Who?
Wait, Perry, as in Hebrew warrior Perry?
Yes,
I sent a text message.
Oh.
I sent a,
yes, homie. Yes.
Oh God. The troglodyte. Right.
Anyway, he left. Yeah, as soon as I said I can't join, he left immediately. So.
Sorry, guys. I'm being stalked by a fucking.
But he wasn't in here though.
Wolf.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Perry's willing to be in the same call as me.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
You destroyed that man. It's almost sad.
Let's do tell.
It's almost sad how bad you fucking destroyed him.
Well, what he means is that I triggered the shit out of Perry. Perry fucking hates me. Benny can play you the voice recordings of the shit Perry said to me.
Yeah, Perry almost hates me because I attacked him because he believes that you can steal energy from people.
Wait, tell me that again. I'm sorry. Who can steal what?
I attacked Perry's beliefs that you can steal energy from people.
Explain that. He never told me that. Explain that, homie. If you got time.
I mean, you can. Someone has some form of positive energy. When you insult them, you take their energy.
Oh, okay.
Man, but I mean, I'm willing.
Oh fuck!
I'm willing to be charitable and say, it's like a
Don't
poetic.
fuck me in the ass.
Metaphorical way of speaking.
Yeah, I think there's some Vedic beliefs that are pretty similar to that with vibrations and positive energy and stuff. I think that.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Shit on my testicles and call me Susie.
I think even the ancient Egyptians believed some shit like that about you have energy and stuff. I'm not too familiar with it, but I've heard it. So that's what he got mad about?
Yeah, he got really triggered. Started fucking. You know how Perry does.
But I mean, I called him fucking nuts before, because what he was saying was pretty fucking nuts.
Dude, Perry's fucking insane. That motherfucker's literally a street ass nigger. Normally I wouldn't call him someone a fucking nigger. I'd say nigga, but that dude's a fucking nigger.
Perry said that some white people. No, he said that some black people are white.
Some black people are white. How?
I was like, man, that's a fucking contradiction in terms right there.
Well, I'm kind of like the blackest white person ever, in my opinion. I mean, I'm a white, you know what I'm saying?
We're mutual on that. We both think that way.
I don't know. I'd say somebody like Post Malone has you beat.
Post Malone is a fucking great rapper.
The original inhabitants of Europe.
Oh shit! Perry, fuck off!
Perry.
I wasn't talking shit, Perry, man. I swear. Don't you dare fuck me.
Most white people are soft.
fucking Waffen SS.
So,
God damn it, man! The
so
Waffen
no
SS are coming for
brains.
my boy pussy.
No brains. You're into ancient Aryan religions. Wait, do you guys hear me all right?
Audio check.
Yeah, faggot,
Yeah,
we're
there we
here.
go.
Alrighty. Alrighty.
Hey,
Alrighty.
bitch.
Alright.
Blow your motherfucking head off, nigga. Oh, you wanna
So-
play, boy?
So going back to the previous
Lol.
conversation with Redcoat there, that the reason that I was asking you the questions about the types of people that you grew up around is because I figured that was the case. Whereas some of us that have grown up in a more diverse area, we sort of understand the how the game is, right? You know, no matter how much we try to be friends with them. Hold on. No matter how much we try to say, you know, yeah, I'm in your group and I'm cool. I can talk black. We can play basketball together. They're still like, you're still Gueto. You're still that cracker. Like, you know, they still see you as a
fucking
foreign.
wrong. You are so fucking wrong. On such a high level of your... Are you fucking wrong?
Correct me.
Well,
Okay,
no, I
grew up in the fucking
think
ghetto.
no, right. Like I think that it is more divided when you get like when you get into like a areas that are more unfortunate, areas that have less money. I think that is a divider.
Ooh, oh, ooh, you don't even fucking know.
No, like you have trailer like no, like you know what, like to say that I am not aware of the hood rat, right? Like I get it, I get all that, but at the same time though, you have the hood and then you have the trailer park, right? And those two types of people usually stay apart from each other, and then from there,
God damn.
once you get beyond that, you start to see more of a cohesive mix.
Let me tell you
Well,
a
I think
story.
go ahead, homie.
When I was like growing up, like I'm 16, so I'm still growing up, but now I'm in like a much higher class area. When I was like really young, I lived in the straight up fucking hood, and the black people there, they accepted me as one of their own, practically. It was like some lion cub shit, nigga.
There are cases where that kind of thing will work, you know, either way, but that's not, you can't say that that's like what always happens either, though.
I know, but personally,
but why did you use the
relating to
phrase?
other black children?
But homie, why did you use the phrase lion cub? Why didn't you just say they accepted me as their own? So the fact that you're a cub or a baby lion cub, you're still acknowledging that like you're not on the same level on them on some level, right? Or am I wrong on that?
These older black dudes took me under their wing and they taught me their ways of hood niggatry, okay? Okay? So, therefore, I am their cub. They are teaching me the ways.
Okay, I thought you meant your peers. I didn't understand that you were talking about older people. Okay, I respect that. That's
the
awesome.
older guys, they got with me. We started like hanging out and shit. And then like the younger kids, they fucked with me too. But we were all little lion cubs.
He's trolling you.
No, I'm not. I'm genuinely not.
All right, homie.
African American.
There are, you know, like I've seen the white guy that walks up and you know, there'll be this group versus that group, and the white guy will step to the front and be like, "Nigga, if you feeling froggy, nigga, then nigga leap." And then all the black folks behind him are with him, and then all the black folks in front of him are ready to fight too. So, I mean, there is that goes on. I'm not going to pretend that it's not, but I just was curious if, you know, what homie meant by what he was saying. But
my squad is black. You know, everybody got their own squad. My squad is a majority of black people. And they've been my friends for years.
Homie, do you live in 8 Mile?
Fuck you. And I do participate in rap battles, so fuck.
But anyway, but I would like to say to Redcoat that there was 2 interviews that Red Eyes did. They interviewed Frank Raymond, and I think his perspective is very interesting because he's a brown man from Dubai, and so he grew up in the third world, and he also grew up in England, in the white man's world. So I think it's very interesting on the stuff that they talk about on those two interviews, specifically the older one. I think that would be very interesting. But I'm not trying to force my ways on you. I just am trying to understand the way that you think. And I think you said that like if shit went down, you know which team you would be on, and I think that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me.
Right. If shit hits the fan, I'm heading to Hill. Like I come from Appalachian. Appalachian. I come from Appalachian mountain men.
You're an Appalachian American.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm in the I'm in the Midwest now, but I come from Appalachian mountain men. So
I understand what you're saying. Poor, low class, 90% white.
On one side, Catholic. Like my great grandparents were Catholic, and they had 17 kids.
So is it cool if I ask you what state you were from?
Yeah, I'm in Indiana.
Oh shit! Southern or northern? Southern or northern Indiana?
Northern.
Okay. I think it's a little more diverse over there. I think Southern Indiana is like a lot of gringos, a lot of motherfucking ass gringos in Southern Indiana.
Mike Pence. Woo, woo.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Let's fetch him the jumper cables.
So, where were you raised in Indiana, or do you live there now?
Just like broken up between Chicago and Indiana.
Hi. Yo, I talk a bunch of shit about Christianity.
But I'm old, man. Like I'm old. Like I'm probably way older than. I'm probably like twice the age of the oldest guy.
Are you a Gen Xer? Are you a Gen Xer or a Boomer? You sound like a Gen Xer at least. Okay. That's another thing. Okay. That's very interesting. That's another very, very interesting point. So me as a millennial, I saw my school in East Texas go from a 65, 70% white. So there was like out of the 6th, 7th, and 8th, about 300 kids in each class. There was only about 150 blacks and then maybe 40 Mexicans. In my lifetime, I watched it go to where the whites are the minority. You had the Hurricane Katrina that you had a lot of blacks come over, and then you had a lot of Mexicans come over. So the neighborhood literally, like before my eyes in my adolescent years, went from way majority white to like now I got to be careful which side of the street that I walk on. So in my lifetime as a millennial, I do interpret the world very, very different than you do because of the generation gap. Even my older brother, he's 5 years older than me. He's a Gen Xer. I'm one of the older millennials. That's a huge thing is that we see the world very differently because of the demographic changes that I saw. Anyway.
Wait, so
we grew up in
No Brains.
I'm 29.
Okay, yeah, I'm 20.
Oh,
I'm 23.
Fuck. God damn it.
We grew up in different times. Like even going through the school systems for kids in the same time as me. There was, right, but it wasn't as overt as it was. There wasn't like this I don't know how to put it any other way, but like blatant like anti-white agenda, like with the way that the social, you get what I'm saying? Like people didn't hate white
absolutely
people. When like black people, like the black people my age, right? They don't hate the white people my age. You see what I'm saying? Like that's not a thing for our generation like it is for yours. Your generation is way more. I recognize that. Your generation is way more divided on that than our generation was.
Yeah, so that was the key factor. That's kind of what I was looking for. I was like, well, because I can't tell how old you are by how you sound, but I thought we were, close to the same age. But my older brother, 5 years older, doesn't view the world the way that I do. Not at all. He still is like, in the 90s, everything was cool. Everybody got along with everybody. But I'm like, you know what?
Wait, are you a 60s guy or a 70s, 80s guy?
Who?
You.
I'm about 10 years older than homie, or not homie, but no brains.
So you're like almost 50s?
No.
No.
Like I'm like 40.
Oh. Damn, nigga.
Yeah, so my brother was born in 82. I was born in 88. So, you know, we view the world very, very differently, and that's just 5 years is a very short time.
Well, it's because I was like, well, you may have existed in the 80s, right? I was aware of it.
Right. Yeah.
Like
yeah.
that's the difference, right? And
well, the Gen Xers, you know, there's like these generational gaps. So one could argue that like the maybe the millennials or the Generation Zyklon. I mean, Generation Z rather, the ones like homie. You know, they may be the greatest generation, right? The ones that rise up and you know take the country back. Whereas like the baby boomers, they like destroyed the country. They fucking destroyed the country. They inherited. They were the biggest, wealthiest middle class the world has ever seen. They totally destroyed the country with their. Maybe it wasn't them, but like when the immigration policy was changed in 1965, the Great Society, all these things that happened in the 60s. The gold back standard was taken away, I think, in the 30s, but or maybe it was under Nixon in the 60s. I'm not sure. All those things happened basically under their watch, give or take the gold standard.
I thought it was Wilson.
Yeah, okay. I think it might have been Wilson.
Yeah, that's why
Wilson
would have been. That's why I consider Wilson like Wilson's worse than Obama. He's the worst president we've ever had.
Yeah, he said, I kept us out of the war the first time. I'll keep you out of the war the second time. And then there we went to go knock on Germany's front fucking door. I mean, yeah, what a piece of shit. He double crossed us, right?
We intervened on some shit that we had no business intervening.
For me, it's just all about selling out our monetary capability. It's all about selling out. Like that's why I wish that Wilson would have never been one of our presidents.
Yeah. But my point with this generational divide is that the Gen Xers, you typically go through you explore many philosophies before you pick one, right? So, you know, you got, you know, the classical liberals or whatever. You got left-leaning libertarians, center libertarians, right-leaning libertarians, conservatives, House Republicans. You got all these different philosophies.
You know? Really, what it comes down to, in reality, is for the people that I know in my generation, right? Is that you have is people that are my age. They're either right wing or they haven't grown up yet. Like that's pretty much how it works.
Yeah,
they're either right wing or it'll be some guy my age that's still rocking like his starter hat sideways with the oversized jersey. Yeah, like the guy that's refusing to get, you know what I'm saying, to grow up basically.
I think the motto was if you're not a liberal in your 20s, then you have no balls, and if you're a liberal in your 40s, you have no brains. Is that about what you're trying to say?
Nah, I think that if you're really hard on the left, right, that you just want to see people suffer either way.
Ooh, the suffering of millions.
That's interesting. But definitely there's a lot of divides in your generation.
There's a difference. Like I think that like there are people that fall under like the useful idiot category when it comes to the absolute craziness that we've seen going around for the last what would you say 20 years, like at least 30 20 probably 20 years. There are people who just don't get it, and then there are people who get it and it's what they want.
Right. Well, my point is that the Gen Xers are largely thinkers, right? Or maybe some of them are useful idiots, but most of the right wingers anyway are thinkers. Whereas like the millennials, we're fucking divided. We're fucking like fucking neo-Nazis, like American History X style, or we're fucking like Stalinist, Trotskyite communist. I mean, there's a huge divide. I remember going to school with a kid who wore a Russian uniform to school every day. This kid was like all about communism. I was in fucking high school. I was trying to get pussy. I didn't know anything about that.
I think there's a ton of centrists in the millennial generation.
What do you think of me, a younger millennial, no brains?
Well, you're much closer
fucking
to like not
scumbag.
to like a Hitler than a boomer conservative is for certain. For damn sure.
Yeah,
A boomer.
yeah. I'm not gonna
What the fuck do
disagree
you
with
mean
you.
by the term boomer?
Baby boomer, those that are born 20 years after the Second War ended.
Yeah, they're the kids of the people who fought in the wars in the World War II.
Not sure how I should feel about that term.
Oh,
the term is baby boomer, but I just say boomer because it's like they're not babies, right? They're fucking old people at this point, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you know, like during that period, you know, people started having a lot of kids. You know.
They're my parents' generation.
Shit, nigga.
Yeah. So how much how much of a lefty is your dad? I mean, is he a right winger or a left winger? I mean, I'm almost certain he's like. Go ahead, answer the question.
Are you talking to me? You're talking to me, right?
The boomer. He said his parents are the boomer generation.
I'm sorry.
Lifelong right.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So, like, how do they feel about racism? Like, they should automatically shun it? Like, they're the heritage, not hate, as they hold up the fucking rebel flag and say, oh, it's heritage, not hate. What? It's a rebel flag, you fucking retard. What's the matter with you?
No, they're not. They're not like, no, it's not. It's not anything like that. No. Like, I mean, you know, my dad listens to Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, Jimi Hendrix. That's it. Oh, goddamn.
Ah, come on, man. That's an affirmative action candidate if there ever was one, man. Hey, Joe. He ain't even singing. I seen your woman around town. Hey, Joe.
Hey, you better quit talking shit about Jimi Hendrix, you fucking.
And then, man, go listen to Eminem. And then people like Stevie Ray Vaughan, you know, they're not to be mentioned. You know, that's just a cracker. You know, you're not supposed to mention Stevie Ray Vaughan.
You know what's funny is that's another one of my dad's favorite musicians, along with Santana, and
Eminem is real lyricism, though.
Basically, anything that comes out of that era that offers like really long guitar solos, like 60ish. You know what I'm saying? Like he likes that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
So my mom.
I enjoy talking to some of the more rational baby.
He also likes.
I can't just counter signal all day.
He also really likes Leonard Skinner, and he likes like a big favorite of both my parents would be the Allman Brothers.
Yo, my mom
when you say
gave
Leonard
me a
Skinner,
Woodstock shirt for my birthday.
One of my mom's favorite, like just to give you an idea of like the musical taste that I grew up with. One of my mom's favorites was Joni Mitchell.
It's beyond me, I must say. But when you think of
it's all very
I think
white.
of Sweet Home Alabama, and then immediately a Southern man don't care about the Watergate or whatever the lyric is there.
Fucking Alabama nigger and I wanna be free. Held in AACP. I don't drink, I don't cuss. I wanna ride on the front of the bus. I'm an Alabama nigger and I wanna be free. Held in AACP. I don't drink, I don't curse.
I think the Southerners
I
would.
don't ride on the front of the bus. I'm Alabama nigger and I wanna be free. Held in AACP. I don't fuck your white women, so please give me my fried chicken. I'm Alabama nigger.
Yeah, but you were saying that the music was very white, and yeah, I mean, in 1965 the country was 89% white. So apart from the South, that means it was a 100% white in the rest of the places besides the blacks in the South. I mean, that's insane.
The strange thing about that is, though, right? Like in my experience growing up, like I had a considerable amount of black kids in school with me. Like it wasn't like necessarily that white.
I think that blacks and whites, when it's just blacks and whites, I think they get along much better when it's just them two. But when you start having all this diversity,
Arabs,
right? You have
shit.
Right. You have everybody together, and then suddenly that's whenever.
Everything up.
Yeah, homie, get them. And Robert Putman I can't remember if it's Putnam or Putman did a study on this, and he talked about this stuff. But yeah, so anyway, I hope I at least explain my side of the story of how I could be like, yeah, whites need to get together and we need to survive, because like in my eyes, I literally seen the population, white flight or whatever. I moved from East Texas to a different part of Texas so that I could live in a 95% white area, right?
Well, that's fucking racism, I imagine. But maybe
Who cares? Who cares? So what? I'm racist. Who cares? I'm not
With
getting
me-
nobody stealing my rims,
So it's actually I don't look at it that way. Like I don't look at it as racism, because you know why? Because like whatever that non-white percentage that's living in the same neighborhood, like say it's 90% white, right? Well, the 10% that aren't white that are living there are they make the cut basically. They would fit in with the community in order to even want to be there to begin with, in order to be there.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Right. So it's
and
not.
I do understand.
That's the way that I look at it. See what I'm saying? Like that's like class, having class, like having that being a value in your society, being classy, having class, brings all kinds of people
I'll say
together.
this. If I call 911, it takes 45 minutes for the sheriff to show up. So it's not an upper class.
Seems like a you problem.
Right, it seems that's like really rural, and then is what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm like an hour away from life.
Takes 12 minutes for the police to show up here, and I live in the middle of East Bumblefuck, but I live in a privileged white area.
But yeah, no brains with me. It was like, when I was like in middle school and high school, yeah, I got picked on by these fucking minority kids being white. And, they're pretty open about, how, they'll tell me like, oh,
hating the
like
cracker.
my minorities should team up together and hate on the whiteys.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy. I mean that's how it is. But like the baby boomers, like the baby boomers want like their A team, right? The baby boomers want their A team. They want like all these like competent ass white dudes doing shit, and they want like their best minority friend to go like smash down a wall if they need them to, like A team, Whereas like it's not like that whenever the tables are turned, whenever the demographics get reversed,
Oh, but it is like that. Like it's been like that all through history. Like the NFL would be an example of how it's like that. And like all the NFL fans and people who watch football. The military.
I don't watch.
Right, the military is another example of how it's like that. Because there's like I said earlier, there's a lot of black guys who sign up for the military. And those are in the black guy that signs up in the military and serves military service is the black guy that's like more likely to move on out to your white neighborhood and live because he's comfortable there.
Oh, fucking. Too great for class.
You see what you see kind of how I view it in that respect. Like I'm not saying that we need to live in this rainbow land. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying that at all.
I absolutely agree with you. Like probably more so than you think I do. So I think upon a certain IQ level, I think any people can get along with anybody upon maybe 100 IQ or better, or maybe 105 or better on the average IQ, or Hong Kong or something like that. But
I don't even
like,
have to take it to IQ. I can just look at it as values. If these guys share the same values and the same mindset as I do, right? And whether they're smarter or because we all have friends that are more and less intelligent than we are. You would not know anybody at all if that was your standard, right?
Right.
So it's being like-minded, right? Is really more what you
said
have
class. I think class is a good way to put it.
Right. I don't think that I like me, right? Like I have no shame for
I'm not the like person who like doesn't go ahead.
I have no shame in saying that I'm not going to like in my life and the associations that I make with people in my personal life, right? I'm not going to have any. I have no shame in saying that I'm going to hold everybody to the same standard. And if you don't meet that standard, like I'm not going to lower my standards because you're black. I'm gonna have the same standards for you.
I think
as anybody else.
I think black people hate white people to do that. They have to cater to them.
I think
you know, you talk to these black, they can't stand that. They won't.
I think it's probably why the millennial black kids hated the millennial white kids. I think it's probably why. I think it's a big contributor, at least, because that wasn't our, like even your older brother, that wasn't our mindset. Oh yeah. So this happened like what, 1,000, like 200-300 years ago. Yeah. Care.
Yeah, I never picked cotton. You never picked cotton, and I never owned slaves. I mean, what the hell are you even talking to me about it for?
And I know and unlike some people, I know for a literal fact that my family never did.
Own slaves? Yeah. Well, I think maybe one of my grandparents did.
I know for a fact that none of my family ever did. And as a matter of fact, like I said earlier, you know why it was Irish mountain men on the dad's side is because because it was that first gen. It was like the Irish that were hated basically along that time, when it was mostly a Protestant U.S. that retreated to the Appalachian Mountains and built their own. They did their own thing.
Right. The South is like that, though. I mentioned that earlier.
And when Phil, right? When Phil's talking about this R and this K type person, I think that's
RK selection theory.
Yeah, I think that they're.
I would encourage you to look into it. I think it's a lot there. I think there's a lot to that. I mean, sure, you can poke holes in the theory, but I think it's a pretty solid one.
Yeah. Well, just the experience of being me and living in my family has been a contradiction to that. Like I come from like my great grandparents had 17 kids, right? And all of their kids were successful. A couple of them, like one or two of them died in accidents or in war. And but other than that, they were all super successful in their lives. And my father was super successful in his. At that gauge. At that gauge.
Are you familiar with
related to IQ?
Are you familiar with epigenetics?
The fuck's the epigenetic, nigga?
Well, you mean
so epigenetics is essentially epigenetics. You can Google it. Epigenetics is essentially genetics that you're born with, but it's sort of like having a light switch panel that has a lot of switches. And then when you go throughout life, some of those switches get turned on and others don't. So if your grandparents were like R-selected, where they just like mass-produced babies, but then your parents didn't, they spent more quality time with each kid, that doesn't mean like forever that genetic line will forever be R-selected. I'm not sure exactly what Phil says about R-selected or not. I'm not sure what he says, but there's definitely R-selected whites and there's definitely K-selected blacks. It's not like cut and dry. I don't know how he explained it or what he said about it, but go ahead. I think somebody was talking.
Yeah, that's the irony, though. Like my grandparents, they produced a personal army, and they invested their lives into that army. Like my grandparents.
Well, then they're not K-selected. R-selected.
Okay, they just happen to be R-selected, right? That had 7.
No. If they had a bunch of kids, but they still put in a lot of quality time into teaching those kids, they can still be K-selected regardless of the number.
Okay,
it's about the time and the raising of the children.
They were a super tight clan that all worked as a unit. You know what I'm saying? Like in their family.
Instead of letting the kids like run out in the field, they like supervised them or whatever, put a lot of time into raising them. They were all tight. A lot of time put in, right?
The young boys were helping the fathers, or not the fathers, but the one father. The young boys were helping the father, and the girls were helping the mother, and whatever they divided into their what they were going to do in their life. We're talking about people who were self-sustaining. Like they didn't,
right.
They worked, right, but they didn't need to at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. No, just because they had a bunch doesn't mean they are selected. Go ahead, homie. I think you've been trying to say something for a while.
Yeah. My future wife may join. I need you fuckers to be on your best behavior. Don't cock block me here, please.
Okay, we'll act like decent white human beings. How about that?
Indeed.
Anyway,
yeah, I would encourage you to look into the RK selection theory. I think there's a lot to it. I'm not exactly sure what all Phil said, but I think there's a lot to it. And yeah, I can certainly understand your stance.
And as far as like
your position,
and as far as who I am, like what I know about myself on a genetic level, because and I haven't done like a 23andMe, but like, dare I say, the white privilege is carrying through for me to have the history of where I came from, right? To be able to look it up, because my grandfather is actually the one who looked it up, like our family history. And we go way back to pre-Germany Germans.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. So I actually had somebody do the work for me. They looked it up, and I can trace my mother's father. I can trace them, and they were Scots-Irish, Britons with an O in. The mid 1550s. So it's the fact that you can go pre-German German. That's pretty awesome. It's pretty badass.
I'm German on my dad's side.
Nice.
I have that's why I'll always forever be anonymous on the internet, just because I have an uncommon Germanic name. In other words, there's not very many. There's not very many of me left, like that are of my line. Even though my great grandparents did their part, like it's still not a common name.
Interesting.
But I wouldn't sit here and tell you that I'm that. Like, I'm smart enough to know that I'm not the smartest guy in the room, right? But
yes, well, I think a more intelligent person would be humble, whereas a lesser intelligent person would be more confident. But I understand what you're saying.
But I probably didn't get all of my father's intelligence. I got some of it maybe, but he's out there. He's pretty smart.
Well, I took a couple IQ tests, and I never took a real one. I just took one of the like little measly ones over the internet. And I'm not like super intelligent either. The lowest score that I've ever got was 108, and the highest was 114. So I'm like only smart enough to understand these arguments, right? Not like super like invent the cure for cancer or nothing.
You know what's weird though is like I said, we all have different. Like, it's like no one of your friends has the same level of intelligence as the other, right? People that your family members, they vary as well, and
yeah, I definitely come from low socioeconomic status or whatever, like definitely low IQ family. It's kind of hard to understand them sometimes.
But I'm just saying there's people that, like, the people that you associate with.
Well, I think you can kind of tell whenever somebody's when you look at like standard deviations or 15 points in IQ, like you can kind of tell when somebody's like 100 IQ versus like 85. There's just a totally different demeanor there. And definitely people that are like, kind of like dumb or ignorant or, likely to do some dumb shit. I don't want to be around those people at all.
I think it manifests in different ways, though. Like I know people who are maybe not necessarily the sharpest people, but at the same time, you still get it overall. Or like somebody who might not be as quick-witted, but we still share like a mindset, and we still understand each other.
Right, right.
Where right is right and wrong is wrong, and you both know which is which. You know, like
Right.
between the two of you, right? Like, so it's a lot more complicated than that to me. Like, one of my best friends was not that, you know, he had to do with like learning disabled classes in school and stuff like that. But he still gets it though. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's still getting this guy's super like he's toe-headed all the way, blue eyes.
What do you mean by toe-headed? I'm not familiar with the expression.
Like hair.
What do you mean by he's toe-headed?
Hair so blonde that it's white.
Oh, okay. What'd you call toe-head? He's toe-headed? Means he's very white?
No, it's,
okay.
It's a term for, it's an old term for super blonde.
You a gypsy?
Okay.
And blue eyes and all that, right? With a another very German descent guy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, all of Middle America is heavily German, really, when it comes to...
Yeah. A lot of Germans came to Texas, and a whole lot of Germans went to the Midwest, rather.
Yeah. But anyway, it's I think that generation probably has a lot to do with it, man. Like if you're of a younger generation, you're of a more divided generation than I am.
Yeah.
And I think that your generations might overcome that as they get older and see through the bullshit. I'm not holding my breath. Don't get me wrong. I am not holding my breath. That's why I'm saying.
I'm not calling for a race war, right? Like, I don't see black people as my enemy or whatever. They're sort of rivals, but we don't have to be at each other's throat, right? So when I look at the media and I see this Black Lives Matter stuff, the Trayvon Martin thing, and I see black people furious and rioting and beating people up for being white, well, I sort of see it as like fake. I see it as like something that's pushed on us. And
what I think?
Go ahead.
I think that if we had thousands of Africans crossing our shores in mass numbers, that both us whites and blacks would work out. American whites and blacks would work out our differences.
Yeah, they would. I can confirm that.
Real quick. Say there's a mass importation of Arabs. Like, did you know many black people?
Yeah. I've worked with like African immigrants. I've worked with African Americans, and I understand exactly what you're saying when you talk about a certain class level. And then I also grew up in like a low. Go ahead.
How many of those black guys do you know like Arabs or even Indians?
Well, black people are like very like ethno. They have a healthy amount of racism, or like very ethnocentric minded naturally. So they don't like anybody that's not like Black American. They don't even like light skin.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Well, the ones my age, they love us compared to like I'll give you an example. Like Africans that come over here from straight from Africa, they usually hate Black Americans.
Oh, right. Yeah. I've definitely witnessed that firsthand. Yeah. You have like folks that come over from Nigeria. All they do is complain about the Black Americans and how they're like like they speak the language. They have all these like, what I guess you could call it black privilege basically, but they complain about that and how they don't do nothing. Then these Black African immigrants come over. They buy a truck or start a business or, just buy something and make it run. And they don't understand why the Black Americans are sitting around complaining about racism. So yeah, there's definitely a conflict there.
But if they were just coming in mass across our shores, like unregulated across our borders, right? I think that black and white Americans would again work out their differences real quick to be on the same side to get rid of that.
I think so, but like the way that it's doing now, more African refugees or African immigrants have come over post 1965 than ever come over during the Atlantic slave trade.
Yeah, I don't think that Black Americans dig that either.
Yeah, I don't think so. But the deal is that the media is not our own, right? The media is a foreign tribe that pushes all this stuff. So they tell people what to think or whatever, Like a CNN doesn't encourage you to think. Fox kind of does. Well, we report, you decide, whatever. But they don't really encourage you to think. Or what did Kennedy say? Kennedy was like, "I fully support an American population that's well informed to do the right thing and to make the right decision." Well, he died 7 days later.
I doubt. Like you said, you live in Texas.
Yeah.
I doubt very many old blood Latinos in Texas really dig the whole immigration thing either.
You're absolutely correct. The Latinos that came over here legally hate the fact that these other folks is coming in and making it rough for them. There's even like I have a good friend of mine. I know what kind of racist has a friend that's not white, but I have a good friend of mine that's from El Salvador, and he came illegally. He earned his citizenship, and he's like more of like a patriotic American than I am, right? He talks about the Constitution and he's pro-Trump and all that stuff, and he absolutely hates this illegal immigration, and his wife is illegal still. So I mean, yeah, there's that goes on. Trump said he's going to do well with Latinos. He did do well with Latinos. Just the media doesn't tell you.
If you didn't know, like Trump got more minority vote than any like Republican presidential candidate had since 1960.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Trump's a liberal, though. People think that he's like, people make him out to be so right wing. He's an absolute liberal.
I would say he's a blue collar Democrat, like an old school Democrat.
Yeah,
like a union type of a Democrat guy.
That unfortunately has become Republican, though.
Right, that's right. Because are you familiar with the Overton window? Are you familiar with?
I've heard it mentioned.
Basically, real quick, it's like a pendulum, right? So like whenever like people start getting like radically, like the culture shifts radically to the left or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, then the Overton, yeah. So okay, yeah. So yeah, basically like the Overton window, the pendulum or however you want to call it, the Overton window has gone so far to the left that it just nearly broke off the hinges. And I think it was, I can't remember if it was Louis Farrakhan or Al Sharpton. I can't remember which one said it, but they said the election of Trump was a white lash, and all the little, timid Republicans were like, no, that's not true. That's not true. No, that's 100% true, right? That is absolutely, the election of Trump was absolutely a white lash. And now you're seeing the pendulum start to shift back to the right, or the Overton window, if you will, shift back to the right. I think that's absolutely what's happening. But yeah, so Trump being like a union kind of Democrat guy, yeah, now he's like a diehard Republican. Well, I look at Trump, I see a centrist. He's a centrist. He's somebody in the middle. But they treat him like he's literally Hitler. I mean, it's absurd. Trump is a civic nationalist. He's a civic nationalist. He doesn't care if you're white, black, brown. If you're an American and you love the country, then he's for you. And what does the media treat him? Oh, he's an anti-Semite. He's this. What? What are they talking about? I mean, it's ludicrous. It's
he goes over to the Western Wall to pray.
Yeah. And that's very interesting. You mentioned the Wailing Wall. He didn't go to Tel Aviv, which is the capital of Jerusalem. He went to the Palestinian capital and prayed to the Jewish Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. And he's still an anti-Semite. Give me a break. He's furthering the expansion of Israeli territory with that move. Just that most people are like uninformed. They didn't know what that meant. Oh, Jerusalem, yeah, that was in the Bible. Yeah, that's in Israel. They don't have a clue.
I don't know. Yeah, centrist would probably be more correct, but I don't know, man. Like I view, like anymore, like that Overton window that you're talking about. I really kind of consider centrists really liberals, really, when it comes down to it, or even on the left when
like when you talk to like your average like Democratic liberal, like they freaking hate America. They may not know it. They hate white people. They hate America. They hate all of tradition, and they don't know it. They just think that they're like the good little liberal or something. Like I just like wow. There's a disconnect with reality with that bunch.
The thing is though, is that I can't discern when I see, like, when we look at that stuff, right? Which there's like tons of material of, like, I can't discern how much that is in like perspective to the reality of what it's, you know, what the left really is. Like, how many of them are that nuts?
Well, we used a couple things that I thought were pretty clever. You used a phrase that I like. You said anti-white. I think that's exactly what it is. We shouldn't use like DR3 or like the Democrats are actually the ones that are racist against black people or whatever. No, we should be saying that's anti-white. Like affirmative action and all those things are anti-white. Another thing that you said was I forgot. I went mind blank. I'm sorry.
No, what I'm
Lost my
saying
train of thought.
is,
I'm driving through construction.
What I'm saying is that what I said earlier is that the kids that I went to school with that were of other races weren't anti-white.
Yeah, they were neutral. Yeah, today it's like anti-white. So it's literally anti-white.
Like the mindset wasn't like the black kids that I grew up with didn't dislike me because I was white.
I forgot what. Man, I wish I could remember my other point. I'm going through construction. I'm driving. I drive for a living. It'll like hit me. We'll be talking about something in a minute. And it'll hit me what I was going to say, but yeah, like I wanted to explain myself. Like I'm not like your typical American, right? Like I work amongst black people. I mean, I see black people every day. It's not like I hate them and want to beat them up and take their lunch money because they're black. It's just that I think it would be better if I didn't have to live beside them. So when I have to work beside them, well, those working class people, they're a totally different class. So it's like not that big of a deal. That's sort of my opinion on that. I don't think that we as whites can ever like end racism without ending ourselves, because like every time that we're even together, they just say, "Oh, it's white supremacy, it's white racism, it's systemic racism, it's all of these stuffs." And really, what they're saying is that because we exist, they have a problem with it. So until we're like snuffed out, there's still going to be affirmative action. There's still going to be this, and the reason I say this is because South Africa. I don't know if you're familiar with the South African situation, but it's not looking good.
Tell us your take about the situation in South Africa.
Well, it's sort of a repeat of history. Whenever white people lose political control over their territories, it's never to their benefit, right? You know, you ever see any white people in Haiti? You know, the whites helped the blacks fight Napoleon Bonaparte and win the land from the French.
Yes, and there was a genocide against white people in Haiti.
Do what?
I said there was a genocide against white people.
Yeah, you're familiar. So I see South Africa as like kind of like a slower version of the exact same thing. So the whites inherited the apartheid, which means separated the apartheid state from the British. And then they said, well, this is really messed up. So they voted to end it. They voted to get rid of it. And I think it fell in 1993, 1994. I don't remember which year exactly. And since then, over 100,000 whites have been killed, the white farmers. And you have Jacob Zuma as the current president who sings, "Give me my machine gun so I can kill the Boer." They're 4.5 million in size. The whites are 4.5 million. And the black Africans are about 60 million. So, math, but it works out that the whites are roughly 8. I may be wrong on the 4.5 million. It works out that they're 8% of the population, and there's 106 laws that discriminate against them in favor of the black majority. And like it's mind-boggling to me that Americans think that, oh, it's going to be great whenever whites become a minority in America. It's going to be great. The whites in South Africa gave up their guns, and they were supposed to be put on a list good and checked out and background checked and all this stuff, they're supposed to get their guns back. Well, they never got their guns back. It's been over 20 years.
Huh. That's new to me.
I'd be like trying to cross the ocean on a raft at that point if I had to. Like that's me. Like that's
where they're at.
I had already been there. Like I'd have been there like way long time ago. And that you see what I'm saying?
A lot of them have fled to New Zealand and Australia. But there's still white liberals. There's still white liberals in South Africa. There's still Cape Town white liberals that are still like, oh, this is great. Everything's good for us. You know, meanwhile, you have like rolling power outages. So the media gets on there and says, on Tuesday, on this date and this date, these neighborhoods are going to be, you know, without electricity. Well, guess what happens? Those neighborhoods are white that lose electricity. And all the criminals that was going to do vandalism, now they have a target to go to. I mean, it's just absurd. It's insane. I think a lot about the South African situation. I'm sorry for going on a rant like that. I hope I answered the question.
Okay. I'm trying to hunt down evidence that whites are being systemically killed beyond what's expected from just blacks being a violent race generally. Because I accept that blacks are generally violent, but I may need more evidence that it's
okay. I'll slow down.
It's due to racial hate rather than just what you expect from systemic burglary.
I don't know, like
right. So I think they're on like a stage 6. I think they're on stage 6 of UN genocide. So they're not quite like in genocide enough to where the foreign nations can step in. But a phrase is "Give me my machine gun" by Jacob Zuma. You can find an English translation. The English translation is "Give me my machine gun so I can kill the Boer." The Boer is not a pig. It means the white farmer. That's what they're like. We don't consider ourselves an ethnicity in America. We don't say like I'm an American ethnicity. Well, they do. The white South Africans are historically mixed. So they say that we're the Boers. You know, we're the descendants of such and such ethnically mixed people. So "Give me my machine gun" is the phrase. That's the current president at this time who sings that. And he's the good guy compared to the other guy that's running. I think his name is Robert Mugabe, I think is his name.
Yeah, I think the president, the word is that he adapted the lyrics. He changed "kill the Boer" to "kiss the Boer." And that's interpreted as still taking it too far, like it's still based on the original "kill the Boer" lyrics, but it could also be interpreted as being compromising, kind of suppressing the kind of the violent roots of that song or that poem.
Okay. Another phrase would be a white squatter camp.
Mm-hmm.
White squatter camp. You'll see the living conditions of these people. I don't remember the names of the towns right offhand. I'm driving. If I were at my desk, I'd be sending you links. You can look at like white farmer deaths.